uncertain situation, but I think we need this kind of global conversation more than ever. Le monde de la culture a été le monde peut-être touché le plus tôt par cette crise, le plus fort et probablement pour le plus longtemps. La culture joue un rôle structurant pour la cohésion et pour l'épanouissement des sociétés. Et nous avons besoin de la culture pour traverser la crise, mais nous en aurons aussi besoin pour la relance économique, parce que l'économie créative, c'est au moins 3% du PIB mondial, c'est plus de 30 millions d'emplois qui sont bien souvent occupés par des jeunes. Nous avons organisé, par exemple, une série de débats avec la société civile, avec les institutions, les débats que nous avons appelés « Resili Art » pour la résilience des arts et par les arts. Et il y a eu plus de 220 débats qui ont été organisés dans plus de 75 pays pour faire entendre la voix des artistes et pour penser ensemble les façons de relancer la culture et même parfois de la repenser. Nous avons vécu, et bien des égards, nous vivons encore une crise éducative mondiale majeure. À l'occasion, il y a quelques jours, de la Journée mondiale de l'éducation, l'UNESCO a publié ses derniers chiffres et il nous montre qu'il y a encore 800 millions d'élèves, de jeunes qui sont confrontés à des perturbations de cursus avec des fermetures complètes ou partielles d'écoles. Et nous avons surtout vu que ces fermetures leur ont fait perdre les 2/3 d'une année académique en moyenne, avec 470 millions d'étudiants qui ont été privés d'éducation à distance faute de connectivité, et c'est 30% de la population scolaire mondiale. Et la crise a montré aussi que l'enseignement à distance, lorsqu'il était mis en place pour compenser et maintenir ce lien d'apprentissage, n'arrivait simplement pas à remplacer l'école. Parce que ce qui est en jeu, ce sont les apprentissages, mais c'est aussi l'accès, parfois le seul accès à un repas équilibré, abordable. C'est la santé physique des enfants, c'est leur santé mentale, c'est leur protection, notamment je pense aux jeunes filles. Nous avons mis en place une coalition mondiale pour l'éducation avec plus de 160 acteurs pour assurer la continuité des apprentissages et la réouverture des écoles dans plus de 70 pays.
so that we can overcome this crisis and reopen schools, and we have done that in 70 countries with the help of, in cooperation with the United Nations, so that we can be able to reopen schools again. There is also a necessity to help some segments on the global level, so we consider this as a necessary investment. So we need to invest more and more in that.
Nous avons organisé en octobre dernier une grande réunion mondiale sur l'éducation avec plus de 70 chefs d'État,
organized an international meeting or gathering in which more than 70 presidents and ministers from all countries participated, and they committed to
l'aide internationale pour l'éducation.
Providing 70% of the budget to education. Also, there was a commitment to global assistance for education. So we need to reconsider the flow of education on the international level.
Cher Richard, pour résumer, dans cette période d'anxiété, d'incertitude, soit nous prenons le chemin de la régression, soit nous travaillons ensemble de façon coordonnée, internationale, pour une relance qui soit scientifique, qui soit éducative et qui soit
with international cooperation on the scientific and educational and cultural level. Thank you.
Should my company be taking now a new direction facing this crisis? My conviction is that we don't have to change the direction, but we have to, much more clearly than today, realign the interests of the company, the internal interests of the company, with the individual interests of each customer, with the collective interests of the society. And there is no discrepancy between these different kinds of interests. On the contrary, I think that this is the basis of capitalism. I mean, this virtuous circle in which companies are said to provide material progress to the society. And there is no constraint to this kind of development, I mean, this kind of rational, because fortunately or unfortunately needs of societies are so huge for fighting against climate change or fighting for positive social impacts. So my conclusion is about behavior. We must be much more entrepreneurs for the future than simply managers of the present. And this will be much more ambitious and at the same time much more pleasant for any kind of stakeholder, including staff, including CEO.
Hi, this is Tong Li, the CEO of BOC International. The world has been transformed by the COVID-19, including the investment banking landscape. As one of the first and leading investment banks from China, and the only Chinese investment bank involved in the Saudi Aramco IPO, we fully support the green recovery vision and are committed to put more emphasis on projects that would bring positive and sustainable results. It's my first time to join the FII. At present, in the beginning of 2021, we look forward to working closely together for a new renaissance of human civilization. Joining the efforts of citizens globally, we believe that we would be able to build a better future. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Koji Fujiwara, the President and CEO of the Mizuho Bank. I would like to thank the hosts, participants, and everyone involved in this conference for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. We are all searching for a new normal, and I expect Fintech will be able to positively contribute to the development of a new business model that balances economic growth with public health. The essential element of achieving such a model are proactive utilization of the latest technology and further improvement to safe and reliable service supporting social advancement. I do not believe the leader in this area will be only fintech firms or only traditional financial institutions. Fintech firms have great agility and have pursued excellence in user interface and user experience. On the other hand, traditional financial institutions have demonstrated unshakable resilience even in the midst of an unprecedented crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. It is important that both fintech firms and financial institutions assist and cooperate with one another, even while competing in the spirit of a cooperative competition or competition. From this perspective, the COVID-19 pandemic should be an opportunity for fintech firms to gain greater recognition and for traditional financial institutions to transform their business model with an open and connected approach. For my conclusion, there is one point I would like to emphasize. Raymond Chandler wrote, "If I wasn't hurt, I wouldn't be alive. If I couldn't ever be gentle, I wouldn't deserve to be alive." Advanced service run the risk of worsening the digital divide. Because of this, we must endeavor to always provide services that are easily accessible to the greater number of the users. Thank you very much.
My name is Makoto Takashima, President and CEO of Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation. Thank you for this opportunity to speak at this fourth FII. Being both a physical and online multi-hub event, I believe it captures something of the spirit of 21st century neo-Renaissance. My congratulations to the organizers. Although COVID-19 has had a serious impact on the global economy, I believe it has also been a catalyst for new business. Let me give 2 examples. First, COVID-19 has disrupted global supply chains, forcing governments and companies to improve efficiency and resilience. In the financial sector, restrictions on physical contact have boosted digitalization, both in how we work and how we interact with our customers. Through initiatives such as Marco Polo, a digital trade finance platform, SMBC is doing its bit to help improve supply chain efficiency and business resilience for the post-COVID world. Secondly, sustainability and the protection of the environment are at the heart of investment decisions, particularly for energy and infrastructure development. SMBC already supports renewables projects in the kingdom, but we also hope to contribute further to the Saudi Arabian government's circular carbon economy through forthcoming green initiatives. We believe this movement towards the energy transition will accelerate globally, and to support it, SMBC will deploy over $100 billion in green finance by 2030 under our Green Globe initiative. We warmly support the future investment initiative, and I wish you a most successful conference. Thank you.
COVID-19 has certainly created an enormous shock to our economic system, as well as to our political system and to our social system. But in reality, it's been quite a bit more than that. COVID-19 has stimulated an acceleration, and a rapid acceleration, of significant changes that were already underway. Changes in how we use technology, changes in where we live and how we live, changes in how we interact socially, in how we communicate with each other, and changes in the job market. What jobs will survive? What jobs will be replaced by automation? Changes in what we do in our jobs, how we do it, where we do it. This massive acceleration has created stress of a sort that we have rarely experienced, and it's put pressure on the most fundamental bonds that hold together our society. When change is slow, adaptation can take place more easily, through evolving capital markets, through private industry, and through social and philanthropic institutions, as well as through measured intervention and assistance from national and international governing institutions. But with the kerosene of the COVID-19 crisis poured on top of the already accelerating changes from technological innovation, we experience a virtual explosion of change, and the challenges that go with that become much, much more daunting. We've experienced social unrest and political unrest as we simultaneously struggle for solutions to the economic pain that so many people are experiencing today. I would also note that in the background over the last decade, since the global financial crisis, private capital markets have literally sprinted past public markets, from venture capital to private equity to private debt, and even to SPACs today. All are essentially constructs to move quickly and efficiently and with much less government regulation. This acceleration in private markets has facilitated the acceleration in the same sorts of changes that COVID has pushed forward. The Future Investment Initiative will give us all an opportunity to carefully examine and debate the role of our governments in dealing with this transformative environment.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th edition of the Future Investment Initiative. We are so honored to have you here today for day 2 of this special multi-hub edition of FII. Before we start, I do want to tell you why some of us are here in person in Riyadh, why I'm here taking the risk to travel now. Together, we're just 200 people here in Riyadh. Yesterday, over 10,000 viewers joined us from their screens from all around the world. I'm here because I know that to recover, we have to be united. We have to act together in partnership to restart the engine. I came because I want to be
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 1 minute. COVID-19 has changed the world. Education used to be about going to school. Work used to be about going to the office. Meetings used to be about world travel. Shopping used to be about going to the store. Sports used to be about cheering in packed stadiums. Culture used to be about going to the theatre. Urban living used to be the dream. And vaccines used to take a decade to develop. The recovery for the global economy will not be as simple as waiting for the vaccines to take hold and then bouncing back. Too much has changed to return to the status quo. Almost every aspect of life across our planet is about to become more sustainable. Almost all industries will be reimagined with new business models. The world has an unprecedented opportunity to embrace an era of reinvention that will lead to a new chapter for humanity. The Neo-Renaissance. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Future Investment Initiative.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the second day of the FII 4th edition, live from Riyadh and connected to the world. Thank you for being with us here in person. Thank you for being connected. I would like to really thank, I have to wear my glass because the numbers are very impressive and very encouraging. So yesterday during this 5 almost hours marathon, very intense conversation, we were more than 10,000 viewers online, on all social media, YouTube, Twitter, WeChat, 2.5 million times, with a peak of 20,000 concurrent views, and more than 50,000 views on the FII platform. So really, thank you. Thank you. You deserve a round of applause because really, everyone was connected because you were here. You were here in Riyadh and you sent a very optimistic message. Like all ministers who were speaking yesterday, all this message of optimism, starting and sending very good vibes from the vibrant society of Riyadh was absolutely perceived, and you are making a real difference. So I really would like to thank you, and I hope that today, this afternoon, we will have a very also dense conversation, but let's spend 1 minute to look at what was achieved yesterday. Thank you. See you later.
I extend a warm welcome to all of you, or from one of our FII satellite hubs in New York, Paris, and Beijing, Every one of us has an important role to play in contributing to building this new world and impacting humanity positively and sustainably, to reimagine and to re-energize our global economy and reshape the future of humanity.
COVID-19 has changed the world.
And new opportunities for us to make our world more green, our planet safer, our community more sustainable.
I said in my 2020 letter that climate change is investment risk, and we're starting to see more and more evidence of that.
I think there is a good chance that Europe will actually do better than maybe people think right now.
Then governments around the world, central banks, had to print a lot of money.
Today, financing and the cost of financing is something that different companies and different countries are looking very closely at. Development financing is a very important.
I think 2020 was a confluence of a number of trends.
Investment has become one of the world's most globally competitive sports to attract investment.
His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman and of course PIF and Khaled Al Falih, the Minister of Investments, for really transforming Saudi Arabia into one of the most attractive and one of the most vibrant investment destinations.
Thank you, Turkey. It's wonderful to be back in the kingdom. Really the potential for augmented reality and what it could do. And I think with the focus on enterprise, we're off to a really good restart.
In the Paris hub, COVID has transformed Thales.
A hybrid approach between working from home and working from our sites.
The catalyst of the pandemic has really triggered a profound reactions to the way we do business.
The energy ministry is energized by the energy of the youth.
This pandemic has been the biggest disruptive development in modern times.
You need a vision and you need execution capability.
The fundamentals in business, in commodity energy, is a cost.
Now will enable a more sustainable and inclusive world for future generations.
Let's talk about the future of sport.
The day they were going to do Dakar, they stopped all the flights into Saudi. That's why Formula E will start the season here in Riyadh.
Nothing is impossible here, trust. Nothing is impossible.
So I tell them, just remember your dream. Remember what you want. Remember why you started doing what you're doing.
Technology is going to produce a much higher quality of life and many more opportunities than this group can even anticipate at this point.
In Saudi Arabia, we benefit in discovery, we benefit in recovery, we benefit in cost optimization.
How we do business, how our budget is managed, how our expenditure is paid.
Congratulations to His Crown Prince for having the boldness to form this forum today, for all of us to have this dialogue, and for Yasser to direct it.
Yep. You can begin. You're live.
Good. Well, thank you very much. And it's good to be again with our friends in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Despite the fact that this is an extraordinarily difficult time in the international community, it causes us to remember the importance of the decision taken by Saudi to convene an early summit of the G20 in March of last year to deal with the COVID crisis. That was an important decision because the G20 is an important institution. To remind all those who are participating in the FII this year of the critical nature of the G20, of which the Kingdom is a member. Number one, the G20 represents some 90% of the global economy. It represents some 80% of global trade, and it represents some 2/3 of the world's population. In past history, during the global financial crisis, it was the mechanism through which the global economy was rescued from a depression. And therefore, the machinery we've had available to us for the last 10 years remains critical for the future as well. When we look at that decision taken by the Kingdom in March last year to convene G20 leaders, the outcomes were also important. Support across the world and the G20 leaders for the COVAX initiative, support for the G20 action plan, support for the Debt Suspension Service Initiative, the DSSI. These are in fact critical pillars for the future and dealing with recovery from the COVID-related recession. Of course, the G20 will only work if all member states are committed to making it work. That's why it's been encouraging to hear recent statements by China's leader Xi Jinping committing China afresh to the rejuvenation on a continuing basis of the centrality of the G20 as a core institution of global economic governance. And those, in fact, were statements delivered by Xi Jinping only recently in his address to the Davos summit in Singapore. Of course, with the incoming Biden administration, there is a parallel commitment to making the G20 work for the future. We should all remember the G20 was ultimately an American creation back in 2008-9, initiated by President Bush and consummated by President Obama. And so with the election of President Biden, there is an opportunity to bring together the combined commitments of the Chinese and the Americans to make this work. So let's look to the future. 2021 is, of course, the year of the Italian presidency, and the challenges which lie before the G20 and the world at large for this year remain formidable. But I would simply highlight two or three of them. One, in my argument, we need to have an early convening of the G20 during the Italian presidency. And that is because COVID has not yet been wrestled to the ground. There are still grave difficulties across the world in the delivery of sufficient vaccine supplies and the distribution of those vaccine supplies to all governments around the world in both developed and developing countries, seeing the vaccine as in fact a global public good. Of course, beyond that, there are other challenges as well for the G20 this year, and that is to ensure continued strong macroeconomic management globally as we deal with the impact of debt on the global economy. But the third one also, consistent with the resolution of the Saudi summit last year, is for concerted global action on climate change. We've seen President Biden committed to Build Back Better. We've seen China's commitment to mid-century carbon neutrality, similarly with the United States. Therefore, this is the third reason why an early convening of the G20 in this year, the G20 in the year 2021, will be critical for the future of the global economy, future for global debt management, future of global health, and also for dealing with the common challenge of us all in terms of the sustainability of the climate. It's been a pleasure to address you here at the FII once again, and my good friend Yassir, and all of our friends in the Kingdom, and I wish you well for this important gathering in this most difficult year for the world at large.
Special conversation. His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud,
Crown Prince and Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with Senator Matteo Renzi, former Prime Minister of Italy.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor to be with the great Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And for me, it's particularly a privilege to discuss with you about Renaissance, because I'm not a former Prime Minister, I'm former Mayor of Florence, the city of Renaissance. And Renaissance became great exactly after the plague, after a pandemic. I think PIF and FII decided a very good title, deciding for neo-Renaissance, and I think Saudi could be the place of a new Renaissance for the future. So, Your Highness, thank you so much and welcome.
شكرا دولتكم وأنا سعيد بأن
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. I'm delighted to meet with you and to talk with you today.
Well, in the history of Renaissance,
نعرف من
global and the fundamental key role was from the cities, not only from the countries, but from the cities. This was in the history of Renaissance in the past, but this is particularly true for this time also in Saudi. You invested a lot in the development of the city, particularly why this focus for you?
There is no doubt that the world economies are not only based on countries, but it's based on cities. 85% of the world economy comes from cities, and in the next few years, this number will increase to 95%. Therefore, true growth begins in the cities, whether in terms of innovation, education, services, tourism, and other sectors. This is why the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we must concentrate on the cities that have capabilities to grow and they can achieve economic progress and growth in jobs and more services. Therefore, the cities are very important for development.
Absolutely. It's very interesting because when around the world we discussed about Saudi, we discussed about the importance of your country as a very good playmaker in the area, in the region, in the world. But a lot of people ignored the great efforts in the development cities, from the little city to biggest cities, big city, so Riyadh. My question is that I touch with my hands in the FII Institute, in the project of Alula, the great success of a lot of projects. But why you believe so very with a great investment in Riyadh? What's your strategy for Riyadh? And as former mayor, my question is, what is the future of Riyadh in the strategy of a Vision 2030?
Of course, there are a lot of opportunities all over Saudi Arabia. We are working on strategies for all regions. We have launched NEOM and the NEOM strategy and NEOM City and the Lion City in NEOM. It's the key city in NEOM. And soon we will launch the strategy for the city of Riyadh, and we'll come back soon to Riyadh. And we'll also work on the strategy of Mecca and strategy for Eastern Province, Asir, and many other regions according to the opportunities and capabilities. However, Riyadh has very special features. Today, Riyadh represents about 50% of the non-oil economy in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The cost of job creation in Riyadh is 30% less than the other cities in Saudi Arabia. The cost of infrastructure and real estate development is 29% less than the other cities in Saudi Arabia. The infrastructure in Riyadh is already quite outstanding because of the work done by King Salman over the past 55 years, and during which he planned Riyadh and developed until it became 7.5 million people. So therefore, Riyadh is a huge opportunity to create an economic growth that is huge in Saudi Arabia and to develop industry, tourism, and great progress. Therefore, we must take care of Riyadh and view it in a special way because it's one of the pillars of the economic growth in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. All of the special characteristics of Riyadh give importance to economic growth, investments, and many more opportunities. That's why we take Riyadh into consideration. Generally speaking, our target is to have Riyadh become one of the 10 largest economies in the world. Today, it's ranked the 40th. Our target also is to increase the population from 7.5 million to 15 to 20 million in 2030. We also aim to have Riyadh become one of the best cities in the world in terms of quality of life, tourism, and services in a way or another.
It's very interesting because when you served as a mayor, as a governor, as King Salman made for a lot of time in Riyadh, that remains in your heart. For a mayor, for a governor, your place is not simply a place. There is an expression in ancient Roman, the city is civitas, and in Greek language is polis. From civitas came civilization, from polis came politics. That means from the cities, from the histories of the city, came the growth in the past. And I think that is particularly true for today. For me, it's interesting to discover, because I discovered in the last period, the great attention about sustainability and education in Riyadh. There is a park with 3 times Central Park in terms of dimension, 7.5 million of trees, and of course a great investment in education. What's in your view, Your Highness, is the role as for Riyadh to lead the transformation of kingdom, and if you think in that project you will be able to attract new talent? I'm really impressed. For me, it was very impressive to work with young men and young women in a lot of projects of Saudi. You are one of the unbelievable youngest population around the world. What do you think about the role of Riyadh as leader of the transformation of a kingdom? I cannot speak about the cost of job in Riyadh because as Italian, I'm very jealous. So what's the role of Riyadh in this transformation?
As I mentioned, Mr. Prime Minister, Riyadh represents about 45% of Saudi economy and more than 30% of the population of Saudi Arabia, and it has a unique infrastructure capable of hosting in the next 10 years 15 to 20 million people, making Riyadh one of the key enablers for economic growth in Saudi Arabia and job creation. When it comes to population growth in Saudi Arabia, we focus on 2 main cities, Riyadh and Neom. In the rest of the cities, we focus on improving services, the quality of life, seizing opportunities in tourism, natural resources, and other opportunities. However, population growth is less costly and the easiest to achieve in Riyadh and Neom. That's why we are working very hard in Riyadh. Riyadh has all the economic potential for success. We are going to announce the biggest industrial city in the world, and it has one of the largest now in the world, and it has a lot of roads all over Saudi Arabia and all Gulf countries and all the ports of Saudi Arabia and Gulf ports. It has a historical sites, and most of them are registered in the UNESCO. It has 7.5 million people, and with huge expenditure and massive capital and infrastructure that could be one of the best top 10 in the world. All of these are enablers that will allow us to create tremendous growth in Riyadh. Our target today is to finalize the final details of the strategy of Riyadh and announce it soon, so it could be applied on the ground and Saudi citizens can benefit from this growth in Saudi Arabia and the entire region.
If I think about the next 10 years, I'm so excited about the possibilities, particularly for young generation in Saudi and particularly for education. If I think about neo-Renaissance, I think about a time of the life of the men and the women in which was possible invest not only in the finance, not only in economy, but in education. And the great combination to create Renaissance in Florence and in other cities was exactly that. A lot of money, so good funding, to create a good citizen with a great investment in education, in the human intelligence, because it's important to invest in artificial intelligence, but it's important also to invest in the natural intelligence and in the skill of young people. So we stress a lot of that point, but of course here in FII event, a lot of people think about the next investment of PIF, because the announcement about 1.4 trillion of investment from today to 2030 is unbelievable, a huge number. I consider the number thinking about Italian public debt, so 1.4 trillion, it's an unbelievable number, is half the Italian public debt. Jokes apart, I think is particularly important for us to understand what type of investment and what type of strategy you imagine, because it's important the great investment in the cities, it's important education, it's important tourism, it's important everything we talk, but you have a great asset with PIF. So, Your Highness, to conclude, how will you do that with this unbelievable number, and what's the strategy to arrive in 2030 to achieve the ambitious goal of Vision 2030?
Before I answer the question about the Public Investment Fund, I would like to emphasize that we have the high volume in Riyadh means creating better services. We cannot be pioneers in the health sector if there is no high demand by 15 to 20 million residents. We cannot be pioneers in services if there is no high demand from 15 to 20 million people. The distinguished services in Tokyo, New York, or London are possibly because of the large population and healthcare, education, and other services. Good demand creates good supply. That's why we are focusing on Riyadh mainly to create this strong demand so that we can create the matching supply. Naturally, Riyadh wants to upgrade the infrastructure, wants to improve its regulations, it wants to improve the quality of life, either in education or in environment. And Riyadh has massive environmental projects. As you mentioned, there is a Central Park 3 times the size of the famous Central Park, and it's not the only park. There are hundreds of parks in Riyadh, and also Green Riyadh projects in order to plant millions of trees, which will affect the temperature 1 to 4 degrees Celsius and will increase the dust. And there are giga natural reserves in Riyadh in order to improve the environment in Riyadh region, and there are other environmental projects in Saudi Arabia that are going to be announced later. There will be a lot of things to do in Riyadh that we are going to announce. However, I'm just mentioning the highlights in Riyadh, and we will announce the strategy with all its details regarding the Public Investment Fund. I know a lot of people are asking how we are going to increase the assets from 400 billion riyals to 4 trillion riyals. There are a lot of resources. First, there are a lot of assets managed by the PIF valued today at 0. These assets include the lands of Neom. They are the size of Belgium, with a book value of 0. The land of Amala project, and it's in the size of Belgium, and the book value is 0. The land of Red Sea projects, and also equals the size of Belgium, and the book value is 0 as well. The land of Qiddiya and Riyadh equal the half size of Bahrain, has a book value of 0, and there are tens of real estate assets that have a book value of 0 at PIF. Once investments are injected there, they will be reflected on the value of the asset itself that is going to increase 1.5 trillion riyal. And the assets exist in the PIF, so this is the first resource. The second source, there are going to be IPOs by Aramco in the following years, and this cash is going to be transferred to the PIF and re-injected inside and outside Saudi Arabia for the benefit of the PIF. The third source, we have huge privatization projects. The cash will be generated from these projects and will be directed to the PIF to increase the assets. The fourth source is the natural growth of the PIF profits to be reinvested. This will take us from 1.5 trillion trillion riyals to $1.1 trillion in the next few years. I think this is not challenging. I believe this is going to be achieved without doubt, and we will work on that.
Your Highness, my friend, I think in this time, politics needs a very good combination between past and the future, between day by day and vision, between tradition and innovation. I think with your leadership, with the leadership of King Salman, Saudi Kingdom could really play a very crucial role. And for me, as former mayor, it was particularly nice to understand how is important the role of cities, first of all, Riyadh in that construction. So we discussed a lot about the role of Saudi as a key player in the international politics. It's absolutely crucial, it's absolutely important, not only for Middle East, but I think it's important also to hear from your voice today how is great the project until 2030 in the vision, Saudi vision, to create a land able to combine together past and the future, and also tradition and memory and innovation and identity. For that, my best wishes, a great good luck to you, to your team, and of course, thanks also as Italian, because your job in G20 will open a very important G20 for Italy and next year for India, to continue to ensure to the world a time of peace and prosperity. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much, Your Highness.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. I'm very happy to be with you. I promise everyone that as we offer the optimistic projects in Neom City, we will also soon provide details of the strategy of the projects in Riyadh and other strategies for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in different cities. This is going to be optimistic and surprisingly positive for Saudi Arabia and the whole world.
What a conversation. I don't know how we will be able to follow with so much energy. So it's my great pleasure to host on this stage His Excellency Khaled Al-Faleh on my left, Minister of Investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and His Excellency Fahd Al-Rashid, the President of the Royal Commission for Riyadh City. The question I have, Your Excellencies, to both of you, after this very inspiring conversation, very energetic, very optimistic, is just I was taking some notes when I was watching attending this discussion. The vision for Riyadh, doubling the size of the economy and doubling the population to 15 million by 2030 is more than ambitious. So, Your Excellencies, I think you must, I don't want to be on your seat because you may feel the weight on your shoulders. So, how do you make that vision a reality? Maybe, Your Excellency, you want to start to answer?
I think he's in the hot seat, so let him start.
Richard, you just had 15 minutes of this. Imagine my life. Since being appointed as the President of the Royal Commission, we've had 100 directives, programs, initiatives, and projects in the city of Riyadh, led by the leadership of King Salman and His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. What you see today, what he mentioned as a strategy, is not just a big idea. His Royal Highness has taught us that vision without execution is hallucination. So this vision has been translated to a full strategy. As His Royal Highness said, we will announce it in the next couple of months. We're putting the final details on it. But it is a significant change for the status quo. For those who will say, how can you grow and double the economy and the population and become a top 10 city in just 10 years? Riyadh's done it 60 times over the past 6 decades under the leadership of King Salman. So Riyadh is used to this hyper growth and has been built for it. Of course, we will have other means of managing this massive growth, but we are ready. Our strategy, which will come out in the next couple of months, has several layers. First layer is the layer of expanding our economic footprint. Here, we realize we have a strength in banking. We are a diplomatic hub, obviously, but there are many industries that we can enter into. One was mentioned by His Royal Highness, which is industry and logistics, which will make us a hub for 100 million people in the region. Others are biotech, art, culture, etc. A second is around improving livability. And projects like the King Salman Park or Riyadh Green, or just the plethora of offering we will have in Riyadh will improve that tremendously. Third is talent. You can't double the economy without doubling the jobs, which means we need the talent. And the talent here, we are focused on improving local talent. 65% of the population is under 30, which is a huge treasure. We need to improve our PISA scores, we need to improve our university outcomes, but also focus on vocational training. And of course, attract global talent, men and women from all over the world in the new industries that we mean to domicile here in the kingdom. The fourth element is of critical importance, the spatial manifestation of the city. The spatial elements, whether it's simple as the building code, all the way to transportation and mobility, to accommodate this massive influx of people. And here we're building the 13th largest metro project in the world. And finally, I would say the word that His Royal Highness always reminds us of: governance, governance, governance. It's great to have a target, but you need to have plans, you need to have timelines, and a mechanism to govern this. And this is what the Royal Commission is. The Royal Commission is an umbrella for all government agencies and stakeholders to ensure that the plans for Riyadh happen in this grand ambition.
Amazing. Minister Al-Faleh, please.
Well, you mentioned the weight on the shoulder. It's actually exhilarating and exciting to be one of his team and to deliver on that message and that vision. And he does not only give us the vision, he does not only drive us hard, but he enables us. I think every minister who is here with us today will tell us that they are enabled and they are empowered to deliver on this great vision. In terms of what His Excellency Fahad said about Riyadh, it's going to be achieved by the private sector. This vision and this strategy is private sector led. It is done by the private sector for the private sector. These are going to be profitable opportunities. The quantitative target is huge. There was a mention of 1.5 trillion by the PIF. The total pie is 6 trillion that His Royal Highness talked about to the World Economic Forum a few days ago during the next year, and it's going to be by the PIF, by large Saudi companies, FDI, which will grow by an order of magnitude, and of course our dear Saudi investors who are going to be also in the cockpit as this engine drives forward. The investment environment that we are putting together to enable this includes regulatory reforms. It includes special economic zones. We're currently studying over 20 special economic zones, and Riyadh will get 5 or 6 of them in addition to the financial district, which will house and host international companies. They will be specialized economic zones for digital, for creative, for logistics. As Fahad mentioned, the airport will probably be one of the first one with an integrated bonded logistics zone that will be launched soon. And of course, there will be plenty of financing, not only from the PIF, but from the NDF and from a very strong Saudi financial sector that will also work with the international financial community. But all of this will be encased by a regulatory environment that is going to be second to none in terms of being investor-friendly, reducing the risk of doing business, accelerating the ease of doing business, and making doing business in the kingdom the most competitive.
Allow me to stay with you, Minister Faleh. Your plan is great. It's fantastic that you have this plan. But as we also recently, unexpected events happen. and the financial crisis, the oil crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic. So how do you build resilience? How do you manage risk? And what have you learned from the past events?
As you mentioned, these black swans and unexpected events hit. They hit the rest of the world and they hit us. And I think just this recent 12 months, have shown the kingdom as a whole to be one of the most resilient economies. It's our quality leadership, sound decision-making, underpinned by good governance, as His Excellency Fahd mentioned early, and that has earned us the trust of our own citizens, which is fundamental, but also investors. So our contingency plans are strong. Our financial sector is one of the strongest. It's one of the top 5 financial sectors within the G20, and that helps us to have the space to react to these crises when they do hit. Our healthcare sector was also tested and came out strong, as we all know, in dealing with COVID-19. So I'm not worried about resilience, but our continuous upgrade of our regulations is also going to address resilience in digital infrastructure, also in terms of the regulations that will attract FDI in the qualitative sectors of the future that we're trying to attract, whether it's biotechnology, information technology, fourth industrial revolution, and so on. All of these qualitative sectors are being attracted and are going to be underpinned by very strong and enabling regulations.
Your Excellency Fahd Rashid, when we were preparing this FII under the leadership of His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan, we got many calls following an article which was in the Financial Times recently, mentioning that Riyadh has a plan to lure regional headquarters of multinational companies. Is it true?
As a city, I can tell you that this is normal. We want to attract investments from around the world, but also from within the country. So it is normal for cities to actually want to attract companies. Cities around the world, there are more than 10,000 of them, by the way. They all compete for capital, human talent, and visitors. So it's totally natural. But Riyadh taking its place and developing an economy the size that we're talking about here is an opportunity for everyone. It means that the center of gravity, frankly, globally, is going to also shift to the Middle East and to Saudi Arabia and the GCC. So we welcome to work with our global partners who are committing with us, but also in cities in the region. Ultimately, we need to work with these cities, and cities succeed mostly by connecting with other cities. So we look forward to working with our partners around the world, whether it's companies or cities, to make sure that our vision works for us, works for Saudi Arabia, but it is actually for the betterment of the world.
I think, first allow me to thank you for hosting FII in Riyadh.
Thank you.
Now I understand more and more why we made the right decision to be in this amazing global city for this global conversation. And I think to be very concrete with what you just said, we have a video which I am inviting you to watch.
Hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this very special event. Today marks the beginning of a very promising journey where we signed the agreements to locate your regional headquarters to our beloved capital, Riyadh.
It's a pleasure to be with you. First and foremost, I thank you for being with us here. City of Riyadh definitely has a tremendous past, a very exciting present, and a very ambitious future.
We're ready to issue an integrated end-to-end strategy for enabling investment in the kingdom to allow these 6 trillion profitable investments to happen for your companies, for your partners, and for the private sector. A future that is becoming a reality here in the Middle East, with Riyadh at the heart of it.
So Riyadh is transforming to become a world-class economic capital. The MOU we are signing today to invest in Riyadh is aligned with our vision for the kingdom, and look forward to enable, as you said, an ambitious, exciting new future for our industry and for the world.
We very much look forward to continue to be part of the future of the kingdom
and support also the realization of the ambitious vision that has been crafted. And we're very proud to sign the commitment today. And we look forward to continue the partnership with you and with the Kingdom.
Riyadh is undergoing a remarkable transformation to reinforce its positioning as one of the world's major global centers for business, tourism, and quality of life. Deloitte is honored to be a strategic partner for the city in its journey to achieve its ambitions under Vision 2030.
Saudi Arabia is for us the most strategic market in the region, and we are certain that by establishing our regional hub in Riyadh, we will expand our footprint and create high-skilled employment in the kingdom.
We are proud of our trusted relationship with the Saudi government and are thrilled to support the kingdom's transformation through our regional consulting headquarters in Riyadh.
And I'm absolutely excited about the acceleration in youth and startups that we have seen in Riyadh and across Saudi and the region since we've been investing here the last 5 years.
And we are very honored and privileged for giving us this opportunity to be part of this journey.
We look forward to recruiting, hiring, and investing in the city of Riyadh.
The company have started recently in Saudi. We are focusing on Riyadh, having 100% teams of Saudi young youth here.
Today, actually, I'm in your city to support with my team the vaccination program on COVID-19. So those are challenging times for us. But in parallel of that, we are very excited to build here our own team in your city.
Fantastic. So
congratulations to everyone. This is a great moment. Thank you so much.
This is really vision in action.
Honored
and
you have chosen Riyadh to be the home of your regional headquarters. And we are honored to have you with us in this beautiful journey. There is so much for us to do, so much to give. You will have massive contributions to our economy, to our content, to our talent, and to the city as a whole. And we are grateful for that. We look forward to our future together. And this is just the beginning of endless opportunities to discover and to untap within the city of Riyadh. Thank you so much for this commitment, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
So when I see Ovi's logo, definitely it's a place to be. And with your permission, I would like also to take that opportunity to thank the strategic partners of the FII Institute, which are helping us to put everything together. I would like to thank HSBC, Ma'aden, Reliance Group, Riyadh Bank, SABIC, Saudi Aramco, STC, who made this event possible. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Please, a round of applause for their Excellencies. Thank you. So now I am delighted to welcome our next session on the future of AI with three distinguished panelists and our moderator, which I would like to thank, from Euronews, Jane Witherspoon. The floor is yours, Jane. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm very privileged to be a part of this fantastic conference. We're coming to you with a fantastic session now, looking at will artificial intelligence lead the resurgence of the global economy. As the gentleman's just introduced me, I'm Jane Witherspoon. I'm the Bureau Chief for Euronews here in Dubai, and we have a brilliant panel of esteemed guests joining me today. I'd like you to welcome Steve Schwarzman, Chairman, CEO and co-founder of Blackstone USA, Dr. Kai-Fu Lee, co-founder, Chairman and CEO of Sinovation Ventures China, and Masayoshi Son, Chairman and CEO of SoftBank Group in Japan. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. We've got 15 minutes, so I'm going to go straight to it, and I'd like to, kick off our session with Dr. Kai-Fu Lee. AI has been a buzzword in particular since AlphaGo match back in 2013. From your dual lenses, being both a long-time AI technologist and investor, how has AI progressed from technology breakthrough to commercial implementations as we speak today?
Okay, the AI has really advanced phenomenally fast in the last 3 years. In the last 3 years, AI is now able to see and recognize at the same or higher quality than people. AI has beaten people in all kinds of tasks, most importantly, recently in protein folding, which is a tough biology problem scientific problem for the last 50 years. So we see this technology improving in an accelerated pace. And also, I believe in the future, as we gather more data and apply it to more domains, a number of things will accelerate further, not only in the traditional businesses with big data, that will really touch every business, but also in the ability to see and hear and sense, and also the ability to move in autonomous vehicles and robots, so much so that I think it will help us do all the routine work and really enable the economy in the coming years. So it's really gone faster than anyone would have anticipated. I've worked in the field for 40 years, and it's been in anticipation for the first 36, and the last 4 years has been truly a roller coaster ride.
Well, I want to bring in Masayoshi Son. What would you say are the most transformational technologies and technological mega shifts that will define the future?
I think AI is the most fundamental breakthrough. That this is the greatest technology evolution that mankind ever created. So as Kai-Fu was saying, now AI can see and read and understand whatever human can do right now. Not everything possible and not everything perfect yet, but the street would be traffic with no more traffic accident. The cancers would be cured by the drug discovery that AI create. The gene editing could be possible to cure the human disease that we could never cure in the past. So it is affecting everywhere. Now, as an investor, out of the top 10 world most valuable company, maybe 8 companies or so is internet related, the GAFA and so on. But this was not the case only 10 years ago. 20 years ago, almost none of them were in the top 10. Now, 8 out of 10 is internet related. But look at what is the internet has disrupted the industry. It's only 2 industries. One is advertisement industry. Second is retail industry. And as you know, advertisement industry is only 1% of GDP. The retail business is only 10% or so of GDP. So the remaining almost 90% of the GDP is everything else, like housing, like transportation, logistics, medical, education, and healthcare and so on. And all of those industries that were not revolutionized by internet yet would be revolutionized, disrupted by the power of AI. So as I said, drug discovery, logistics, everything would be redefined by the power of AI. So this is a remarkable thing that we would experience from now on to next 20 years, 30 years, the most remarkable development will be coming. So it's no longer thesis of the laboratory in the college. It is on the street, by the people, for the people.
Mr. Schwartzman, now you're not a technologist, but how did you become interested in AI, and how are you currently involved in the topics?
Well, thank you. It's always fun to be on a panel with Maso and Kai-Fu. I got involved in a curious way. I was on a bus in Beijing, going to see some state leaders, sitting next to Jack Ma. It was about 6 years ago. I had never even heard of AI, and Jack started talking about this new technology and how profound it was going to be, and revolutionary, and that some people thought it was a force for good, some thought it was a force for ill, and there were other people in the middle, and these were famous people in technology, and I couldn't imagine how the same technology could have so many different outcomes. And I knew the individuals that he mentioned, and I called them because I knew them and said, why do you like this technology, or what are you worried about it? And I could see, one, as Maso talked about, this technology spreading everywhere over time, with the potential for enormous dislocation, both good and bad. And so I said, geez, I'd like to do something about that as a non-technologist. So I started both at MIT and at Oxford, two AI ethics centers to study this. And as part of that, created the College of Computing along with MIT, which is sort of odd since I'm not a technologist. But these issues are so powerful, so wide-ranging, they're going to affect everyone in society, either directly or indirectly. And so you have to have some set of rules or principles so that this gets applied on a way that's good for human beings, very much the way Kai-Fu and Maso were saying. That won't necessarily happen if you just let it happen. And so I'm interested in that intersection between the theory, the real world, and what you do from a regulatory perspective for the good of everyone.
What actually concerns you the most then when it comes to ethical considerations?
Well, there are a lot of them. It's the way algorithms work, and are people being treated fairly from the prospect of the dislocation and what it does to society based on how quickly things are implemented. There's a myriad of different things, but there's so many great things that are going to happen with this technology that you want to do everything to encourage it, but don't let it go to excess.
I'm going to bring back into the conversation my Masayoshi's son. How will AI be used to reinvent the global economy, post-pandemic?
Yeah, well, the education will be much more productive through the online education. Business meeting could be much more efficient, like Zoom, whatever the video meeting. We don't have to travel anymore too often. Of course, we want to meet face-to-face once in a while, but we can do have a face-to-face meeting over video any 24 hours, any place in the world. So the business will be more productive. Transportation will be, with autonomous driving, the cost of the logistics become much more cheaper, efficient, and entertainment, everything. I think COVID is, of course, a disaster. The pandemic is a disaster, but that forced people to rethink what is life. What is the most efficient way of, seeing everything? So I think this will accelerate the evolution.
Well, you're bringing me on to the next question, which I was going to direct to Dr. Lee. How has COVID changed or accelerated some of the AI and automation trends that you like to talk about?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually in quarantine right now, having just returned to China, and a robot is delivering all of my food and e-commerce. So it's improving the quality of life and also reducing the risk of spreading anything that people may have. So I think the social distancing will make robotics much more accepted, much more quickly. In China, many restaurants now have robotic waiters, not humanoid waiters, but rather smart trays that move from table to table. In factories and warehouses, forklifts are happening, being used to avoid people being in contact. Also, as Masa-san has said, that we are much more using AI to online learning and work and conferencing. And that means we're digitizing everything in life. And when we digitize, we can potentially use AI to enhance or replace. You can imagine maybe in 5 years when I attend this conference, you wouldn't be able to tell if it's really me speaking or an AI rendered version of me speaking. The same can be true.
We're talking to you today.
you are today, and we can prove it somehow. But in 5 years, I don't think we can tell. There will be people doing sales and customer service rep, and there will be virtual teachers. We even have an application that has virtual teachers and virtual students that liven up the classroom. So once this horrible COVID forced us to go online, it forces necessity basically forces innovation, and people come up with virtual teachers that could be cartoon, that could be fun. People came up with virtual students that can liven things up in the classroom. So I really feel that if we don't go overboard and let online take over our life, if we use it for efficiency, there are many places in which AI can add value and really take away all the routine work that is being done and let us do things that are creative or empathetic, and that those are things that humans really are here to do, not the routine repetitive work.
While, you talk about the excitement of the technology there, how can we reassure human society, that the machines aren't going to take over? We still have a place here in society, and how do we get them to cope with the pressing job displacement impact?
Well, today, artificial intelligence is getting really, really smart, but subject to a few caveats. They only work within limited domains with a large amount of training data. And within those domains, they work in optimization. That is, the human says, optimize something, optimize my sales, optimize the customer satisfaction, optimize students' learning. But the robots, the AI, don't have an ability to create a goal for themselves. They don't have any sense of human touch and comfort creating human-to-human contact. And also, they don't have any self-awareness or consciousness, and they don't have any desire, certainly, at all, certainly least of which to hurt us. So right now, they are still tools under our control, and we program them, we have them optimize the goals, and hopefully it will stay this way for another 30 or 50 years. They could get smarter over time, but for now, they are absolutely under our control.
Mr. Schwartzman, what do you think needs to be done now to get populations ready for an AI future?
Well, it's quite fascinating that almost every entity of significance in the world is grappling with this question. It's not a question just for our panel. Just to give you some idea, there are initiatives being done by the OECD, the G7, the Council of Europe, the European Union, the ITU, the IEEE, which is another group that's like an endless group of smart people and the nations of the world, each working to try and figure out what type of restraints or guidance should they do in their own countries. And of course, it's sort of interesting, but not really effective to just worry about your own country, because this is a global type of technology. And ultimately, there's going to have to be some congruence of what different countries are thinking, and with a set of principles or a compact or some type of agreement of sort of what's in the zone of what we ought to be doing and how to do it maybe, and what isn't. We sort of blew it with the internet, if you will. That's sort of gone more or less. You're not able to control much anything. Just throughout the world, and the people who started the internet, interestingly, I've met with some of them, said, geez, I just didn't think about what can go wrong, with that use of that technology. Not the technology itself, but the application of that technology. And if I had a chance to do it over, I wouldn't have done what I did in the way we did it. And so with AI, it's the start of a powerful new technology, and all of the people who were foundational in starting the internet and others are all saying, okay, this is a great technology for mankind, no doubt about it. But how do we engineer it and protect people from excesses, unintended consequences? So they'll ultimately be a coming together of these different approaches.
Gentlemen, I would love to sit here and talk to you all day. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Steve Schwartzman, Dr. Kai-Fu Lee, and Masayoshi Son, thank you so much for joining us for a fantastic session. I wish you all the very best the rest of the day, and thank you to all the viewers who joined us online to be part of this session, and the people who are there in the flesh. So thank you once again, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello from Riyadh. I'm Tony Berkeley, head of ACT and the investment lead for the FII Institute. And with me here is Barbara Belvisi, founder and CEO of Interstellar Lab. Barbara, thank you for traveling from Paris for this conference. We appreciate your commitment.
Thank you for having me, Tony. It's a pleasure to be here in Riyadh. I feel very honored.
As you know, the FII Institute is taking inspiration from history with the theme of the Neo-Renaissance. Well, let me ask you, what inspires you as a founder of Interstellar Lab?
As a founder for the Neo-Renaissance, you mean? I think it's an opportunity for all of us to try to build a new world. With this pandemic, we've been giving a little bit of time and change to look back to ourselves and to look at the world we're building. And now we have this very, interesting opportunity to try to build the future on our planet. And, taking into consideration everything that is going on with climate change and the need to develop new technologies. So yeah, I see that as an opportunity.
So your inspiration fits well, and the technology you're building could almost fit in one of these extended reality dioramas. They're self-contained, biosphere is meant to sustain life off planet, but also be useful for life here on Earth. Can you talk to us a little bit more about your vision and what the technologies involved?
Sure. So we're looking at our planet. I often say that to our engineers. What if we were giving the opportunity to go to Earth for the first time and to design the habitats and the system that will support human life without harming the environment? So that's exactly what we're doing. We're developing station, so kind of space station on Earth, where we develop modules using different biodomes in a completely environmentally controlled system, so we can support life. So we can grow food, we can treat the water, we can regenerate the waste, we can produce food and save water and feed humans in a very sustainable way.
So these are the basic human needs, but you're rethinking them in a much more sustainable but also future-oriented way. So when I hear you speak, I think real economy, I think plumbing, I think food production, I think waste management, I think cooling and heating and water. Can you give us an example? You dig in on one of these technology components and give us a sense of what it's actually like and what your team is designing.
Sure. For instance, so I was talking about, the big vision is to develop stations so we can one day become a multiplanetary species. But before we go there, we need to figure out the things out there on this planet. And so before building the station, you need first to be able to build at least one first dome that will be completely environmentally controlled, where you can play with the atmospheric, with the water, with the air, and all the stuff. So the most recent technology that we've been developing is actually the biopod. Biopod, which is an inflatable greenhouse, which deploys itself, and inside you can grow food. We can control all the atmospheric conditions, which will give us much more flexibility in recreating the perfect climate that any plants will need to grow. So it's by applying space-grade technology back on Earth, we're actually designing a very efficient and cost-efficient as well indoor farm. Designing a greenhouse for Mars and applying that on Earth so we can solve the problem of food production here.
So this is a big vision. You must have partners. Who do you work with on this? Because again, you cut across so many sectors of the real economy. Who are your partners?
Of course, we work very closely with NASA. We have a lot of support in the United States, and I've been very lucky to have some former NASA folks in our board of directors. We also work with very more traditional industries. Let's say, for instance, Saint-Gobain, who we're working with when it comes to the material. We're working with Dassault when it comes to designing our entire biodomes and all the system for the simulation. And there is a long list of players, for water treatment, waste management, all the very boring stuff. But we're turning it into something that is much more compelling, because at the same time we're developing a solution for Earth, but also preparing for the Moon and Mars. And in a very pragmatic way, It's not only about, I want to go to Mars. It's about, this is where I want to take humanity. It's going to take us 20, 30, maybe 50 years to go there. So what's the plan? How do we divide? How do we build sustainable businesses so we can make this dream actually happen?
So let me ask you more about that. This level of transformation, for me, is a level that I'm more familiar hearing about governments planning, large initiatives. What gives you the confidence that a private company can lead in this area?
I'm going to take an example. If you look at SpaceX, it's a very good example on how, what was a startup at the beginning now is ending up signing the biggest contract to build the rockets that will take us back to the Moon and that will take us to Mars. And I think private companies have something different compared to, governmental organizations, is that they are under the stress of cash and reality of the day-to-day living, hiring employees, paying employees, making money, and so you need to deliver. And so you have this pressure of execution that is pushing you to move forward. And when there is no pressure, it's harder to execute. I guess people are getting a little bit less motivated, maybe. I don't know.
So let's talk about pressure in terms of the venture capital industry. You're a former, I should say, recovering venture capitalist. And venture capitalists love disruption. 2020 was a good year for disruption, so no surprise that it was a good year for venture capital. I think the total deployments in 2020 were at 300 billion, which is 3% above the 2019 numbers. But it was really a tale of the two halves of venture. Most of the increases came in later rounds, larger valuations, and bigger ticket sizes. And when you look a little more closely at the data, you can see that angel investing and early stage VC was actually down for the year, 10 to 11%, which is a significant decline. And it troubles me when I see venture capitalists acting like private equity, and I begin to worry that the risk capital for future technologies is evaporating before our eyes. So I want to ask you this question. What kind of shifts would you like to see in the venture capital industry for it to remain essential for the future?
I think when it comes to financing deep technology and also trying to bring solutions for the future. So here we're talking about very serious things like the impact on climate change, the problems we're going to have to feed 9 billion people on this planet very soon, the climate refugees, how we're going to give habitats to all of these people. So those are very important topics, and all of us on this planet, we really need to focus our time, energy, and intelligence doing that. But the thing is, it's not happening in 5 years from now. So we start seeing the first signals, and we starting acknowledging them. But traditional venture capitalists will not succeed in financing those technology if they don't change the approach when it comes to return for investment. So there is still the need to have very, pragmatic, short-term business model so you can make money, you can hire people, you can have a business. But you need a second type of investor that is much more aligned with the big mission. So if this is the mission, is to build, like us, like a station on Earth where we can all live sustainably, and then in the future on Mars, we need investors that embrace this vision and that will help us along the way make money so we can achieve that. But it's important that there are new type of VC that really focus on the end goal, even if it's very long term. So we need to change the life cycle of investment fund. I don't think funds between 5 to 10 years can really support this big change that we need to do on this planet. So yeah, I'm actually helping a lot of VC set up a new fund, focusing much more on the long term. So I'm optimistic.
Superb. Barbara, we take your words to heart. I want to thank you again for traveling to join us in person, for your commitment to this event. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your stay here in Riyadh. And let me say that our next conversation is with Rania Nashar and Steve Mnuchin.
All right, everyone. I'm Erin Burnett, and I'm joined now by the CEO of Morgan Stanley, James Gorman. And James, it's had a chance to speak to James just the other day ahead of this conversation. And of course, we were talking about what everyone around the world is talking about, which is what our lives have become and what our lives will become when vaccines are widely distributed and throughout the world. So I just wanted to start off. One of the things I don't know if everyone noticed about James was last year, James, you very early on, sort of before this even COVID started to spread around the world, you said that if you work at Morgan Stanley, your job's going to be safe and you don't need to worry about that. And you were the first one to do that and to say that. And I just wanted to ask you, what has changed for you over the past year as the CEO of Morgan Stanley?
Well, firstly, thank you for having me at the conference, and Erin for doing this. A lot has changed. I don't think we've ever confronted as leaders a time when social, political, health, and economic conditions all collided at once. So we've been tested in ways which we could not have imagined. And, one of the things, as you said, we did to try and relieve some of that anxiety and stress on our employees was guarantee their jobs this year, which seemed the least that we could do for them. I think, what I've taken away from this is obviously you've got to expect the truly unexpected. I lived through the financial crisis. I thought that was the crisis of the century. It turned out it wasn't even barely the crisis of the decade. This has been the crisis of the century. And, I've learned that you can't separate people's personal lives from their working lives, that we have to be much more humane as leaders, and we have to think through the personal consequences of the stresses that our careers and jobs and lifestyles bring to people and their families.
So what does the future look like? And I think what you're mentioning about that we're all human beings, right? That our personal lives and our professional lives really can't be pulled apart. I guess we've all realized that in the past year in ways that we would have never expected. What does that mean when things do go back to, and I guess I put the word normal in quotes because we're going to be defining what that is. You're going to be defining what that is for 70,000 people around the world, and probably a lot more, James, because a lot of companies are going to take their cue from what you do.
Well, I don't think we get back. There's never a putting things back in the bottle. That's why there's always a so-called new normal. The world evolves dramatically. It wasn't so long ago we were an agrarian culture. So, we've learned from this. We've learned to be much more flexible. I mean, I'm proving it today. We happen to have 2 COVID cases on the floor I work on in the office last week. So we're back. The executives are back at home this week. We need to be in a situation where we're more flexible to the human needs of our employees. Why does somebody need to commute an hour and a half a day, 5 days a week, if they can do their job perfectly well? I mean, at Morgan Stanley, we had 95% of our employees globally working from home, and we had the best year in our 85-year history. That has to tell you something about more flexibility in the way you think through not just the design of the workplace, but how employees are meant to engage with each other. That said, Aaron, human contact, the social networking, the direct mentoring, all of the nice things that you get from being around others is an essential part of our future.
Yeah, I mean, it is fascinating. I mean, even this, right, that we're able to do this not from the office. I go in the office every day for what I do, but yeah, I mean, it has completely changed the way we all think. Another thing that's happened in this, and obviously as a global company, is that we've seen different ways the world has handled COVID, and we're all experiencing that now with vaccine rollout and different lockdowns in the United States. It gets to even a micro level, right, what state you're in or what town you're in. But around the world, we've seen different responses. And anyone watching this knows, of course, that in Asia, the response was early, it was aggressive, it was different. And, the Chinese economy has put forth public numbers, which are pretty astounding. So how do you see that? Is this sort of the beginning of China's dominance in economically, or is this a moment in time where, again, you'll see again a reversion to a surge, essentially, coming from North America and Europe?
Well, there are many, many things that go into being a global economy, a dominant player in the global economy. Responding to how one gets through COVID is certainly one in the near term, but that's not a long-term driver. By the way, I would say, if you look at Asia more broadly, look at Vietnam and Thailand and Malaysia and Indonesia, huge populations in many of these countries, and they managed through this crisis incredibly well. Why? As a matter of courtesy, they wear masks when they're sick. They experience through SARS what it's like to go through this kind of crisis. And frankly, they operate more in lockstep with each other as citizens. In the US, we're obviously much more independent. We have states and local governments determining the distribution of vaccines, for goodness sakes. We aren't even federally organized at that level. So there's a reason that Asia's come out of this faster. Will it lead to sort of the Chinese century, so-called? The US economy is an $18 trillion economy. China's 12. Global economy is 70. So between the US and China, they're already 40% of the globe. But the US will remain the dominant player for the foreseeable future, for sure.
So let me ask you about something, before we were talking this morning, I was hearing yet the latest report of a business story that has become a very big general news story, front page story, actually, the New York Post here in New York this morning. And that is the whole GameStop Reddit. Obviously, at Morgan Stanley, you deal with individual investors, very wealthy investors. This is sort of a a different story, right? It's like a renegade group of people. They get together on a social media site and they have managed to take over GameStop, for lack of a better word. But I mean, it has been, you know, you've seen hedge funds fall as a result of this. How do you view this? Is this just sort of a blip on the radar or part of a broader shift that you're seeing?
It's a little bit of both. I mean, the number of new accounts, new entrants to the market in the last year is extraordinary. As you know, Aaron, we purchased E-Trade, one of the great online direct players in the industry, and they've had 4 times their best year in the last year in terms of account growth. So many people coming to the market. That's a great thing. People being educated about their financial health is essential to their long-term well-being. This short-term phenomena of people getting together on various talk sites like Reddit and coordinating, if you will, a market response to specific companies and going along and trying to squeeze the shorts, that's a phenomenon. That won't last. I mean, all you need is a correction in the market, and that's not going to look such like a great idea. Yeah. So there are a bunch of people who are in for a very rude awakening at some point here. I don't know if it's going to happen tomorrow, next week, or in a month, but it will happen, and that will pass.
All right. Well, James Gorman, I so much appreciate your time and insights on all of this. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for having us, Aaron. Thank you, everybody.
So good to see you. Thank you, Erin. Thank you, James. I am particularly happy to welcome this afternoon here from Riyadh 2 distinguished leaders, policymakers who are key to creating the famous neo-Renaissance, the future of our global economy, especially in Europe and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and really impacting the entire world. On my left, welcome His Excellency Fahad al-Mubarak. You were recently appointed by His Majesty King Salman as a governor of the Central Bank of Saudi Arabia. Mabrouk, really Mabrouk. And my dear friend, His Excellency Bruno Le Maire, the Minister of Economy and Finance of France. Bonjour, Monsieur le Ministre, et merci d'être avec nous.
Bonjour, Richard.
So welcome, Your Excellencies. My first question will be for you, Your Excellency Governor Mubarak. You recently served, and we know what we are talking about, what a year, as the Sherpa for the G20 in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which, as we know, has hosted more than 200 events, mashallah, last year. So what were the urgent mandates that emerged during these meetings of world leaders, and how do you see this becoming implemented through the Kingdom as well across the G20 countries and actually the global economy?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Richard, and I'm happy to be with you here. And Monsieur Le Maire, it's an honor to share a virtual stage with you. Indeed, Saudi Arabia have been honored and humbled to be the presidency of the G20 last year, where we were in the top of all issues, and we were able to work with all our partners in the G20 to overcome the impact of the COVID-19. So definitely the group, France and our other members, we all have worked together. Global challenges, global crises require global solutions. And indeed, the G20 came forth to do just that. And we were able to implement several initiatives. And we were able to handle the crisis in the same way, almost even more than in 2008 and 2009. The implementation continues because we are not out of the wood yet. We collectively been able to raise over $21 billion for research development of vaccine treatment and production and distribution. We've also been able to postponed many of the debt for poor countries, where it reached more than $14 billion for more than 40 countries. $11 trillion been injected. Saudi Arabia, while it led these efforts, along with our partners in G20, we have also done more efforts in Saudi Arabia. Thank God that when the crisis hit, we were in a very strong position as the benefit and the outcomes of our Vision 2030. So our technological infrastructure was there, our health systems are very strong, and along with our strict lockdown and measures, we've been able to waive the situation.
Thank you, Governor. Let me ask you almost the same question, Monsieur le Ministre. The G20 was originally a meeting of finance ministers. What did you discuss last year during the G20? And how do you see these developments taking shape? What issues are you working on towards the G20 in Rome in a few months in Italy?
First of all, thank you for inviting me for this very timely and useful future investment initiative. And I would like to thank the governor of the Central Bank of Saudi Arabia to attend this meeting with me. I really remember very well the very last G20 that we had physically in Riyadh. I think that everybody was aware of the situation and of the risk of having an important economic crisis, but nobody could imagine that this crisis would be so important, would have so detrimental effect on our economies, and would radically change the course of global development. And I think that we will have to draw some very concrete lessons from what we are living right now. And the next G20 in Rome should be the occasion to draw all the lessons that we should draw from this crisis. I think that there are 2 or 3 major lessons that I would like to put on the table just as a food for thought. The first one is that we have understood that when a crisis occurs, supporting economies swiftly and decisively is absolutely critical. That's exactly what we have done in Europe. We have decided to take very strong measures to support employees, to support private companies, and while doing so, we have avoided a rise in the unemployment figures, and we have avoided a rise in the bankruptcies all over Europe. This is the first lesson that I draw from this crisis. There is a need for a swift and very strong support to the economy when such a crisis occurs. The second lesson is that we have to stand together. That's exactly what we have done once again at the European level. We have decided to take the same kind of measures. We have had a very strong coordination, and we have been able, thanks to the leadership of Emmanuel Macron and Angela Merkel, to have common debt issuance, which is the first time in the European history we have decided to have common debt issuance just for the sake of having a better access to the market, to the financial market, and the possibility of having a very limited level of interest rates. The third lesson, and the last one that I would like to draw from this crisis, is the need of having a sustainable development and a sustainable growth. I think that everybody is aware now that we can no longer have the same kind of growth as the one we had before the crisis. There is a need for investing more in new technologies, in disruptive technologies, in innovation, for the sake of emitting less CO2 and having a sustainable economy. These are the 3 lessons that I would like to draw from this crisis, and which we will present during the next G20 in Rome.
Thank you, Monsieur le Ministre. We'll come back to you in a few seconds. Governor, Your Excellency, as Minister Le Maire just mentioned, I think we are totally different now from what we were a few months ago. We are all learning lessons. From your personal perspective, what lessons did you learn from the crisis that we need to take definitely into the future to avoid to come back to the status quo?
Thank you. Indeed, I agree with all the lessons learned by His Excellency Mr. Le Maire, and definitely there are a lot of lessons. The first and foremost is that we have discovered our vulnerabilities. In our health system, it was very clear that across all countries, health systems, hospitals are not sufficient to handle such crisis. We had people in the corridors. We had people who cannot test, who had people who cannot be treated.
So we should put more money on
definitely, and we should
system?
not be thinking of the health systems as a cost, but rather investment. Take, for example, some of the numbers I mentioned earlier. 11 trillion, 21 billion, 14 billion. Had we invested all of this and more, and we're not talking about the social cost and the job loss and the social impact. So all of this is a cost that we had to pay to overcome the impact, the health, economic, and the social. Had we invested that money in our health system, we would have been better off. What happened in 2008 and 9? We had to rebuild our banks, our financial systems, and that saved us the decade after and ongoing. As a matter of fact, this time, when the crisis hit, we have much stronger banks than before.
So we should rebuild our health.
This time, it's time to invest in the health system. Secondly, the safety net, the social safety net, is not there. People are out of jobs, and unless the government come up with an ad hoc, one-off support to those who are jobless or small businesses that need to retain their people, they need to subsidize that. We do not have a system that will be able to handle that situation where people are off jobs for some time. So, and also we have learned the big lesson. There is no way out of global cooperation. It has to happen. And we proved it last year. The whole world came together and we were able to address it. Also, we have learned that one of the biggest saviors for us is working very closely with international organizations, WHO, IMF, World Bank, WTO, all of those are supporting the multilateralism efforts and the globalization.
Thank you, Governor. Monsieur le Ministre, as you know, in Europe, and particularly in France also, everyone is concerned about potential other lockdown and the consequence of these potential lockdowns. But how do you think, and how would you say, Monsieur le Ministre, Europe responded to the crisis in terms of economic and fiscal policy? You just gave some details about the lesson learned, but what else do you think, Monsieur le Ministre, is needed from government across Europe?
I think that we need to have, and we have, a kind of double-track approach. On the one hand, we have decided, and we will continue to do so, to support the economic sectors that have been the most gravely hit by the crisis. And we all made the same choice. In Germany, in Italy, in Spain, we have decided to bring a lot of money to tourism, restaurants, hotels, aeronautic industry, all the sectors that are really severely suffering from the consequences of the economic crisis. On the other hand, and that's the key point, we need also to implement as soon as possible our national recovery plans and our European recovery plan. You know that we have put 100 billion euros on the table at the national level for the sake of preparing the way out of the crisis, because my responsibility as the Minister in charge of Economy and Finance is to protect some of the sectors, but is also to prepare the future of the French nation and to prepare the future of European countries. And we will do so if we are able to put a lot of money on the new sectors, on the new value chains on which growth will be based in the very next future. I mean, for instance, hydrogen, and you know that we are cooperating on this key question with Saudi Arabia, the question of artificial intelligence, quantum calculation, electric car batteries. On all those fields, we want to put as much money as possible just to prepare what will be after the crisis and the kind of growth we will have after the crisis. If we want to be successful in all of those new technologies, and I fully share the point made by His Excellency on the necessity of having a very strong cooperation among nations, we need more cooperation among nations, especially at the European level. Let's take just the example of hydrogen, which is full of economic promises. If we want to be successful to produce our own green hydrogen in less than 10 years in Europe, we need to put our financial and technological resources all together. We put 7 billion euros on hydrogen for the next 10 years. Germany has decided to put 9 billion euros on this technology for the same next 10 years. We have decided to merge those 16 billion euros, and having 16 billion euros to invest in hydrogen should allow us to have our full independence on this key technology. So that's really my strong belief. We need more coordination, we need to put more money on innovation, and we have to think about the future, even if we are still facing the consequences of the health crisis.
Monsieur le Ministre, I know how close you are to the private sector and the entrepreneurs and the SMEs. We are here at FII as an investment conference watched by exactly 12,400 people the minute we are talking, who are part of this global business community. What is your message to the global investment community today?
My message is quite simple, Richard. Come to France, invest in France, you are most welcome. You know that under the leadership of Emmanuel Macron, we are now the most attractive country all over Europe for foreign investments. And this will remain the case. We have very valuable assets, top universities, top engineers, data scientists, efficient innovation policies, great companies, important financing, and believe me, I will do my best, and we will do our best to remain the most attractive country for foreign investment in Europe. That's why we have decided, even in the midst of the most important economic crisis, to keep the same tax reductions we had decided from the very beginning of the mandate. We have decided to reduce the level of the French corporate tax to 25% by 2022 for all companies. We will stick to this schedule and to this figure, 25%. We have decided to reduce the level of the tax production by 10 billion euros this year. We will stick to this path and to this ambition, because we strongly believe that reducing the level of taxes will allow foreign investments to come to France. So once again, my message is quite simple. You are most welcome in France. For the time being, it will be through a video conference, but the investments do not need any physical presence, so do not hesitate to invest in France in 2021 and all over the next years.
Thank you. Time is flying. Governor, what is your message to in 1 minute, the message to all the investment community?
Well, I think my message is, I invite everybody to go back and listen to His Royal Highness Crown Prince's strategy of the Public Investment Fund, our sovereign wealth fund. We are planning to inject and invest over $6 trillion over the next 10 years. There are several sectors, new sectors, what we call the new economy, in sports, culture, tourism, and the country is wide open for many, many opportunities. We have the most attractive infrastructure and financing schemes to help. You can read that Saudi Arabia is one of the highest countries ranking for doing business. And all our system governments are keen in supporting the private sector, and especially SMEs.
Thank you. Monsieur le Ministre, allow me a personal question. It was a public information you got the COVID a few months ago. Are you a different man today than you were before?
Yes, I would respond very bluntly, yes. because I'm aware that this disease is clearly something very, very special, I would say. So let's be all very cautious. Let's take the right measures to avoid our people to have that kind of experience. We all know that the COVID is one of the gravest diseases that we can have now. So let's be cautious while keeping the same ambition for our countries and for our economies.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre, et restez en forme. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you. We really appreciate your time. À bientôt. Your Excellency, thank you for being with us. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and thank you to the Future Investment Initiative for hosting such an important event. I am happy and honored to be speaking with you virtually. In the last year, we have seen so much happen that we never could have predicted. As we begin 2021, it is important we focus on how we can recover from the COVID-19 pandemic and support the energy transition in smart, sustainable, and profitable ways. The events of 2020 have accelerated our path towards a net zero emissions future. We know that renewables are continuing to grow, but we also know that hydrocarbons will play an important role in achieving our goals too. Nearly 1 billion people still do not have access to electricity in the world today. We strongly believe natural gas plays a role here as both a transition and destination fuel. We also know that the efficiency of oil and gas operations must be improved to compete with the rise of both traditional renewables and new frontiers like hydrogen and energy storage. We must accelerate investment in making the industry's operations low to no carbon, including the expansion of carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And too often we hear of the need to regulate or ban the use of certain fuels to meet climate change goals. But it's the emissions, not the fuel, that must be tackled. This is where efficiency and capturing fugitive emissions will be most critical to success. I believe we have now passed the tipping point in our journey with climate change. It's no longer a future state, it is a current state. More collaboration between the public and private sectors are needed, and we must innovate alongside each other, rather than in silos, so that we can move faster. I was in Saudi Arabia in December, and from our engagement with our customers and partners, we are seeing a lot of focus on driving a circular carbon economy. We're also seeing renewed focus on technologies such as additive manufacturing and digital transformation that will help achieve these goals, both across the region and around the globe. We also see investment opportunity in new materials, such as non-metallic products, which use less carbon-intensive manufacturing processes than steel or traditional methods. We recently began construction with Saudi Aramco on a new joint venture in non-metallics, and Baker Hughes is also opening a non-metallics facility in Houston this week to expand in the Americas. These are real examples of where investment makes a difference. Our actions now will help accelerate us towards a more stable energy landscape in the future. Let us collaborate more, embrace change rather than fear it, and take energy forward together. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to being with you in person in the near future.
Hello and welcome. Thank you all for joining us here today for this session. We all know that for prosperity, companies need to do well, but they also need to do good. We also all agree that companies that do good do better. Companies that apply ESG do better financially. In fact, ESG investing has become mainstream and a prerequisite almost for attracting capital. Global funds that invest in ESG qualifying assets have topped the $1 trillion in 2020. The stakes are therefore high, and it is important for aspiring companies to actually want to qualify. But how to qualify? The ESG standards have not been written in stone yet. They continue to evolve to this day. Consequently, assessments of ratings agencies seem to vary from one to the other, at best. At worst, they contradict each other, and that's within the same jurisdictions or similar jurisdictions. And the issue is exacerbated when we start to use the same ruler to measure ESG performance and commitment in different economies at different stages of development. The current scoring system is intended to identify strong ESG performers. However, it ends up penalizing those in emerging markets. Unless the standards are inclusive of the realities and limitations of emerging markets, large chunks of the world, including some of its biggest economies, could be left out, penalized for not fitting into a framework that does not take into consideration their local realities. So how do we go about redefining ESG? With me is an esteemed panel. Allow me to introduce him to you. On my left, Mr. Khalid Al-Hussan. He is the CEO and board member of Tadawul, the US $2.4 trillion Saudi stock exchange. Mr. Al-Hussan sponsors key programs within Tadawul and its inclusion in main international indices. Joining us from Singapore, Mr. Law Boon Chee. He is the CEO and board member of the Singapore Stock Exchange. He is responsible for transforming SGX into a world-class multi-asset exchange with a market cap in excess of $8 trillion. With us on the stage here is Mr. Sherif Fouda. He is the chairman and CEO of NISR, the NASDAQ-listed oilfield services company that operates here in KSA with a market cap touching $1 billion. And last but not least, Mr. Scott Minard. He is the founding and managing partner, global chief investment officer of the $250 billion fund and a member of, Guggenheim Partners, a member of its executive committee. Sherif, allow me to start with you. I'd like to start with you. When it comes to ESG, it is really a tale of two markets, the developing markets and the developed markets. And you voluntarily chose to straddle the two markets. You operate here in Saudi Arabia, and you are listed in the NASDAQ. So what challenges do you face and do you find when you are, as regards to ESG, and what your regulator in the States enforces on you or expects from you?
So thank you very much. Thanks for the question, and a pleasure to be here for the fourth time. So let me start after, obviously, the fantastic presentation of yesterday. And it's very clear how important is the ESG and how important is people have to change their mindset from, I would say, risk-return to risk-return and impact. What is the impact of our industry to the community we are in? And I think if I look at what we wanted to do, we wanted to make sure that the company from the MENA is, I would say, has all the ESG compliance trademark, and that's why we listed the company on NASDAQ. We wanted to first to list the company on what we say the stringent rules, and if I look at the G first, we can comply. Yes, you can. And the first thing we did is we took 25% of the board to have gender diversity. When we expanded the board, what we say the minority, we make sure that we are as well. So we are compliant with that. If you look at your shareholders, the biggest shareholders, you can tell that we convinced them to bring a prominent figure to be an independent on the board. You don't have to have 3 or 4 board members from the biggest shareholder, again, that you are compliant. If I look at I would say the compensation, what they look at very, very closely, we have the CEO to the median pay is 33 times, which is best in the US and best in Europe. If I look at the S, yes, you can comply, I would say. I would actually comment, and giving you the best example is Aramco. Aramco today have the program that they put Ictiva in Kingdom Total Value Added. This is S and it's best in class. How you develop the community, R&D, Saudization at 70%, SMEs, local manufacturing, all this is already there, right? So I strongly believe that we can comply in the emerging market to the SNG at the highest level. Now you come to the E, that's a different story because obviously our economy is built on oil and gas. And that's like, you know, it's not really the investment community will not invest if you're in fossil fuel. However, you can have action, what you call to make carbon neutrality. So carbon neutral barrel. If I give you an example today, the world produce 200 billion barrel of water per year, the oil and gas. Half of that is used as reinjection and reuse. Half of it is wasted. We can do so much with that waste.
Yes.
Is to create forests, to get carbon credit, to give, and there is a technology, innovative technology to change that.
Okay. Khalid, allow me to ask you, you are in the process of putting together some guidelines for your market, your listed companies to comply with for ESG. What is it that you are taking, given that there are no really universal standards, what would you put into those guidelines?
So thank you, Sabah. So basically, I think you touched on a very painful area, which is basically there is no clear standards for ESG. There are several standards that are applicable internationally, and I think this is the core issue with ESG, in my opinion. What we are doing on our ESG guidelines is to basically help the Saudi corporates to understand how do they meet the ESG requirements to be reported within the evaluation of their company. So we're putting in place the guidelines for them on what the ESG evaluators are looking for, in which form, whether this is a regulatory compliance issue, if it's governance, for example, or in environmental and sustainability. So this is we believe, will act
But
as...
surely a lot of local norms are not in direct alignment with what would be in international, whatever standards there are at the moment. So how do you appease the ratings agencies? Are you finding that you're under pressure really to put in guidelines that please them, that gives your companies good ratings against their culture?
Absolutely not. As an exchange, will always act as a mediator or intermediary between the investors and the issuers. And as spoken in many panels before our session, investors recently, especially after the pandemic, are pressuring more toward ESG investments. What we are trying to do here is just educate Saudi corporates about the several standards that is available and what platform and channels they use and report. We are not here to create our own Saudi standards and at this stage.
You will not be going the way Brazil did, for example, to create your own standard?
No, not at all. We will always target local and international investors. So what we want to make sure within these guidelines is to educate our local issuers about these standards.
Mr. Law, can I just ask you, you are one of the most advanced exchanges in Asia. What challenges did you come up against the ratings agencies when you had to put down standards that also matched your local realities, local cultures, things that are not acceptable in the in other jurisdictions?
Well, I agree with Khalid that I think the lack of international standards is clearly one major hurdle. In the ideal world, we should have international acceptance of standards. But if we look at, so that everybody can speak the same language, but if we look at accounting standards, it took decades for the world to agree on some common standards. I hope we don't have to wait that long. for emerging markets, or even for Asia, or for the various developed markets, even across sectors, let alone rating agencies. Across different sectors, there are clearly different factors to look at. So one way to think about the different ratings that have come out is really to look at material factors. So we work with companies, we look at different sectors, we try and forge consensus to say for a particular sector, what are the key material factors that companies should try and disclose? And if there are some consensus, we could then have rulemaking to have companies to make those disclosure. Many exchanges, including the Singapore Exchange, have made the requirement for sustainability reporting. It's not just to report it, but what are the material factors to report? And I think we as exchanges could bring issuers and investors together and try and forge some of those consensus.
Scott, how do you measure something when you do not have a ruler? Does the lack of universally accepted standards make it difficult for you as investors to assess ESG performance, specifically in emerging markets? And should there be really one framework, one size fits all?
Well, it's interesting you say the phrase one size fits all, because that was exactly what was going through my head. There's a problem with the ESG framework that is currently being implemented and propagated by the rating agencies. And that is to say that if you are in a certain industry or you do certain things in terms of, let's say, carbon emission or something that is socially irresponsible, like selling tobacco, that therefore you get a rating for that that reflects the steady state of where you are today. But what's not being factored in here is the willingness of companies to evolve. And so, for instance, there are tobacco companies that have made commitments to eliminate tobacco completely by 2035 in their business operation. But those companies get scored the same way as someone who has made no commitment to improving. And so this raises a real question at a practical level, because the tobacco company that's trying to be responsible and make the transition has to have capital to make that transition. So if we apply the same standard to the tobacco company, which is trying to evolve and is committed to change, versus the one who is really operating in a steady state, then we're punishing them for trying to improve, and we're choking them off from the capital that they need to evolve. And I think that this sort of a story is playing out in the energy industry. I think it's playing out in all sorts of areas where this one-size-fits-all approach of, this is evil and this is good, based upon the latest set of data, is actually inhibiting the ability to make progress in this area.
Khalid, let me come back to you and ask you, you said that you're not going to set up your own standards, but do you feel that Saudi companies could be disadvantaged if they adopted or were asked to go by the standard, considering things in governance that are culturally different from other jurisdictions? Let's talk about company structures. Maybe family structures are not looked very favorably upon by ratings agencies, and they are a big part of this part of the world.
So again, it will always depend on the rating institution or rating agency. The rating is happening anyway for Saudi corporates and many other corporates in the region or in emerging market. I think what we're trying to do is to always avoid that when we link this to a performance indicator, just like indices, to reflect what Scott has mentioned. There are sectorial issues that specifically goes to a certain sector. There are differentiation between a contributor versus a passive contributor. So we'll always make sure that we challenge even the rating agencies on their rating on Saudi corporates if the case is right. And I think, as mentioned earlier, this is also the idea from large institutions. What's important for us, Sabah, basically, is to stage these developments. As Leo was saying, it takes time for this to mature. And the way we want to look at it here is, in my opinion, three main pillars: awareness and education for issuers, making sure that the rating agencies are fairly rating the companies based on the so many angle of these companies, whether they are social or environmental. And the last thing is to measure the performance through creating the right indices for that. So these are the three pillars, in my opinion. And as an exchange, we stand to initiate extreme effort in all of these three pillars.
Okay, we have 90 seconds to go. I'd like to hear from the three other speakers very quickly. What ideally would you say we would need to evolve, to innovate in ESG, to evolve the standardizing and the
So I would say I'll just touch again on I think on the E. I think we have to evolve to understand and believe we can make a difference.
Yes.
And I think people have to differentiate between companies trying to do something and companies are not trying to do something. The best example, for example, is methane.
Yes.
We can take this emission that is 80 times more toxic than CO2. Everybody only talk about CO2. We can inject this and we can do something about it. And that's what will change the image of the energy sector.
Okay. Scott?
You know, I think that the whole scoring process should be across a broad spectrum, and that each category should receive a score, and there should be an indication as to whether that score is rising or falling based upon what would be what the policy of the company is and what they're trying to pursue. And then, you know, you could come up with a universal scoring system that we could all share, and we could evaluate, you know, our investment decisions based on that.
Bonche, from your experience in Singapore, what would you say the best advice you have?
I would say that briefly, new and more standards are not the solution. I think there could be a tripartite partnership. Listen to what investors are looking for. Help companies to disclose material factors. This will also thirdly help rating agencies to have better information, and they should then triangulate to see what makes the most sense for companies and investors.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for joining me and for shedding some light on this very important issue. I hope that we will see ESG standards soon put in place. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a pleasure to participate again in this fourth edition of FII, as it brings together leaders from across the globe who dare to dream of a bold and shared future. I would like to congratulate first of all the PIF for holding this important gathering in such challenging and unusual times. Honored to be joined by distinguished panel business leaders to discuss the future of infrastructure investment. Traditionally, infrastructure has referred to real assets in transportation, utilities, and social infrastructure, like schools and hospitals. This is what allowed people to interact, innovate, produce. And indeed, improving art infrastructure has helped lift hundreds of millions out of poverty and increase access to water, sanitation, and public services. Today, the pace of investment is slowing, despite the evidence of a continual need for investment. The infrastructure gap globally is estimated at over $15 trillion, and the IMF estimates that a 1% increase in public investment has the potential to increase GDP by 0.7%, private investment by 10%, and to create between 20 and 33 million jobs directly and indirectly. Other studies even suggest that every country improved border administration and infrastructure to half of global standards, world GDP would be higher by almost 5%. Yet, the infrastructure story is not complete without thinking about technology infrastructure. Technology is no longer but rather power, literally and figuratively, a whole way of life. And this has only brought into more stark contrast during this pandemic, helping students to learn, people, some to continue working, and opportunity to keep our sanity by staying in touch with each other. So the infrastructure discussion today is not only about roads, but also about data cables, not only about building schools, but also online coding classes, not only about power stations, but also about data centers. However, governments are constrained at present. They cannot address on their own public investment needs. With fiscal balances highly stretched, the only avenue for stopping this infrastructure gap is private sector participation in infrastructure investing. Governments have a duty to better provide for the frameworks necessary for PPP to succeed. The model of Saudi Arabia, where we are today, is instructive. A key driver of Vision 2030 is attracting private investment, both domestic and foreign. In addition to legislative and regulatory reforms, which we heard about yesterday, Saudi Arabia also recognized the need for a local enabler to spearhead and lead this effort before other private investors can participate. And this has proven quite a success to date. Since 2015, PIF established 10 new sectors, more than 30 companies, and created more than 330,000 new jobs. And only a few days ago, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman announced the PIF to invest $40 billion, equivalent to 5% of GDP in Saudi Arabia each year. With this introduction, please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel today. His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Al-Abbar, Board of Trustees member of FII Institute, founder and chairman of I'mar Properties, Brendan Bechtel, CEO Bechtel Construction, Josh Beatle, co-founder and CTO Virgin Hyperloop, and Matt Harris, co-founder Global Infrastructure Partners. My first question to all the panelists is, what are the priority infrastructure investments that need to be made in the post-pandemic period, and how can they be financed? We will start with Abu Rashid, Mr. Al-Abbar.
Thank you so much, and congratulations for everyone involved in this amazing gathering during these challenging times. You know, there's a young kid within our family. He's one of the smartest kids. 4 years ago, I asked him and I said, listen, what are the most important things in your life? He said, oh, I can't think of much. Wi-Fi. I said, okay, next. He said, I can't think of anything else. I said, can't be. What about like your parents? Are not they the most important thing? He said, no, I can do a video call and send him video on WhatsApp. I said, well, what about eating? He said, no, I can order the food, uncle. I mean, what's important? What about the food? You know, I said, well, school and all that. He said, yeah, exactly. We can connect. And I said, no, what about air? He said, oh, I didn't get this one. Yes, I agree. So you're right, Dr. Bassem. I really think that when we talk about infrastructure, and we understand that you know, we all need the roads, we all need the hospitals and the schools and the rest of it, and the airports, but really the importance of the digital ecosystem. You know, I don't want to talk about the Wi-Fi or the digital solution, but you know, everybody's talking now about digital ecosystem. And I really think that if you look at our e-commerce giant Noon, you can realize that our e-commerce business is not really about Wi-Fi and you place an order on the website, but what goes beyond that, you know, the talent that you need, which is, I think, the best thing for infrastructure is talent, number one. But then after that, how does this thing work? How does it actually happen? It's not about the warehousing, it's not about the technology, it's not about the improvement of the technology on an ongoing basis, it's not about payment, it's about merchandise, variety, return, customer service, you name it. So, but today, I think Saudi Arabia sets an incredible example, where if you were to look at infrastructure, of course, we need it all. We need the digital ecosystem, which is evolving and changing all the time, and society is going that way, and especially after the virus situation, pretty much everybody is going that way. But then again, for the digital infrastructure ecosystem to operate, you still need the old boring stuff. You still need the hospitals for the well-being of people. You still need the roads. You still need the airports. You still need the warehouses. And I think you've said it in the document that you sent me, Dr. Bassem, is that with the pandemic and with the pressure on government budgets, I really think that the private sector will play such a critical role, not only because they have the ability to fund, but they are able to be efficient and they are able to invest as well. They are, I guess with speed and efficiency, even though some countries have proven that they can do that well. And unfortunately, I give examples in the Middle East. We have few countries. I give Singapore as an example. I give China as an incredible example.
Thank you, sir. We'll move to Josh. Would you like to answer the question? If you'd like me, I can repeat the question, which is what are the priority infrastructure projects that you think should happen in the post-pandemic period and who should finance them?
I think for us, for everybody, it's really the idea of connectivity. So this view that throughout the history of time, as we've been more connected, both digitally and physically, there has been more growth, there's been more response. You know, starting this company in a garage, the idea was to connect physically. And what we've noticed over the last year is that we haven't been able to connect physically. And so when we took that first ride, and I took that first ride as a passenger, 3 months ago, it was really kind of the culmination, the beginning of what we're calling kind of this Hyperloop decade. So it starts off with myself being the first person on it. By the end of this decade, us will all be able to ride Hyperloops, billions of people on it. But again, people still need the backbone, as you pointed out, Your Excellency, that there's still the backbone of things, of goods, of connection that are going to power this. And so the way we're going to power that moving forward in the 21st century is with ideas, it's with the technology that actually enables it. It allows an on-demand, fast, sustainable, low-energy footprint, compact transportation system for both people and for goods. And then beyond that, it gives the ability to create jobs, create opportunities for people both building it, as the Bechtel group knows, but also operating the system, from the digital operating, from the artificial intelligence that controls where the vehicles go, when the vehicles go. It really is a 21st century solution for the 21st century opportunities.
I haven't heard anything about the financing part. Who's going to finance all this?
So I think governments need to support. They need to support from a number of different ways, from regulatory aspects, but also when we look at projects in India, those can be model kind of private financing. The amount of ridership that's there. When we look at models here in the Middle East, I think there's public-private partnerships that will enable the connectivity to be there because there's a demand, there's wider economic benefits from being able to get places faster. We heard His Royal Highness talk about growing Riyadh to 15 to 20 million people before. This is, where do they come from? Where do they live? How are they getting into the city? How are they getting access? And so government's ability to create through land rights, through subsidies, or through incentives, through partnerships, or through economic development and transit-oriented development standpoint, all can give partnership opportunities. It's going to be government helping. It's not going to be fully government supporting.
So when do we see the Hyperloop between Riyadh and Neom, Josh?
Well, this is the decade of Hyperloop, so I hope sooner rather than later. But I think the opportunity is here to Neom in 90 minutes, but it's here to the entire GCC. It's the hub of 3 continents, and that's really what we're trying to do. And that means more than just here to Neom. That's thousands of kilometers here in the region. But I'm hopeful it's going to be sooner rather than later. So
by 2030 or before?
It's a loaded question, but I'm hoping before 2030.
Okay, we'll hold you to that. Matt, can I ask you the same question if possible?
Absolutely, and it's great to be here. Thank you, and congratulations again to the FII for such a successful event. The way I think about priorities really revolves around the energy transition. And as we sit here today, we're on this track towards transitioning our global energy system in order to comply with the Paris Accords. And that's a major undertaking. It's important, in my opinion, to also recognize that it's a transition. There's a significant amount of dialogue out there around the proliferation of renewable energy, which is important. But many people, I think, see that at the expense of fossil fuels. And I think it's important to realize that doing something that is not a well thought out transition will compromise people's rightful access to energy, which is one of the primary ways people are lifted out of poverty. Not only in new energy and new energy technology, but also traditional energy systems, power, utilities, LNG. The way that we think about it is you've got 2 or 3 critical buckets of investment, of which there is a significant amount of private investment today, but governments are going to have to play a significant role. If you look at government energy R&D across the world, it's about 1% versus something like pharma at 13 or 14%. So governments are going to have to play a major role. When we think about new energy technology, we think not only about solar and wind, but also about batteries, about biofuels, about direct air capture, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. All of these areas need significant investment. On the power and utility front, huge advantage as we manage this transition, and investing in our networks to provide greater opportunity for electrification, figuring out how we're going to use these systems for charging electric vehicles is critically important. The last piece of investment I would mention is gas. Gas, in my opinion, is going to play a very critical bridge fuel role, and particularly liquefied natural gas, which is growing at almost 3% versus the gas industry itself at something more like 1 to 1.5%. So investing in the globalization of the gas industry is a huge piece of this transition that we're all in process of making. As I mentioned, we can use government here to help us boomerang out of this depression that we've had coming out of COVID. Government investment in energy infrastructure will not only create jobs, but it'll help us manage our way through this unique transition that we're making.
What about the technology part, Matt? I mean, how do you integrate technology in energy infrastructure development? Yesterday, we heard Mr. Nasser, the CEO of Aramco, speaking about the integration of energy of technology in Aramco and how a center in Dhahran, with the help and assistance of satellites, can actually control all the operations of Aramco. How do you see that from your perspective?
Absolutely, and that's not only as it relates to fossil fuels, but to new energies as well. So efficiencies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, investing in new technologies, continuing to drive down the cost of solar and wind. You know, one of the great challenges I think that we have from a technology perspective is how to bring the size of offshore wind turbines onshore. If we can do that, it will have the effect of reducing the levelized cost of energy dramatically. All of these things can be enhanced by technology. When you think about battery storage, how batteries work in electric vehicles, there's a huge technology investment that is required to continue to drive the cost of these technologies down to the point where they can be more widely adopted. So when we look at any particular infrastructure investment, technology is a huge part of the investment proposition. And this is where government can significantly drive investment. I think government R&D is critical. When you look at the two great examples of U.S. government investment. The Manhattan Project and the race to the moon in the 1960s were significantly funded by government. There's no reason why energy technology cannot be a government R&D expense, and doing that in partnership with the private sector.
I'll move to Brendan quickly. Brendan, what are the priority investments that you see need to be done in this post-pandemic era?
Thanks, Bassem, and hello, everybody from Washington, D.C. It's an honor to share the stage virtually with my co-panelists. The way I think about the question, Bassem, is what should infrastructure investment be looking like after the pandemic? And that drives the priorities and the what and the how. So the first word that I think of is bold. And nothing, I think, embodies that more than the Kingdom's NEOM project, which is fundamentally about building the city of the future. It gets to your questions around innovation and technology. This is one of the most transformative projects ever undertaken anywhere in the world ever. We're incredibly proud to be a partner on the NEOM effort. In conjunction with that, and because of the opportunity that we see in the Kingdom, I'm also excited to announce now that we're moving Bechtel's regional headquarters to Riyadh. This is building upon our 75 plus years of partnership in the Kingdom, and we're really excited about the opportunity and for infrastructure investment and innovative infrastructure investment for many years to come. I like the example of NEOM for answering your question because it highlights three major areas which I think are priorities around the world right now for the post-pandemic infrastructure wave. The first is clean energy. NEOM is going to be 100% renewable energy in a highly integrated system with a smart electric grid. It's focused on commercializing clean energy industries like green hydrogen. The second, which my co-panelists have talked about already, is digital infrastructure, so key for enabling autonomous vehicles, high-speed transit like Josh has talked about, and other smart city applications. And then the third, which maybe is a longer-term investment but so critical for humanity, is water infrastructure. And NEOM is really, I think, leading the world in evaluating multiple innovative technologies for desalination and wastewater treatment. Once these are scaled, these are going to be examples for the world to follow, which is why we're so excited. Now, the post-pandemic period is an opportunity to rethink not just what we invest in from an infrastructure perspective, but how we go about it. And the two reforms that I think really need to be part of that going forward, one is making sure that we get the right balance of risk between the public sector and the private sector. I know that's something Matt shares my passions around. And then the second really is it's about getting the best value for the public. So there's a lot of talk about ESG and social and environmental benefits, but we don't see that show up in procurement decisions or procurement evaluations as much. We'd like to see that become more prominent and more of a differentiator. So to come back full circle, the traditional approach to infrastructure investment and how infrastructure projects get delivered, it's not going to lead to the kind of bold, innovative projects the world needs. So it's how do we focus on not just the what, but also the how side of infrastructure investments.
I think you answered my second question, which was the future of social architecture. Thank you very, very much. I want to go back to Mr. Al-Abbar. I have very few minutes left. I want to ask you, sir, you've been working, you've been delivering a dream for the last 20-something years. You're a visionary. You've worked with visionaries, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. When you look at Saudi Arabia today, NEOM, the sectors, sports, entertainment, technology, the tens of thousands of people who are watching us right now want to hear what Mohammed Al-Abbar thinks about Saudi Arabia today.
Well, first, I would like to say that I am so impressed with the people they select. For me, that means everything. And my chairman in Noon is one of the most incredible people I work with, His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan. So I would say number one is that they are selecting the right people. It means we are on the right track. Number two, Saudi Arabia need to catch up. Saudi Arabia have not done a lot of stuff for a long, long time. Hard infrastructure, soft infrastructure. So if you talk about NEOM, we think it's necessary because we need to catch up. And I really would like to congratulate them for being brave, for being bold, and for sticking to the plan. And that's very impressive from day number one. The good thing about this country is that they review it, they put a plan, and you can tell somebody's executing. And that is something that not many people can do globally. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Josh, one last word about the future of social architecture, infrastructure, sorry.
I think for me, it's as Your Excellency said, it's the ability to leapfrog. You know, this 20th century was powered by the oil that came from this region. The 21st century is going to be powered by the ideas, the innovation that come from this region. And I think this is the opportunity to take that, to invest it as we go forward, and to really make the next century look completely different than the last, powered by, you know, not oil anymore, but the ideas that come from us, our children's children, and beyond. And I think NEOM embodies that, and I think this opportunity to execute and deliver, I couldn't be more excited about doing business here.
Thank you very much. One last question for Abu Rashid, because I have not heard you say something about what the next 2 years are going to look like in the Middle East. What do you expect? We'd like to hear your expectations once we are over this COVID-19. Are you optimistic? Do you think things are going to move back quickly?
Dr. Bassem, you are a partner of mine. We've been through so much in the Middle East. And, you know, the West look at us and they say, you know, the Middle East is very volatile and not stable and we're not going to invest. And I tell them, that's fine. I'm not going to convince you, leave all these opportunities for us in the Middle East. But simply, one will say that, you know, we have to learn from the Spanish flu. And we have to learn what happened after the Spanish flu, that incredible boom. Of course, it's a completely different situation, but it's similar. So I am quite excited about the region. I'm expanding in all of the industries that I operate in, if it's real estate, if it's our food business, or if it's our e-commerce business. And again, I guess people like us and like many of you, we basically have to learn. I think we are learning every month, every week, how to cope and change and be able to cope with it and move forward. But in general, I'm very optimistic.
Thank you, sir. I hope your optimism rubs on all of us. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Josh. Thank you for being with us. And I thank the audience for bearing with us. Good evening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome to Zooming Ahead, how CEOs can leverage the new pace of digital transformation. Let's start with 2 facts. Number 1, over 50% of companies plan to cut spending because of COVID-19. Only 9% will make those cuts in digital transformation. However, fact number 2, just 16% of executives at the moment say that their current digital transformation efforts are succeeding. So, to help us understand why those executives have to succeed, the world we are moving into, we have help from the CEO of Noon, Arab e-commerce unicorn, Faraz Khalid. Thank you for joining.
Great being here. Thank you.
2 investors in this space as well, Managing Director of Shasta Ventures, Jacob Mullins, founding and managing partner of Fusion Fund, Lu Zhang, and someone who is helping to build the digital superhighway, CEO of Digital Colony, Mark Ganzi. So let's start with the view on the ground. I cannot believe it was just over a year ago that we were here talking about the opportunities for e-commerce in the Gulf, the Middle East. The future was very rosy then, but you've had what I imagine was a pretty incredible year. Talk me through your growth, what you were delivering during COVID, and how you helped small businesses through that difficult time.
Yeah, I mean, 2020 was extraordinary in more ways than one. I think particularly the intervening weeks of late March to sometime around mid-June, I think e-commerce truly came of age, not just in this region, but all around the world. There was this extraordinary demand spike from customers who were buying a few things every year, just sort of, let's just call them elective hobby things. And then they had to suddenly depend on e-commerce for everything, from diapers to engine oil, and all their needs were only going to be fulfilled by e-commerce because the physical retail environment just shut down, right? I think in that sense, that spike was extraordinary. No one could have planned it. No one was ready for it. But yeah, I mean, we all built parachutes as we were falling. We found a way to address this demand. Category shares shifted from electronics and fashion globally to staples where people were buying household goods, everyday things. That's one. I think on the supply side, we had this considerable demand supply shock. Supply chains from China were beginning to get slow mid-Feb. By March, April, that completely sort of slowed down. Local suppliers also couldn't operate because of travel restrictions all around the world. And I think in that time, it was incredible amount of innovation on the ground, a lot of support from regulators. At the end, we saw a vast majority of our customers become active, savvy online shoppers, where we projected that shift over many years. It suddenly happened in a matter of weeks. So I think in that sense, the baseline shift in e-commerce has been extraordinary. You asked me about categories, and I think it started with customers shopping more for household goods in the peak sort of shock period. Then it became clear to everyone we were going to stay at home for a while. They started kitting out their houses, so home office equipment, furniture, curtains, screens. And then you were not fit anymore. You weren't moving around, so gym equipment, fitness. And you could just see demand for these categories spike sequentially almost. Yeah, I think an extraordinary time for global e-commerce, a fascinating time for some of us in the region. E-commerce really came of age, and I think it was great to be able to serve in that period. We really were the front line.
Jacob, we've just heard about the present reality of e-commerce. Now, in lockdown in London, the most exciting moment in the day is when the Amazon delivery arrives. You're looking at investing in the future of commerce. Tell me what's going to help Faraz sell even more online.
That's right. Thanks, Edie, and thank you to the FII committee for having me. It's an honor to share the stage. We invest in enterprise software. We help businesses be more efficient and sell more products. And there is a lot going on in e-commerce. The common problem is that because everyone's purchasing online, no one can experience a physical product anymore. And so how do you experience a product? And there's two different ways that we're working with, two companies we've invested in that we're doing that. One is a company called 3Kit, and it is reinventing product photography. So product photography is stale, it's old, it doesn't have a lot of emotion with it. And so what if you could create a three-dimensional model, a digital model that looks just like a real product, but it's digital. And with that, you can put it into a virtual photo studio, and you can shoot a catalog, you can shoot merchandising, promo videos, and photography, all from the power of a computer. So you do not need traditional photography anymore. What's more is you can, because it's digital, you can layer on different colors, different looks, and enable the customer to personalize that and purchase directly. One other way that I'm sure that Faraz and his customers are also seeing a need is actually being able to try on items in beauty or in apparel. And there's a company we work with called Camera IQ that is entirely focused on virtual try-on. And they enable you, using the front-facing camera, to try on the lipstick or the makeup, to try on the hat, to look down at your foot and position the shoe on your foot and take a picture to share with your friends. So these are all technologies that are enabling products to be experienced in this entirely new world, and it's very exciting.
I'll definitely be a customer for the shoe product. So, Lou, I am currently in an extended reality studio. I know that you also look at augmented reality through contact lenses, one of the companies you're invested in. Tell me about the trends that you see in technology and how AI will continue to augment the human experience.
Yes, happy to. Actually, the contact lens company you mentioned, the name is Mojo Vision. It is more like a frontier tech company that really tell us how future gonna look like with all this mixed reality, invisible computing technology. Their product integrate all the computing power, chips, battery into a hard contact lens. Whenever you wear the contact lens, everything will project in front of your eye. And then you will be able to really interact with your hands with gesture control. It's kind of the replacement with your cell phone in the future, the next generation information platform.
Lou, can you mute your computer? I think we're getting some feedback there from your end. The team will help you mute your computer. Let's come back. Let's go to Mark for just a moment. What Faraz, Jacob, and Lou are speaking about needs digital infrastructure. Now, that's very fancy language for data centers, for fiber optic networks, for cell towers, small cell networks. What's the opportunity for investment that you see in this space?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me today. I'm sorry that I can't be there in Riyadh, but what I would say is obviously the pipes and the plumbing that we're laying today are enabling this conversation and this dialogue, which was already happening pre-pandemic. If you look backwards, 4 years ago, the average CapEx expenditures across the globe was about $240 billion of CapEx was going into fiber networks, data centers, and cell towers. Fast forward to, in the midst of the pandemic, that spend this year 2021, will be $396 billion of digital infrastructure CapEx. So the total addressable market is growing, and it's growing faster than we've ever seen it. And now we have a $2.3 trillion spend to build 5G networks across the globe. So the prospects for digital infrastructure are actually quite large. We have a market that's growing, and we have a need. And the need has obviously been tremendous during the pandemic, as we've seen workloads shift. You've seen really two trends that have emerged to the surface. One is we need more fiber in secondary and tertiary markets than in the suburbs. As people start to work remotely, they do their fitness from home, kids are learning from home. It's put a lot of pressure on the networks, in the perimeter of the networks. And so that's why we made a $14 billion investment in the fiber optic cabling business by taking Zayo private last year in the United States. And then the second trend we see is just around cloud. Enabling the cloud, continuing to build those high compute nodes that enable Microsoft and Amazon and other cloud players. Last year, we spent $3.6 billion of CapEx in Europe, building 8 mega campuses for the cloud players. And we really see a massive explosion in that high density compute. So really to keep this going and to keep the economies enabled and going, we've got to have connectivity through fiber, and we've got to continue to push networks to the edge in terms of applications.
So Lou, let's check back in with your fiber networks. Tell us how technology and AI will help us augment the human experience.
Yes, happy to. Is that sounds better now?
It does.
Great. I think it's the volume, the computer. Yeah, as I mentioned, the technology I was talking about is more like a future-like frontier tech. But actually, what's happened with AI right now is emerge with our daily life. One advantage we have right now is we have so many low-cost sensors around us was able to collect huge amount of data. When we talk about AI, we need to understand the foundation is the data. Data is also going to become the asset for every individual, every corporate, and every institute. And based on all this data and the huge amount of data, we're able to better transfer it, identify it, and provide personalized information. So I think that's another obvious trend going to come up. And because of the capability of collecting so much data, we'll be able to better utilize the AI and also realize the capacity of the AI to enable human capacity. I call it AI-free human capacity.
For us, making life easier for people, that's what this digital transformation is supposed to be about. Let's look at digital payments and your experience how much COVID accelerated them. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I heard yesterday from His Excellency Abdullah Al Swaha, they went from 0 to 100% digital payments in days. Cash just disappeared. You were part of that. Tell me that story from your perspective.
Yeah, I think, they say necessity is the mother of invention. I mean, that's what happened. On the 14th of April, E-commerce or digital platforms in the region, or not just in this region, but in emerging markets, rely a lot on cash on delivery, just because you're trying to create trust and you pay for services when you get them. So 3/4 of transactions in this market used to be cash on delivery, right, pre-COVID. Suddenly we all had to sort of invent, and cash was sort of banned. And that evening we went from 3/4 cash to 0% cash, and a transformation that was sort of projected over decades maybe happened overnight. And then as sort of situation improved, cash was brought back into the system, and we started accepting cash a few months later. But we'd seen this remarkable baseline shift where we had 1/4 of the transaction being on digital payments or credit cards. Now we have only 1/3 of the payments are actually cash. So 2/3 of the transactions are now on digital payments. So you have this kind of massive baseline shift happening over a period of 6 to 8 weeks, which is extraordinary. And I think it bodes well for what will happen in our part of the world. I think digital payment platforms, online wallets, things like prepaid and fintech products around buy now, pay later, are all possible now because customers have experienced shopping for their groceries completely electronically. And I think that's fantastic for all of us. We're excited about that.
So, Jacob, the title of this is Zooming Ahead. And while tens of thousands of people are watching this panel online, we also all complain about Zoom fatigue. But video conferencing isn't going anywhere. It is the new email. Give me some hope. How is it going to improve?
Oh man, don't we wish we could all just zoom off? But you're right. We're going to be looking into cameras for many years to come. You know, as an early stage software investor, we're spending a lot of time looking at new paradigms for software that help bring more of the human experience through, or at least help reduce some of the fatigue that we're experiencing. And so a couple of examples, use cameras, but instead of you being a always-on camera, you can pivot between a digital avatar that actually tracks your face. And so you can be in the meeting and physically present, making emotions and being there, but you're not having that intense focus of the camera. That's one example. Another example is a platform where the Zoom screens are actually organized into small little triangles where you can physically move around the digital space. And it enables you to interact with people. It enables you to set back and be less present, enabling you to kind of recover in a much more natural way. And then the third platform we're really excited about is virtual reality and the opportunity that we're seeing there. Facebook's Oculus or Quest 2 was recently released. Magic Leap, and I know Ms. Johnson is here speaking at the conference, and what they're doing is exciting. But in virtual reality, you have the opportunity to create very real memories in a digital environment. And for me, it was a core realization that if you can create a real memory and build a relationship with a person in a digital world, it is still very real, even though it is in a digital world. And so these are the types of platforms that we're excited about and hopefully can help us all evolve into a much less intensive on-camera experience.
I'm going to start working on my avatar already. So Lou, you mentioned a moment ago data as an asset. I know that you're heavily involved in trying to advance data policy in the United States. California, where you're based, has made great strides. We have GDPR in Europe. Tell me what's important to watch this year on data policy under the new Biden administration.
Thank you. It's a really good question because everybody knows California started to apply CCPA for the data privacy to really help resolve the issue that the data monopoly controlled by all these large tech corporates. And for us to focus on early stage tech investment, we definitely want to solve the problem for data monopoly as well, because it's actually hurting the innovation of the small ecosystem here. It's not empowering the smaller startup. So with right regulation in place, the smaller startup will have easier access to the data and will be able to better leverage data to power their new solutions. And from the government level, I think it's really important discussion about how to put the right regulation in place. The regulation for sure going to come for the tech industry, but we need to make sure it being done by the people truly understand how technology trend going to go and which direction it's go and how technology work together. Because when people talk about data, the common slogan we always hear is software is eating out the world. But the reality is when we talk about the data, it's really about software, hardware integration. So we have to understand both layers to better do the regulation. There's a new term in DC right now called the data policy. It's not only just a domestic US discussion, it's a global discussion because no government could really control the flow of the data. A corporate could collect the data from one continent and be able to use it in another continent. So how to better define the ownership, storage, and also how to do monetization is critical. I already heard lots of discussion and action in place for the data policy in general and in DC. But I would say there's still lots of effort need to be made. And also we need to gather experts, not only just the policy expert, the regulator, but also tax expert, economists, all different type of men to get together, be able to put the right thing in place.
Mark, let's get your view on data policy under the new administration as well.
Yeah, just quickly, I think, our view is that net neutrality will be preserved. I think that's a pretty consistent theme that came out of the Obama administration and carried out under Janikowski and Pai. And I think that policy will continue to stay in place. So we see not a lot of change around net neutrality, which in turn really leaves the cloud players pretty unobstructed in terms of their ability to access the internet. And the carriers that have built that network infrastructure and have to upgrade it from copper to fiber, obviously they're crying foul because they think the cloud players are getting a free ride on that infrastructure. So right now, the attitude, we think the winds are blowing in a free market, free digital market, and certainly that lends itself to opening up other issues, as Lou indicated, just talking about data sovereignty for a second. That's actually, I think, the bigger issue. Lou's on the right issue, which is, what are we going to do globally? Because if you look around the European Union, data sovereignty is a very hot topic. Each country wants to continue to retain their records. And we see that also happening here in the Middle East, where there's a lot of protection around data sovereignty. And even though the region is being transparent and opening up here in the Middle East around the ability of opening the internet and giving open access, this notion of countries protecting their data and requiring the cloud players and all of the data center providers to make records and copies is creating a rather burdensome environment. Now, good for infrastructure, of course, because we have to build that infrastructure to house all that, but highly inefficient. And so that's a challenge for us going into this next decade.
Thank you all so much for joining me, Faraz, here in Riyadh, as well as our virtual guests, Mark, Jacob, and Lou. Join me in the moment on the main stage. Welcome to Corporate Evolution, how business leaders are building a more adaptive company. Well, if one message has come through from the last year, it is surely that digital transformation that we've all been forced to experience is not easy. But when you run organizations responsible for banking, defense, commodities like oil trading, if you get it wrong, the consequences are anywhere from serious to frightening. We do have the great pleasure of hearing from an investor in digital transformation from banks across the world to getting Wi-Fi on planes, CEO of Ripplewood Advisors, Tim Collins, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Time. Take off your mask, relax. Delighted to also have us joined virtually by the CEO of Airbus Defence and Space, Dirk Hoek, and CEO and Executive Chairman of Trafigura in Switzerland, Jeremy Weir. So, Tim, let's start with some of the challenges. Given your portfolio of companies, what business weaknesses did you see exposed by the pandemic?
So, there are so many that I wrote them down. In all seriousness, I think I do everybody a disservice this late in the day in our time to give a long list of the things that have shown up. I would say just two things. One, everyone has learned that we are more reliant on governments as businesses, as institutions, as individuals than we ever thought. And that in that regard, we have learned that competence may be more important than ideology. And I think, not to name the negative examples, but in the past year, we have obviously had a lot of pandemic shocks and other shocks. And places like the Kingdom and the UAE and the neighborhood have done a remarkable job of adapting and of showing great competence. And so I think that's the first thing that we learned, is that we are vulnerable or influenced by governments, and that competence is really important factor in the way we organize ourselves and where we invest. The second thing is just a very simple thing, and thousands of more obvious things I won't bother enumerating, but we have learned to plan differently. We have learned plan beats no plan. That's not new. But we've learned to be dynamically planning, and we've learned to plan in pencil, and we've learned to iterate, and we've learned how important, people write about it, but we've learned to feel how important buffers, cushions, resilience, alternatives, scenario testing. We've learned that the world's unpredictable. We all knew that, but we now feel it. And I think in our business processes here in the Kingdom, at Banque Saudi Fransi, at Citadel in the Baltics, in EFG in Egypt, everybody's been faced with a brand new hand of cards weekly. And so learning to take out the eraser, start all over again, real-time iteration has been, I think, something that we didn't do well at the beginning, and we're doing much better now.
Jeremy, one of the most amazing moments last year was when the oil price went below zero. We heard Tim mention there the COVID shocks. You helped deal with the implications of that. What happened? You provided storage at sea, for example. Tell us more of that story.
Sure, it really was an extraordinary time. I mean, if you recall, during sort of the first quarter, and I think it was in March, where you saw increased supply being announced by OPEC. And at the same time, we started to see the impacts of the pandemic. That saw the demand destruction in oil consumption by about 25%, 20 to 25%, and far more in aviation. So it was really the perfect storm. We were quite fortunate in that, through our global footprint and the network that we have, not that we ever foresaw extreme volatility that we did witness, nor did we ever expect to see negative oil prices. But what we did expect to see was, an issue around storage, an issue around supply chains, and then how do we as an organizer react and service our customer base and provide continuity of business, because we really did see a very distressed market at that time. And what we did actually, we did sort of secure additional storage. We had some clear indications of what demand destruction may do, for example, in China, where we have a significant footprint of business. So therefore, to some degree, prepared. And we were able to position ourselves, even on in the shipping side. We increased our shipping fleet by 70%, leading into this sort of issue or this demand destruction. And so therefore able to ensure that we could actually move the cargoes, buy the cargoes, and ensure that we had continuity of supply chain. And that was extremely important during that time. And I should add, that was at a time actually when, during April, when we had most of our employees working from home, and it was our busiest month ever for our sort of 27-year history. So a lot of challenges to deal with during that period.
Fascinating. Dirk, let's come to you. I know that even before you took over as CEO of Airbus Defence and Space, you were passionate about digitalization. It isn't easy, however, in an industry where there are very strict rules around who can use the cloud due to cybersecurity. So how were you able to accelerate digitalization during COVID?
Yeah, it's especially quite a complicated task in a company where you have 4 home nations and you work, of course, in 4 classified environments for the national data. And then, of course, when I joined Airbus Defence and Space, we created, for example, an international layer in order to be able to communicate cross-national borders. And we started the digital transformation already in 2016, which was, of course, very useful now during the pandemic. But in the pandemic, we, for example, were forced to increase our VPN connections overnight, literally. In a few weeks, we increased almost by 20,000 VPN connections in order to enable our people to work from home and other remote locations. And this happened almost seamless. So we were able to keep our teams up and working through the whole year. And I think we can be very proud. The whole team ensured that we were able to deliver on our products and systems throughout the year on time. And we're able to compensate the pandemic effect through 2020.
Let's go from defense and space back to banks. So, Tim, you've invested in banks across the world. This is not the first challenge that the banking industry has faced in the last even couple decades, shall we say. What innovations that we might not have heard of emerged during the pandemic?
Lots. I think most of the innovations that we're all feeling are things that were inevitable but have been accelerated. Digital, and mobile are obvious. I think the thing that is less obvious and is becoming a point of difference is very subtle, but I think there are really 2 things that when I look around the world that are probably a better or a more salient lesson in this crisis and in past crises. Number 1, credit underwriting is a source of competitive advantage. Being able to iterate, evaluate, analyze in a dynamic way is becoming a true, it was, but it's becoming obvious as
and AI enabled, is that?
AI enabled, old-fashioned arithmetic, all of it. Superior credit underwriting is becoming clearly a powerful source of competitive advantage. And the second thing that's really not obvious, but I think as I wander around, I think many institutions, banks included, are finding that for their organizations, for their customers, for their communities, having a distinct sense of purpose is becoming a source of competitive advantage in recruiting people, in retaining people, in motivating and directing. And I think that out of this whole mess, or multiple messes, I think banks in particular are learning to find their place in society and realize that it's a really critical thing that they are able to articulate all the way down in the organization.
So purpose, an important aspect. I think partnership was one of the other words that I've heard so many times in terms of how we're going to build back. Dirk, while competition hasn't disappeared for you, I know that partnership, collaboration has become important in the last 12 months. I know you've been working, in fact, with a competitor on the Future Combat Air System. I wonder if you could have even seen that as a possibility 5-10 years ago.
5-10 years ago, not, but 4 years ago, because then that was the time when I started to reach out to our competitor to discuss a potential cooperation in a larger European sense. And this was something that you couldn't expect at that time. And it took us quite a while to convince the other party that this is a win-win situation. And especially that based on the Franco-German cooperation, we can build a European foundation in order to focus European defense strategy and also the European defense procurement for the years to come, in order to ensure that we are less fragmented and that, of course, Europe can also take its role in defense strategy on a global basis. So it was not easy, and I think you need to make a lot of compromises. Of course, you learn in Europe a lot about diversity. and that we have, of course, a different cultural background, different mentalities. But at the end, I think what is also clearly obvious is that we are based on the same value system, which is at the end helping to build a common ground and a win-win situation. So right now, I think we have proven in the future combat air system already that we can do this. We have now already onboarded also Spain, and we have now a Franco-German-Spanish cooperation. And I'm a strong believer that this is a strong foundation for a future European defense cooperation.
So, Jeremy, let's look ahead. We have a new US administration accelerating the energy transition. Every time I open my New York Times app, there's another announcement. What does this mean to you from an investment perspective?
There's obviously been, during the pandemic, we've seen a significant shift or a gain in momentum with respect to sort of decarbonisation and what that means to sort of investment across the globe. It's not just for the US, but it's also China, what they've announced, the Green Deal in Europe as well. And what this means really is a significant increase in demand in the metals, particularly those metals involved in electrification. So, for example, in copper, which is used obviously for not in solar panels, in just grids, but also in general infrastructure, in aluminium or aluminum, in nickel, in cobalt for batteries. So this is a huge amount of expenditure in these particular metals, which is going to be fundamental to the change. What we're doing as an institution, we've announced a power renewables trading division. We've announced some investments in solar and wind in a joint venture, 2 gigawatts of energy, renewable energy. We've also some investments in hydrogen. It's a very interesting space, and I think it has got a lot of momentum behind it. And it's just the start of a big move, I believe, in the metals markets.
How are you going to do that ethically?
We have a responsible sourcing sort of program within our business. More and more institutions and our customer base want to know where they get their metals from. We have a proper auditing process which we've put together, and so they were able to provide that. And this is, we're one of many companies doing the same sort of thing. And if you look at the mining industry, they're also looking at the sort of their ESG footprint and how they can comply with the requirements of stakeholders and provide ethical sourcing of materials.
Tim, tell me through your investment perspective, where are the next great opportunities in the next 5-10 years?
Where are the next? Well, look, I think I just say one thing, and that is Nietzsche, anything that doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So the survivors of this mess will provide great opportunities. But I just repeat the things that I said before. In our view, we are looking at innovators and disruptors in markets where our public sector partners are highly competent and forward-looking, and we are looking to be investing in organizations and building organizations that are highly purposeful. And we think, that's a whole new set of due diligence and strategic levers. I spend a lot of my time here with Banque Saudi Fransi. They are fully partnered with the government and with the community to try to be a part of this radical transformation that's going on here. And that's sort of not only music to our hearts, but to our wallets. We think that's a very, very important part of future successful investments.
Dirk, let me give you the final word. You've got two aspects to your business, both defense and space. How did that duality help Airbus in the last year?
Yeah, we saw that the space business was affected by COVID-19 more than the defense business. For example, our Kourou launch site in French Guiana was closed for several months, which delayed the sequence of launching. And this, of course, had an immediate impact to our business. But at the other side, we saw on the defense side that our home nations were willing to accelerate contract, to even discuss accelerated payment terms, and to support us throughout the year in different perspectives. So we were able to stabilize the whole division by balancing the aspects on the defense side towards the space side. What we also saw is that we were looking after the supply chain, because in our industry we have many suppliers that are single source, and if we would lose them, it would destabilize the whole industry. And we were able to support the suppliers with the help of the governments in order to make sure that also for the years to come we have a stable supply chain. And this was mostly coming from the defense business.
Dirk, Jeremy, and Tim, thank you very much for joining me here on stage, and digitally here in Riyadh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you are live.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I am Roxana Mohammadian Morina, Chief Strategy Officer of Fintech company Blend Network, a peer-to-peer property lending marketplace. Today's panel is titled Digital Currency, How the Pandemic is Driving Innovation in Finance. Of course, this is a hugely relevant time to be talking about fintech and innovation in finance. It is in Saudi Arabia as we begin a decade that will lead to the kingdom's Vision 2030 goals, where we know that fintech is one of the key pillars. I've discussed in the past how Saudi Arabia could be on the brink of a fintech revolution as it boasts a young, tech-savvy population and offers a source of business and ready talent pool for fintech companies. And yesterday we heard from His Excellency, the Minister of Communication and Information Technology, about the digital transformation that's happened in Saudi Arabia and how COVID-19 has accelerated that transformation. But not only in Saudi Arabia, and as the pandemic has put the entire global banking ecosystem under stress in 2020, despite increased revenue in some cases, the need for personalized digital solutions has really become crucial more than ever before. For example, the rapid expansion of financial access across the emerging world has sparked demand for digital banking. So today we want to talk about the innovation that we have seen over the past 12 months, how those innovations are shaping the future of the financial industry, and how partnerships between traditional financial services institutions and innovative fintechs, as well as strategic investment in fintech startups, can help reimagine the financial industry for the better. Joining me on this panel today to discuss these very relevant questions are four distinguished CEOs. Bob Diamond, founding partner and CEO of Atlas Merchant Capital, joining us from New York. Steve Jacob, managing partner and CEO of BTG Pactual UK, joining us from London. Jai Shekhar Sharma, founder of CEO of Paytm, joining us from India, and Tayo Obiosu, founder and CEO of Haga, joining us from Lagos. Please join me in welcoming all of our esteemed panelists. So I'll ask this opening question to all of you, if I may. Over the past 12 months, what are the trends in finance and banking that you have seen accelerated? And how do you think the pandemic and the economic slowdown have impacted the fintech industry? Well, would you like to start with the trends that you have seen in the US and also globally, obviously because your company invests in financial services companies?
Thank you, Roxana. Pleasure to be here and happy to kick this off, talking a little bit about the United States and the financial services industry and banking and what's happened in the last 12 months. And I think, you know, you started off with the right phraseology. It's been an acceleration. There's absolutely nothing in the last year that we hadn't seen already brewing, already developing, but there's been an incredible acceleration. And it's interesting. It's in very, very different ways. On the one hand, there's the story of the large incumbent national banks in the United States. Interestingly, over the last year, they have become larger, more concentrated, more integrated with the government, which is very unusual in the US to be making a statement like that. But as agents in some ways of the government programs during the Fed initiatives, the banks have become even closer to the government and public policy. So interestingly now, over 50% of the retail deposits in the US are concentrated with 4 of the large independent banks. So that's one trend, which is probably not what you expected me to say. On the other hand, consumer behavior is really taken off in terms of the adoption of digital access. And this has really been driven by stay-at-home and lack of access and people's desire to not be in public places. And to say that the adoption of technology for consumer banking has taken off would be a huge understatement. And then third, interestingly, you know, one of the things I've always seen in the U.S. relative to the other economies is the huge, deep, liquid capital markets. And in times of crisis or times of change, the reliance of the U.S. on the depth and diversity of the capital markets has been very, very helpful in times of crisis, but also in times of opportunity. And when I think about the pandemic and I think about this year and I look at the incredible explosion of SPACs, we've all read about this. The U.S. capital market, again, has innovated and added a tool that's been around for a while, but it's really exploited this tool of SPACs as a competitor to the traditional IPO process, a process that has really not changed much since the 1930s and has been an oligopoly for the large investment banks. And because of that, we have seen an explosion in the number of technology and particularly fintech companies that have been able to accelerate their growth and become public through SPACs. In Atlas Merchant Capital, in fact, we have launched a SPAC and we are looking specifically for fintech opportunities and to take those companies public right now. So an interesting combination of 3 things: the entrenchment and concentration of the incumbent large national banks, the explosion of fintech valuations and the ability to come public, the explosion of consumer behavior. And you know, I'll wrap up this comment with a comment that Jamie Dimon made a week or 2 ago when he gave the results of JP Morgan, which were extraordinary results. But when asked about fintech, he said we should be scared very much about fintech. And he talked about PayPal and Square and Stripe and Ant. He talked about Amazon and Apple and Google and the competitors, and the fact that for JP Morgan, as strong a position as they're in, they kind of have a battle ahead of them in terms of the entrenched banks versus fintech.
Thank you so much, Bob. This is really interesting, and I'm curious to know what are the other panelists, thinking. Vijay, you with Paytm, you obviously have been actually one of the pioneers of digital payments and digital wallets in India, even before, obviously, way before the pandemic. So I would be interested to know what are the trends that you have seen in digital payments and digital wallets and fintech generally over the past 12 months.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here, Roxana, and pleasure to be here. Well, like you said, the biggest thing that we saw changing in these pandemic days was contactless payments. And effectively, mobile payment overtook the card payments in the country, and mobile payments started to become order of magnitude contribution to the economic transaction. We've seen that in China, and finally, India has started to see the number of transactions which are in ratios of a couple of $100 billion overall as an industry processing in a year of a $2 trillion economy. So we basically are crossing 10, 20, 30% of the total number of the volume of retail payments being done using mobile payment. What we saw was that digitization, which we always believed that card-based networks will take. In India, it is mobile network that is overtaking, or mobile payment that is overtaking the card completely. I mean, right now, mobile payments are 2 to 3 times bigger than card payments, and pandemic only accelerated it. And one of the thing that Paytm pioneered in India was QR code-based payments. And merchants could sign up by going on an internet website, signing up, and giving us detail, and taking a QR code and printing. So we saw a huge increase in number of, I'd say, merchants that do-it-yourself signed up, because we did not have a sales team in lockdown, and how could we do it? So remote payment, in-store QR payments, and not even requiring the Square kind of device or Ingenico kind of device. We basically can say that India is taking a leap ahead of what typically a developed economy has seen. For example, like right now, we just heard that in US, we talk about Square, which is exactly nothing but a device, a new age fancy device. But that has moved off in India, because we have now seen the mobile payment taking over this. Obviously, extending that trend will include lending. So buy now, pay later, in-store credit card replacements using Paytm Postpaid that we launched. We saw a very quick adaptation of that, because people who were not getting more credit, they, instead of waiting for a credit card to be issued or credit card payment to be done, and many other restrictions of credit card acceptance out there, were able to do the mobile payment using a buy now, pay later product. So that also was a pleasant surprise for us. So I believe that pandemic more or less accelerated the journey of mobile payment and journey of in-store credit, and move away from credit card in a digital credit way.
Thank you so much for those insights, Vijay. Steve, what are the trends that you have seen in Latin America? I know that you guys at BTG have been very active in the fintech space, so we'd love to hear, the views from that market.
Hi, Roxana, and thanks for letting me be here. I think I'm going to echo a lot of what Bob said. What you're seeing in Brazil and here in the UK is very similar to his comments of the US and more globally. The direction of travel hasn't changed pre-pandemic. More adoption of digital, more adoption of AI, big data. The pandemic was a huge accelerator. The speed of travel has really gone up, and the number of people on the journey is exponential. You've only got to look at a number of people in lockdown at home, more time on their hands, using apps they've never used before, thinking about their financial security, their financial future, trading, investing. You look today at the crazy markets and Reddit and Robinhood and GameShop, etc., and you can only, it illustrates the power of what we're all talking about. And in Brazil is 200 million plus people, which is small compared to India, but it's quite big compared to many other countries around the world. And a young population, very digital savvy. And you're seeing a large adoption of a lot of what the other guests are talking about. And not just now in the millennials, the Gen Z generations, it's all the way through to the baby boomers and the retired generations. And I think that's one of the big differences. It's now become mainstream for a lot of people. It's interesting. You look at Brazil and you talk about, and Bob talks about the SPACs, which is such a key point. But the global markets, the listed markets, the capital markets are also very, very relevant. You've got a company in Brazil called Stone. It's over $20 billion now. It's again another payments company. Came from nowhere 4 or 5 years ago. We were an early investor in that. You've got companies that are still private, and that's the other side of that coin. There's this wall of private money as well that is looking to find a home. And you've got companies that have stayed private for much, much longer through this phenomena. We've got a company called Nubank in Brazil that did a recent round of $25 billion. Again, a relatively new company, like the name suggests. And those trends, it provides a dynamic that's very supportive of this trend continuing. So I think it's really allowed fintechs to flourish. I guess putting the black hat on and looking at the flip side a little bit, you have seen instances where fintechs have been exposed where they may be revenue dependent. And the obvious example is some companies that are more exposed to FX transaction fees or other such fees that are related to travel or the hospitality sector, et cetera, have suffered. And you've seen down rounds in valuations as a consequence. So it's not a case of everyone benefiting, but I think the general story is certainly one where fintechs have shown what they can do, and the adoption levels are just going through the roof.
Thank you so much. I think we have a great panel because you guys have views from different regions. So Tayo, would love to hear your thoughts from the African perspective and the frontier market perspective around digitization, cash digitization, and mobile payments as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roxana, and it's a pleasure to be back here at FII, and albeit remotely, and good to see all the panelists. So my company, Paga, is building the Square ATM for in Nigeria, really just about making it easy for individuals to perform transactions digitally and for sellers to collect payments. Through this pandemic, really at the height of it, we saw the acceleration towards the trends that Vijay talked about. I think Africa is still a bit earlier than where India is today, but the uptake and people looking for those digital options was really clear. On our platform alone, we saw 700% quarter-over-quarter growth in signups and people using the platform, which by the end of the year led to about 400% growth in revenues coming from those individuals, right? And in other parts of Africa, we're seeing similar trends, and we're seeing where governments are also leveraging digital payments for a variety of things. In Senegal, we saw where the government was pushing for more online transactions with merchants. Ghana came out with a unified QR code, right? Companies like Visa are partnering with various companies around the continent to drive this move to digitization. So we're seeing an amazing increase in use of digital. And one of the things that was really big in Nigeria last year was Bitcoin. As of the end of last year, Nigeria is now the second largest market for Bitcoin P2P. And this was driven by many factors, driven by the pandemic, but also by government policies. I think Steve mentioned foreign currency, right? So the currency policies in Nigeria are also driving people to look for alternative methods. And then at some point last year during the protests, there were also a shutdown of people making donations towards protests, right? So that led people to driving towards Bitcoin. So I think some of these trends we're going to see it stay. In summary, we've really seen the acceleration and people starting to say, what is an alternative way versus me going physically to a store to make a payment? What is an alternative way for me, rather than me going to the bank, to actually transfer money to someone? And so I think we're starting to see that those foundations that have been laid are starting to come to fruition very well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'd really like to quickly touch upon collaboration and integration, because this is so important in the fintech industry. And I asked you if you you could share one examples of successful collaboration and integration that you have seen in the fintech space over the past 12 months. That would be great. Bob, please, if you like.
Yeah, I'll take this up because
so we haven't seen a lot of integration on the banking side, other than the acquisition of skills, I should say, or technology and data and artificial intelligence. But in the fintech space, certainly transactions like the acquisition of Venmo by PayPal, where a traditional 20-year veteran, 20-plus-year veteran of that industry is buying even more advanced technology. What we are seeing a lot of is collaboration. And, in areas like electronic trading, a lot of the banks can't take the positions on the balance sheet that they took previously. Trumid is a company that we've been an investor in. They've recently announced collaboration with Barclays and with Goldman Sachs. Neither Barclays nor Goldman, a standalone bank, couldn't acquire the business because then it becomes proprietary to them. But if it's going to be an industry participant, then collaboration is the model that tends to be prevalent. We've seen another example with a fintech company we've invested in called Crux Informatics, in terms of the collaboration with a number of large investors such as Two Sigma and Goldman Sachs. So we're seeing a lot more on the collaboration side than on the integration side.
Thank you so much. Would love to talk about these topics for hours, but I'm conscious of the time. So just to conclude, I would like to get from each of you one thought for 2021. Steve, please, if you could give us one thought for 2021.
One thought for 2021. I think I think you're going to see more of the same. I think you're going to see. You're actually going to see, I think, reacting to what Bob said, more risks taken by incumbents. They've been slow. The financial services industry is categorized often in many countries with oligarchical situations, 3 or 4 big players, and that breeds this kind of lack of competition and a poor service, and that's what customers feel. And that's why fintechs have such a huge opportunity, because they can come in with their digital native mindset and their user experience focus. And I think that these big incumbents, acknowledging that they've done really well in these markets, as mentioned, like JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, BTG Pactual in Brazil, but we're almost forced to work with and integrate and acknowledge what fintechs are doing so that we can address the weaknesses seen in traditional players. We're a traditional player and we're a fintech. And we see the huge benefits that that they offer, and I think you're going to see more of that. I think you're going to see the bigger incumbents take more risks and get into this space in a way that they cannot avoid anymore.
Thank you so much. Vijay, in 30 seconds, one thought for 2021.
The fintech will be mainstream. They won't be looked at as an outsider, newbies. They would be the mainstream business.
And Tayo, in 30 seconds, please, one thought for 2021.
I agree with that one, and I would say that we're going to see China dramatically expand its digital RMB project, and we're going to see the U.S. government really push further around the digital dollar as well, which is a project I'm actually advising on. I think we're really going to see the move to see a country moving towards digital, full digital currency.
So as a closing here, I just want to thank all the panelists, Bob, Steve, Vijay, and Tayo. It's been a great pleasure to moderate this panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon. How's everybody? Last year at FII, I came with a prediction back in October of 2019. I said that President Trump would not be reelected president. There was some consternation and consensus that he was going to be elected prior to the pandemic, of course, but I was pretty steadfast on that. So I have another prediction this year for FII, and that is related to Bitcoin. And it is related to the adoption of Bitcoin as it fully scales into a representation of a store of value around our planet. And so I just have 3 quick points to make, and then I'll let others take it away. But in our research over the last 3 years of studying digital currencies, Bitcoin, established in 2009, over the last 12 years, a very significant monetary network. And so if you think of Facebook as a social network, Google as a search and advertising network, and something like Amazon as a retail network, Bitcoin has effectively become a decentralized network where over 140 million users are using Bitcoin. And you can actually track Bitcoin's value pursuant to the amount of users that are coming onto the network. And we predict that the user growth for Bitcoin, particularly in this age of decentralization in finance, is going to exponentially grow over the next 3 to 5 years. Second point, the reason why we established a Bitcoin fund and put over $350 million of our assets in Bitcoin across our product line is that Bitcoin is now mature enough where federal governments around the world are thinking about ways to regulate it, tax it here in the United States. And of course, China has it banned, at least for now, but they're working on their own digital currency related to the yuan. And so the Bitcoiners, who have a tendency to be libertarians, don't like the idea of it being taxed. But us at Skybridge, who happen to be more institutionalists, we see that as an opportunity for its maturity, and it will actually increase the acceleration of its adoption. The last point I'd like to make is related to storage. If we had looked at Bitcoin in 2014, when these coins were trading at $400 a coin, I would have said to you, okay, there's problems in terms of storing it either on a USB, inside your phone. You could have a SIM card swap or transfer, God forbid, and lose the value of your coins. But today there are places like Fidelity that store these coins. And so our fund is conjoined with Fidelity and Fidelity Digital Assets, where you have this layer of cold storage protection on the asset. And so I wanted to be brief and make this introduction and make my prediction here that by this time next year, or whenever FII starts again, and inshallah, God willing, it'll be perhaps this coming October, hopefully we can have a further discussion on Bitcoin. And Bitcoin, I believe, will be scaling in that period of time. This asset right now has about a $600 billion market capitalization. So in our minds, it has reached escape velocity. It is the winner. It has had 6,500 competitors attacking that coin over the last 12 years, but it has emerged as the winner. And I do predict that it will start to trade as a digital store of value. In fact, we believe at Skybridge that Bitcoin is better at being gold than gold is at being gold. And hopefully I'll get invited back to FII at the next FII. We can have a further examination of whether or not our prediction comes through. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
What an amazing 2 days. I would like to thank His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and His Excellency Yasser Al Rumayyan for their vision to bring together the unprecedented collection of thinkers to share their visions for a better future. And what a panel we have. Adam Aron, CEO of AMC Entertainment, the largest movie theater operator in the world. Robert Kinsel, Chief Business Officer of YouTube. And Bob Simons, Chairman and CEO of Eros STX Global Corporation, perhaps the world's first truly entertainment studio. Let's talk about the future of entertainment. The COVID-19 pandemic closed movie theaters worldwide and locked us at home with our smart devices. U.S. box office revenues in 2020 dropped to just $2.2 billion, down from $11.4 billion in 2019. Netflix, Amazon, Apple TV Plus, Disney Plus, HBO Max, and Saudi powerhouse Shahid became our daily companions. Prior to the pandemic, global revenues generated from movie theater releases hovered around $40 billion annually. By the end of 2020, subscription streaming services generated $50 billion in global revenue with 880 million users. By 2025, streaming entertainment services are projected to grow to 1.4 billion users and generate $85 billion in revenue. While studios generally split theatrical box office revenue 50-50 with movie theater chains, they keep the majority of money generated from streaming services. The pandemic has affected all of your businesses. Adam, the New York Times just profiled you as the savior of the movie theater industry. You've just raised $1.8 billion in equity and debt since December. Tell us what this journey has been and how you're preparing for the future.
Well, that's quite an introduction, Sandy, and journey it has been. I want to take you back in time to February 23 of 2020. As CEO of AMC with theaters in the US, Europe, and of course in Saudi Arabia, we got word that 5 of our theaters in Milan were going to be shut because of the COVID virus. 5 theaters out of 1,000. And when we got that news, we thought, oh, that's a shame. How long are they going to be closed? And the local authority said, about 7 days. Within 3 weeks, all 1,000 of our theaters in 15 countries on 3 continents were closed. And they basically stayed closed for 5 months. But even when we reopened them, there were no movies to play because major studios delayed the release of almost all the major titles that were coming. So my company, which had $5.5 billion of revenue annually, suddenly had no revenue at all, none. And that put our company in a great degree of stress. We burned through a lot of cash. Obviously, we reduced expenses as aggressively as we possibly could. But the name of the game has been wait for the world to recover. Our hope in March was going to be the world would recover in June. Then we hoped the world would recover in August. Then we hoped the world would recover in November. Then we hoped the world would recover in January. Now we're hoping the world will recover in May. The difference now is that the vaccine is real. Vaccinations have started. And so this time, I think we can be optimistic that somewhere between May and July, major studios are going to release big major movie titles, and our theaters, which actually have been open since September and very safely, I might add. Our health protocols have been superb, but we're optimistic that recovery is right around the corner.
Bob, you and I share the vision that storytelling bridges cultures, and it is the hope for the future and bringing people together. You're building the global studio of the future. But we're also at a time where the models are changing, the business is changing. Can you sort of look at how audience behavior is changing, how the COVID has impacted the decisions as to how people will see entertainment in the future, and perhaps whether or not Universal, AT&T, HBO Max have made the right decisions in how they've balanced theatrical releases with premiering on streaming services?
Thanks, Andy. And Adam, Robert, it's good to see you guys. It's interesting because it's tough to take something that's been so traumatic and difficult as this pandemic has been for so many people and say that some really good things have come of it. But at least in terms of how our business model has been pushed forward and accelerated, that's absolutely what's happened. We have in India, I've got a partner named Kishore Lula. We have the biggest Bollywood library and one of the fastest growing streaming platforms. Obviously, the pandemic has accelerated that subscriber base pretty dramatically. And on the legacy STX business, we make, market, and distribute films, predominantly mid-budget, star-driven films with global appeal. And we've had to change our model more quickly than we had planned. That's put us in a very interesting sort of, we have less risk and more profit than we had planned on. So to take a step back, what we do on the legacy STX side is we make, market, and distribute films, which means that we put it through Adams theaters in the US and frankly in another 150 different countries. And then each film has a waterfall of different streams, and each revenue stream has discrete economics. Given the fact that some of the theaters have been closed, we've rejiggered that and found that by reordering that sequencing, and in some places where we couldn't go to theaters, we find that we're doing a lot of business with Netflix, Hulu, Amazon, etc. And I do think that whenever this comes back, these learnings are going to continue forward.
Bob, it's funny. When I think about what I'm watching and the fact that 70% of Netflix productions outside the US and that Lupin is a hit series in the US with new stars, comes out of France, how are you thinking about where audience taste is going. I think we're seeing better writing than we've ever seen, or certainly the expectation of it from audiences.
Well, that's a really important point. So, from our standpoint, you'd asked what these other guys are doing, like the guys at AT&T. They've taken their slate and they put the whole thing on HBO Max. Those are truly some of the smartest guys on the planet, and the problems they're trying to solve for are 5G rollout and building out a competitor to Amazon and Netflix and HBO Max. We're doing something very different, which is we are in competition for the best storytellers and the biggest stars, making the most compelling product we can at the right budget, because this is a business. And in doing that, we find that each market has different stars and different storytellers, and anything we can do to attract those sort of storytellers in those markets that speak to those cultures is ultimately what we're focusing our energy on.
Robert, I cannot tell you how grateful we all are for what YouTube has done. It has democratized access to entertainment. When I was at CAA, if you were a young filmmaker and you wanted an agent or anyone to see what you did, it was such a closed club. And you have made that club global. And you are the quintessence of an open platform versus the closed platforms that Bob was just talking about. Can you talk a little bit about, the difference between open platforms, closed platforms, and now with everybody locked at home creating, which to me is always amazing, what you've seen during the pandemic and what you see coming after the pandemic?
Yeah, thank you, Harry. Yes, we've seen, just like everyone else, we've seen tremendous acceleration of consumption on our platform. And the difference for us is that, as you said, we are an open one, which means anyone can publish. And really, we've been sort of pushing this model for 15 years, and had tremendous amount of success with lots of content creators who have built sizable businesses on our platform. But what we've seen this year happen is, as everyone shut down, suddenly everybody in the creative space became a YouTube star. They became YouTube creator. And what it meant was, imagine late night talk show hosts on television suddenly couldn't be in their studios. So they started to do exactly what YouTube creators have been doing for the last 10, 15 years, set up their workflows with their teams for pre-production, post-production, writing, etc. Everything done online through online tools. And suddenly all of them started to do exactly what YouTube creators have been doing for a long time. And by the way, to great success. We've worked with most of them, and we've seen this trend of sort of self-reliance and the ability to publish from anywhere at a high quality resonate tremendously with audiences. So that was on the entertainment front. And then obviously during the time of COVID, a lot of people are coming to platforms like YouTube to look for authoritative sources of information or medical information, learning, etc., because suddenly they're at home and they have more time to spend on the platform. So we've decided to stand up a vertical focused on medical information, led by National Health Services or Public Health Services, Dr. Garth, and we work with organizations such as the World Health Organization and NHS in the UK and CDC in the US and every equivalent in every country to make sure that we're linking to their websites and that we're providing more and more authoritative information from those sources. The last element that I want to mention that happened this year was the tremendous rise of education on YouTube as families, kids, and their parents were at home. There was a lot of focus on online education, and a lot of folks were coming to YouTube for it. So we also have we've had for a long time had a vertical focused on it, but we're investing even more into it following this year.
So, it's funny, when I've talked with Garth Graham, and Dr. Graham is leading that charge on the medical side, but also in terms of education, just a thought. Obviously, these now are using the tools of entertainment to bring forward a higher engagement in healthcare and in education. I mean, what are you seeing in with regard to that? And what kind of new skills do people need?
Yeah, so if you talk to Dr. Garth, as we all call him, what he's really focused on is making sure that wide audiences are receiving this information and they want to watch it, which means it has to be engaging. So it is actually very important to do what you mentioned, which is that you bring the tools of entertainment and personalities of entertainment and partner them together with medical experts. And that's actually what we've been focusing on this past year. But we just want to make sure that people listen to medical experts, and we'll do whatever it takes to achieve that. And the avenue to that is entertainment and bringing trusted entertainment figures to do so for different audiences. So we're having a lot of fun with it. It's very important, very serious, but it's important to make it very digestible for people.
So we're nearing the end of the panel, and what I'd like to do, because we have what I would think is like 12,000, a gargantuan audience of those watching us around the world that have been gathered here. So in a sentence, could you do two things? One, 5 years from now, what do you think your business will look like? And what area of investment would you most recommend people look at as something to think about for the next few years to invest in? Adam?
In one sentence, 5 years from now, I envision billions of movie tickets being sold around the world in movie theaters, just as this has been the case for the past 115 years. As for investment, I'll tell you where my money is. I'm invested in AMC. I believe in our future.
All right, Bob and Robert, 30 seconds each, go for it.
So I think it's going to be massive consolidation, particularly with the streamers. And the differentiating factor of who wins and who doesn't win is going to be who makes the most compelling must-see content. And there's going to be a fierce battle over the time and talent of the people who make it.
I think it will be online commerce tied to video platforms, where all the amazing creators that I just mentioned will sell their own products or other brands' products. But it's basically democratization of retail through online video platforms.
Everyone who is watching, go to AMC theaters, watch Bob Simon's productions, and you should all be auditioning on YouTube for your next future in entertainment. I want to thank the FII for bringing us all together for this discussion of the future of entertainment.
Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
Welcome to the stage Her Royal Highness, Princess Rima bint Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud, Ambassador to the United States and Board of Trustees of the FII Institute.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us today. Good morning, perhaps, if you're all the way in the United States of America. Today, we're actually talking about what I believe is one of the most important subjects during the COVID era. It is also, what is the future of education? No session has been more impacted than this one by COVID. Yes, public diplomacy has been impacted. Yes, I would say public health, telemedicine, also commerce and business. But what's going to move the needle in the future is the future of our children. I could think of no better people to share this panel with than Her Excellency Smriti Irani, India's Minister of Women and Children, and also Cindy Mee, founder and CEO of VIP Kid. I'd love to offer both of the ladies to share with us their views on the future, not just of education and technology, but also what does the private sector owe the nations that it delivers its products to, and what does the public sector owe the people of its nations? I think I'll start with Her Excellency.
Thank you. To understand the opportunities India can present not only to its own citizens, but global citizens at large, one needs to understand the expanse of education in India. Today, we as a nation celebrate institutionalization of over 1.5 million schools in our country, which are served by over 60 educational boards of instruction. We have 248 million children in our school system, serviced and championed by 9.4 million teachers. And I must here add that of these children, 156 million children study only in government establishments. That means that a majority of our children are educated in government institutions. The pandemic brought forth many challenges, especially for those who had never used technology as an educative enabler. I must here proudly say that the Government of India, in collaboration and with the spirit of cooperative federalism, partook in a massive digital education campaign during the pandemic, where over 30 Indian states came together on the same digital platform as the Government of India. We had contributions of e-content by over 15,000 organizations and individuals, creation of 150,000 e-content modules, which was made available for children across the country, has resulted in e-learning processes wherein 18.2 billion page hits was made available only on one platform called Diksha, which was propagated by the government. Additionally, I may add that during the pandemic, our children undertook 2.7 billion learning sessions on this one digital platform. However, recognizing that each child may not be endowed by a device which can help that child access education, the Government of India reached out to volunteers, be they parent volunteers, student volunteers, or teaching volunteers across the country, specifically to reach out to those children who had no access to a device, wherein a volunteer was trained and given pen drives with preloaded content, which reached out to especially children in those segments where there was no digital reach or no digital device available to the student concerned. There was a particular intervention which was done by the government, keeping in mind those children who are visually challenged or hearing impaired. For the visually challenged, in the DAISY format, educative content was made available. Similarly, content was made available to children with disabilities across the country. However, a child or a family who was not digitally enabled had a recourse in special educators that received preloaded content on their pen drives and who singularly reached out to children with these challenges across our country. I must say COVID was also a learning time for many institutions. The government in India did not stop the reform process in education sector during the pandemic. I'm happy to share with this august audience that after 30 years, a new education policy was brought forth, that too during a time where the world was battling a pandemic, thereby signaling to our citizens and the world at large that while we as an administration were meeting the challenge that COVID presented to us, we did not stop the reform and the policy measures that needed to be undertaken to provide a better educative prospect to our children, the future of our country.
Great. And Ms. Mee, would love to understand from your point of view, as a representative of the private sector and your deep work in education, how has the private sector stepped up to help fill this gap in COVID?
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for valuing education and saying children is our future. We all should be working on this. So as an English tutor for the past 22 years of my life, I've been teaching offline at private tutoring centers. But now, if you look at the COVID in China, we have over 15 million new babies born every year, and then 200 million K-12 students. So parents need after-school tutoring and learning, and this is where the private sector step in. There's about 60 million Chinese children learn after school at their private times. So, what I envision the private sector should work on is a high-touch, high-tech global classroom for global kids. And what VIP Kid does is to build a global classroom for the 3 to 15-year-old to learn English and Mandarin online. So, I've got two thoughts that I want to share today. One is that for education today, the private sector has already built, the classroom that is online, that is global. For example, like VIP Kid, we now work with 100,000 American teachers and the Canadian teachers. So this would never happen before, but across all the Pacific, the distance, they are working with 800,000 Chinese children from the comfort of both their homes and learn online. And similarly, with our Lingo Bus program, we have a few thousand Chinese teachers and tutoring 80,000 global kids to learn Mandarin wherever they need at their free time. And also, we have Reeducation program where hundreds of our teachers participate, and they are helping children either learn Mandarin or English in their classroom where the teacher would zoom in like what we do virtually today. So especially last year, that's those critical moments like our North American teachers voted VIP Kid as the 9th best place to work with on the Glassdoor list. And also when, in the COVID, teachers, parents, and students mail each other masks and then send each other the stay strong, stay healthy videos. That's where I felt the world has never been more connected than ever before with this high-touch element in education. And then, about the future of education, I also envision the private sector should deploy all the technology that we can, since all of us has got thousands of engineers on AI, big data, 5G, AR, and VR. So learning should be accessible, affordable, and personalized, with all the possibilities where we can have AI tutors teaching students the basic practice, and also the big data to help build up a personalized learning system. So cost can be really marginal or even no cost for children to learn for free. And then we can envision this future where learning can be 10 times more efficient, efficacious, and engaging for children. So I would like to conclude my point of view to say that a global classroom that is built for global kid to allow accessible, affordable, and personalized learning future for our children is a key, and private sector should be really working hard on this. And also on behalf of VIP Kid, I would like to thank Your Royal Highness for the opportunity, and also FII for bringing us together to discuss this important topic. After all, to inspire and empower every child for the future, is our vision, and also I think that is probably the best investment initiative we can all think of to build for the future.
Fantastic. Well, ladies, I'd love to also ask both of you, you've both touched on something very interesting, how technology is able to upgrade the engagement of the educator and the student and able to connect them all. However, one thing that I think is critical that we address is the disparity in connectivity that happens actually across the world. So the aspiration to have this global classroom, as you discussed, imagine a young woman in Saudi actually studying with a young lady in China, in India, all the way to the United States. Many quite similar to what we might be seeing behind us. But who's being left out, I believe, is the ones that don't have access to the digital connectivity. And how can we solve for that? And what is the role then of government versus private sector to make sure that that digital divide doesn't actually keep growing as the future, unveils itself, not just because of COVID?
Excellency, I think that governments unite in ensuring that access to devices and technology is made available, especially to those who may be dispossessed of an opportunity to educate themselves or their family members. And as a commitment to that, the government of India has ensured that we have over 100,000 villages in our country which are connected with optical fiber networks which now are intended to reach our government schools and aided institutions, including those centers where women and children gravitate for nutritional and vaccination purposes. Additionally, the Government of India plans in the next 2 years to ensure that every village block in our country is connected digitally to ensure that the services reach every citizen, especially in the rural environments of our country. I must here, Excellency, also highlight that India currently serves close to 120 digital government services out of 300,000 common service centers, predominantly which are serviced by women and led by women. But I feel that one of the big issues that needs to be addressed is the democratization of language when it comes to content. We are a country where currently educational content is available through government services in over 30 Indian mainstay languages, but we are a nation that celebrates the linguistic diversity of over 1,600 dialects. So as the global community comes together and shrinks into global classrooms, one, I think, needs to endeavor to ensure that those languages that are few and far between spoken or read are languages in which content needs to be available more so. Secondly, I feel that when it comes to access to devices, the private sector can play a very, very poignant role in ensuring that devices now become more and more affordable, especially for those who are economically challenged. Today, India celebrates the fact that we have over 1 billion mobile users in our country, where women share in the digital expanse of our country as much as men. But we also need to be conscious of the fact that when it comes to access to a device, OECD has flagged many a times appropriate use of device at an appropriate age. Given that COVID brings upon us this added pressure of ensuring that we ensure that content reaches every family, we need to consider even the effects psychologically or clinically of having an access to a device by a child 24/7. So I feel that apart from governments and the private sectors, family also will have to play a very pivotal role in ensuring the technological balance in their child's life.
Fantastic. So, Ms. Mee, we talk about the technologies that are available and the devices. I think that's a critical point. And so, if a young family of 4 is out in a rural area with simply a phone, what is the quality of education that that family could actually have for their children? And how can we actually overcome those kind of obstacles? Is it technology? Is it less expensive technology? Or is it the reframing of the educational content for these kinds of devices? What's your perspective on that? And how can we do better to bridge the divide of the inequalities that exists?
Absolutely. So I think that is the reframing or redeveloping of the content, like the AI tutor or good content with a video so that children can get access to will change the landscape. What I want to comment a little bit just on the last topic was I saw in China we have almost every rural school has got the TV or the access to the internet. But then tutor or teacher is always a challenge and the content. So I think the private sector can work with the government, the school to deploy our content or technology to help more children to learn for free, because technology can really bring down the marginal cost. And as you mentioned, a 4-year-old girl with a device or phone, to reframe the experience is not challenging. It's video or even AI tutor or practice questions that is adaptive or personalized. But I think it is, the parents' participation that also matters. I agree with Minister Rani on her point of view, but I think together with all these, we can then make a change.
So from your point of view and what you're seeing out in the private sector, what's the next technology that will actually innovate and change this world? What can we look forward to?
I think it's personalized learning. I think that is the key that can change things. As we talk about access, is probably no longer a challenge in India with all the phones and internet access, and also similarly in China, and I believe in the future to far more territories in the world. But then, with affordability is also brought by personalization and more technology to make learning more efficient. So I think personalization is a combination of a lot of things. It's a more efficient learning practice, learning system. It could be AI tutor that can teach children for almost free, so that whoever has a phone or has internet access can then get access to her own learning management system that can allow children to learn very well. And also that can bring children of the world together to be global classmates. They can also teach each other or learn with each other. I can't imagine a better global classroom like this. So I believe personalization is a game changer, but notably at a lower cost when it is more affordable and accessible.
Fantastic. And
that's my dream.
If I could ask both of you to close with, why is this an investment that the private sector should make? We have a room full of investors listening to us. Education, what's the case for it?
I think there could be no better time in the history of humanity to make a case for not only education, but everything that helps construct a better society and a better future. I think nations in this pandemic came together to find solutions. And when they came together, it is that drive to acquire new knowledge. It is that drive to look and introspect at what our scientific processes, or for that matter, prowess, was to ensure that vaccination comes to the fore as quickly as possible. It is these human endeavors which, in fact, underline the need, not only for the private sector, but citizens across the world to come and invest in education. Because I feel that today, when you look at the meaning of education, given the pandemic, that in itself has undergone a sea change. Never before, in fact, when people were arguing how much of technological content is essential or is desirable in the field of education, did anybody ever envisage that a pandemic will make it next to impossible to have face-to-face realms of education? The fact that the world dipped into digital education, and successfully so, and the fact that communities were extremely cautious in ensuring that nobody was dispossessed of educational initiatives, I think becomes the hallmark for what the future of education will be like. But given that we are people who learn better when we converse with each other in person, I look towards a future where technology, yes, will become one of the mainframes or mainstays of education, but ultimately a blended pathway for knowledge and acquirement of new knowledge, I think, is the future for education. So anybody who wants to invest in a future which is resilient, anybody who wants to invest in a future which is just for every global citizen, should invest in education.
Fantastic. And Ms. Mee, the case for investing in education.
Yes, as a rural China girl who dropped out of school, 17 years old, I learned the hard way. I taught myself. More than anyone, I would say, for education, it is high touch. But all children want to be the best of themselves. All teachers want to help, and all parents want the best. But then how? So technology with investment would make very, very much difference in the future of education, where affordability empowered by AI technology and more engagement by VR or video conferencing technology, and then I can count 100 things that can be making global online learning or technology-enabled learning very different. So I would say to empower and inspire every child for the future, we need more investment initiative in education to do it together.
Well, thank you, ladies, for joining us today. You've clearly made the case that investing in education is not only the way of the future, it's also the best business investment that you could possibly make. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would implore you to make sure that we do not fall into the divide of inequality through education, but with your support as the investors of the world, please invest in bridging the digital divide and helping to ensure that the young people of the future have the opportunities of those of the past, and if not, a brighter future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rani Nashar. I'm pleased here to be with Mr. Stephen Mnuchin, the former Treasury Secretary of the United States, as well as a distinguished investor, investment banker, and expert in global finance and economics. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you today.
Thank you. We are here at FII to talk about the future of global investment. Many in our community are interested to understand what is the next for the United States. So how would you assess the current state of the US economy, and what are the greatest opportunities for future investment in the US?
Well, first, let me talk about the current state of the US economy. And you really have to put this in perspective, because we came into the last year with one of the best economies we've ever had and one of the lowest unemployment rates. And obviously, we were all caught surprise by the impact of COVID-19. And as a result of that, had to take the unprecedented step of shutting down the entire economy, which is something that obviously none of us have ever experienced. At the time, I was concerned that unemployment was going to get as high as 25%, and we may see another Great Depression, not Great Recession. But working with Congress, we were able to very quickly execute very large fiscal response. Now it's close to $4 trillion. We also worked with the Federal Reserve on 13 emergency facilities and with their own monetary impact. So we've really sustained, I think, a very significant limiting the downside and then having a big increase. Obviously, in the third quarter, one of the largest GDP numbers we've ever had. But I think there are still parts of the economy that are still impacted, and we still need to get more people back to work. It's obviously had a big impact on small businesses.
Yeah, so since we are talking here about the small businesses, what impact have the stimulus packages had on SMEs, which represent 90% of the businesses, as well as 50% of employment worldwide? And what else is needed to fuel growth?
Well, as you said, and the numbers are pretty staggering of how large of the private economy is dependent upon small businesses. And as you said, 90% of the businesses and 50% of the unemployment. And that was one of my concerns. If 50% of the small businesses had laid off people, that was 25% unemployment as it was. The good news is a lot of the big companies had resources to sustain a shutdown. The small companies did not. So we created what we called the Paycheck Protection Plan. It was a loan that small businesses could get. And if they used the money appropriately to pay their employees, it turned into a grant and it was forgiven. And we've done over 500 billion of that now. With the most recent legislation, that'll go up to 800 billion. And small businesses will have the opportunity to take second loans if their revenues were down 25%. So I think that's really helped. Unfortunately, there are going to be a lot of small businesses that go out of business. It is unfortunate. And you asked me about the investments. One of the things we've seen is obviously the stock market is back at a level that's higher than it was before the pandemic. And I think what you've seen is part of that is a result of 0% interest rates and a large fiscal response. Part of it is for certain large businesses, they're booming. They're doing better than they ever have done. Their business models, whether it's hybrid business models, whether it's online business models, have really sustained. And they've unfortunately taken a lot of business away from small businesses. And any small business or big business, quite frankly, that's been in entertainment, travel, hospitality has just been devastated. So those are the areas of the economy that I think are going to have to be focused to be rebuilt. And I think many of them are, have come out of this era, if they've survived, with too much leverage. So it will be a very good investment opportunity.
Indeed, you're right. As my final question, you know that over the last 2 days in the FII, all the discussions are about the rebirth of the economy and the new renaissance. So from your experience, what advice would you give to the leaders and investments moving forward in the new post-COVID economic context?
Well, I think although the leaders around the world responded very quickly, I think what this shows is we were completely unprepared for this type of a healthcare crisis. And I think the lesson was where previously we had not seen these types of diseases travel around the world at the rate they did. I think the answer is we need to be prepared for that. We need to have better medical equipment ahead of time. We need to know how to deal with this. And it's a global issue, as we've seen. When it impacts one country and people start traveling, they travel around the world. The other piece of advice I would say is, although the large economies have fared reasonably well, all the developing economies are going to take a long time to rebound. I think we all have a responsibility to contribute and make sure the vaccine distributions. Debt relief is something we've worked on very significantly at the World Bank and with the IMF.
This is really interesting. I'd like to thank you, Steve, and we really appreciate you joining us today, and we look forward to following what you do next. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you.
COVID has made us experience the true value of biotech. A whole new generation of vaccines have been introduced with light-breaking speed. Biotech is also expected to grow with 9.5% kind of in the next 5 years to come. So it holds a great promise for us, for humanity. On the other hand, biotech incurs great risks. It has long lead times. It requires strict oversight. So what will COVID do for our healthcare system? It's my great pleasure to introduce the esteemed speakers to you tonight, and today and tomorrow. First of all, we have Professor Bob Langer. In the biotech world, everybody knows Bob, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and the co-founder of Moderna Therapeutics. And with over, I'm going to read the number, 320,000 more citations, I think he's at the top of what we have. Bob, excellent to have you here. Thank you very much. Also, we have Professor Al-Mutari, scholar, scientist, entrepreneur. She's a professor at the Pharmaceutical Chemistry of the University of California, director of the Center for Excellence of Nanomedicine and Engineering. And we're very pleased to have you, Professor Al-Mutari. Next, we have Dr. Jin Lee. He's the CEO of HitGen. And HitGen is a company who has a library of molecules which will help, and he will explain later, of 1 trillion molecules to help us accelerate and improve the world. And last, but certainly not least, we have Alex Denner. For 20 years, he has been an investor in the biotech world with a great track record. And he has been the activist, basically, in the world, kind of accelerating its development. Now, Bob, if I can start with you. We're witnessing kind of like the power of the new vaccine platform. Moderna, everybody knows Moderna these days. Now, what other technologies do you see and which hold a great promise going further?
Certainly. Well, I'm very excited about messenger RNA, as you mentioned, and I'm also excited about other types of things like gene editing and I'd say cell therapy and nanotechnology. In particular, though, I think one of the areas that's really been underserved is nutrition. You know, there's so many things that nutrition can help us on with the immune system and just living longer. And, you know, at MIT, we've actually developed new ways of taking nutrients and making sure, like probiotics and others, and making sure that when they're put into foods that you get pretty much 100% out, and you can even deliver them to the right parts of the gut and so forth. So we actually even started a company called VitaKey that's collaborating with cows to really, I hope, do for nutrition what Moderna's done for vaccines. And so I think there's a number of areas like this that are very exciting. But the last thing I guess I'd mention, what I've always watched, you know, is that, you know, the future, you just sometimes don't even know. Like if you asked about CRISPR, for example, 10 years ago, nobody would have known what you meant. And I think that, you know, we always want to keep an open mind for what kinds of discoveries from basic science in university labs and other places can change the world. And those don't have a name yet because they haven't even happened.
Exactly, there is still a great future out. What would that mean for the investors? We're talking to the investment community here. So what would that mean? What would that entail?
Well, I think, you know, to me, investors, I think, want to invest in cutting edge areas that can make a difference and really that have been underserved. That's why I mentioned nutrition. I think that nobody's done anything very novel in that for a long time. And obviously, the reason Moderna did very well is because of great science. I think great science is always key. Great science coupled with really great business people. But one of the reasons, again, Moderna did so well is they've had great investors and actually a great CEO in Stefan Bancel. So I think it's a combination of all those things.
Thank you, Bob. It is a combination of getting the company and the science together. But perhaps there's even more if you think about in a global healthcare system what we really need. Professor Amatari, what would we need more in a good performing healthcare system?
Well, I think what's important and what has been really highlighted during this pandemic is better investment in the healthcare sector and research and development in the healthcare sector by both federal or government, public investment, and also private investment. And it's been stagnant for a while in the United States, and many other developing countries really need to catch up on their spending on R&D, research and development, both in mission-driven public sector spending, for example, in basic research. One area that should be heavily invested in by governments, I think, is in immunology, when we're talking specifically about healthcare. And that has reaped many benefits over the last 10 years, like Professor Langer was telling us. CRISPR technology, gene editing technology, was born out of study of the immune system of bacteria, and that won the Nobel Prize for this past year, 2020. And in 2018, another immunology basic research finding also got the Nobel Prize in immunotherapy. So I think this pandemic has taught us that the immune system is complex. Studying it has benefits that far outreach our vision of what it could be, and we, over the decades, it's proven that you invest in understanding the immune system, then you can have better healthcare technologies, and that really lays on the shoulders of governments, I think. In terms of private sector investment, I think that we definitely need to, the private sector needs to invest more in drug delivery, and one of the successes, the reasons behind the success of RNA technology is twofold. One, it's an old technology. However, the delivery vehicles were a recent breakthrough, and coupled with amplification methods like self-replicating mRNA, that really enabled this to happen. And the third component of the success of the RNA vaccine is the regulatory process. It was obvious that it needed to be sped up. And one thing that I could say, both in private investment and also in the regulatory process is we need as people to overcome our loss aversion bias, which I think is a big challenge that, if you look at the FDA, they don't have much to lose, some of these panels, if they don't approve a new technology, but they have a lot to lose if something goes wrong. So we need to really re-examine our decision-making and overcome our natural tendencies as human beings to get stuck in the loss aversion bias, our way of thinking.
So that would mean we would have a different perspective and therefore perhaps also some implications on the way we approve medicine and new basically kind of like delivery methods to really drive innovation forward.
Correct. We want to worry less about what could go wrong, exactly. And take definitely more risks.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Lee, we talked about new delivery and new medicine being delivered, but of course there is also a whole host of vaccines when they are developed kind of in the conventional way, where there is significant improvement to be made in development and delivery. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah. So what we have seen clearly in 2020 with the threat of sort of COVID, vaccine has really been the hope for bringing the world into the better shape out of this pandemic case. But obviously, there are also other approaches to therapies we know as traditional chemical drugs, small molecules, antibodies, as well as cell therapies, all sorts of methods available. What we have been working on really is about getting prepared and making more molecules available as the toolboxes for the future. When we do develop therapies, we have sufficient resources to screen against different diseases. So what the HitGen has been working on is creating this massive small molecule resources. We use DNA-encoded chemical libraries. We now have reached like over 1 trillion small molecule libraries ready for screening for different therapy applications. And what we have learned, suppose from this effort, is under this massive threat and a lot of resource and effort can be focused to develop therapies and treatment in a much quicker way than previously possible. As we all know in the pharmaceutical industry, it's a long time to develop a therapy, but what COVID has taught us, if the treatment needs are important enough for human life, society, much quicker speed and much greater resources can be applied to develop the therapy as well as prevention. So my view is we need to develop and prepare more different resources available and ready to be used in situations as well as in, if you like, challenging disease areas which are not ongoing affecting human lives.
Exactly, and with kind of the technology kind of you propose, we currently have like 10 years in the development or a decade kind of for the development of a new vaccine in a more conventional way. We've seen that shortened. Do you think that 10 years is still acceptable, or will 1 year be the new normal?
I think obviously the COVID situation is different from what we normally face in drug development, and there are also different disease areas which require different types of assessment, in safety assessment, as well as in efficacy assessment. Clearly what this last year taught us is we should probably re-examine many areas to work on. How do we assess efficacy? How do we assess safety? And are we, just like Professor Amatari talked about, maybe we should look at efficacy more importantly, and be able to take risks in a more manageable way and getting therapies out into patients as quickly as possible. Our personal view is we probably can accelerate, providing there's a collaboration between the industry, regulators, in the interest of patients. But also we need to be scientific. Not everything can be done in a year, but there are certainly some things could be speeded up.
Thank you, thank you. There's hope for the future. Now, all of this, of course, gives rise to some of the forecasts. We see 9.5% growth in the next 5 years in the biotech sector. And that's why we're happy, Alex, to have you with us as being an investor kind of in the biotech sector with a great track record. So this must be great times for you looking forward.
It is. It's a very exciting time. I think that, biotech was exciting. The pandemic has been terrible, obviously, and it's been a catastrophe around the world. But one of the silver linings that has come from it is that it sort of re-energized a lot of things that are happening in biotech, and reminded all of us in society how important investment in R&D is. One of the things, the investment system overall works reasonably well, but one of the things that many investors have been concerned about is there's been a lot of pressure on pricing for novel new drugs, and that type of thing is causing people to demand higher returns prospectively in R&D programs. So one of the things that we've seen, before the coronavirus was for antibiotics and antimicrobials, antivirals. The amount of people that were willing to invest in that has been actually quite small, and people were reminded of how important those areas are, and you see that the investment climate for them is better. And I think that there are a bunch of other areas like that where, for instance, cardiovascular, metabolic disease, neuropsychiatry, those are areas that many of the larger companies in pharmaceuticals are investing much less than they have historically, because they perceive it to be a low return business, that they can't get sort of enough pricing to justify significant investments. But those are still hugely unmet areas where we need a lot of advances in those areas.
If we look at what you said, there is a lot of opportunity. Still, some of the large diseases are not kind of like being addressed. There is currently an abundance of money, but only it's the return which is hampering, because we have a current price level kind of in the market. So that begs the question, if we have all the pieces available and innovation technically can be possible, what should we do from an investor perspective to mobilize this, to get this going?
So I think that, one has to be, in investing, one has to be looking at these things, kind of all the time. And I think that from a societal point of view, we have to all recognize, and, from a political standpoint and a societal standpoint, we have to recognize that we have to devote, a meaningful part of our national budgets to healthcare. As countries sort of realize, oh my God, healthcare costs are exploding, and they sort of try to tighten down on expenses and to limit growth, that can have a real negative effect in terms of the companies willing to invest in certain areas. So I think that investors have to be sufficiently forward-looking in those areas, and we have to, as a society, recognize the value of this so that people can feel and to see the return.
Exactly. So we need to have a different appreciation ultimately, but also the mechanism to reward for research investment earnestly. Now, a lot of the research is done by smaller biotech startup, where a lot of the research is happening. How do we connect that ecosystem? Because if we look at Moderna as an example, and we see the mergers which are currently there, it's fair to say that big pharma kind of missed out a bit on the opportunity. They're late to the game, so to speak. So how do we connect this? How do we make this work?
Yes, that's a very interesting point, and I don't think that it's an accident that Moderna and BioNTech are the companies that really develop the vaccines that, along with Pfizer, that are currently the most widely approved around the world. The larger companies tend to be first, they're kind of lemmings. They do what each other do, and they tend to be reluctant to invest in newer technologies. They'll do it to kind of look cool, and they have some kind of token efforts and everything. But often many of the bigger companies, and there are exceptions. Pfizer, for instance, was one that showed that the larger companies are not able to recognize where the most value can be created and where the most promising research is, and they have to sort of partner with smaller companies and recognize a lot of the value is created there, and a lot of the best ideas come from smaller companies.
Alex, if I may, I think I agree entirely with you, and that's again those larger companies. The more you have, the more afraid you are of losing what you have. That loss aversion, right? And so the smaller companies have less to lose, and so can take more risks.
I think that's exactly right, and I think that the smaller companies also are generally more innovative, just independent of whether they feel the risk tolerance or not.
Exactly. Perhaps we have 50 seconds left. Bob, if I can kind of refer to you, what's your view of kind of connecting the ecosystem of the early inventions with your kind of experience to business life? You're one of the entrepreneurs. You have done it. What would be the magic formula? We have 30 seconds left, I'm afraid.
Well, I think the magic formula is what we've done, whether it's Moderna or Momenta or other companies. It's basically, making really cutting edge inventions and trying to, develop them first in the academic lab and get a proof of principle, and then starting companies with, really good investors. That's what I hope we'll do over and over again. It's what we're going to hopefully do in nutrition and so forth. So that's what I think.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, very all. I hope we have been able to kind of convey a compelling case to you as biotech as really deserving his neo-renaissance. Thank you very much, all panel.
Thank you.
Aspiration, a place where ambition meets preparation. We're on the horizon, diving deep into undiscovered waters. Cruise Saudi, a vision realized. A sea of opportunities unfolds for the world to see, and we see every one of them. We are welcoming the world to witness natural wonders, underwater treasures, exotic beaches, archaeological sites, and experience the gracious culture and heritage of the kingdom that is Saudi Arabia. We take on the journey with great responsibility, making waves not just in headlines, but by becoming an enabler of employment, education, and training, creating limitless business opportunity in hospitality, tourism, ports, and destinations. Making an impact, not just by creating opportunities, but unforgettable experiences. Making sure we introduce the world to the world that is Cruise Saudi. Discover Cruise Saudi.
This was a glimpse into Cruise Saudi, the next chapter of tourism in Saudi Arabia. I am Fawaz Farougi, the interim CEO of Cruise Saudi. Almost more than any other industry in the world, travel and tourism have been hit the hardest by the pandemic. As we recover and all these bans are lifted, these industries are destined to come back and recover with a strong sense of purpose and possibility. Allow me to leave the floor to our distinguished moderator, Carl Holz, the former president of Disney Cruise and senior advisor of McKinsey & Company. Welcome, Carl.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farouki. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome everyone to this panel discussion. Today, we'll ask the question of how the pandemic might reimagine travel and hospitality. We're delighted to have with us a panel of industry leaders who are driving this vibrant and critical phase of recovery. Mr. Faruqi, we welcome you and my heartiest congratulations on your exciting and unprecedented news. Also joining today, we have Pier Francesco Vago, Executive Chairman of MSC, and the newly appointed Global Chairman of Cruise Lines International Association. And live from Riyadh, we have Lefebvre de Ovidio, the past chairman of Silver Sea Cruises and currently chairman of Abercrombie & Kent. And finally, the man who changed the way we think about hotels, Barry Stern, CEO of Starwood Capital. So all I can say is, wow, what an exciting moment in the history of the cruise industry. So Fawaz, if I may, could you tell us more?
Indeed, Carl, this is a historic moment for us as we launch and announce Cruise Saudi, which is a PIF company mandated to develop the cruise industry in Saudi Arabia and attract global cruise lines. And let me tell you why this is important. Number one, this is a testament to Vision 2030 and the tourists we want to attract and the new cultural sites we want to develop and open. Number two is a brand new destination, and this is exactly what the cruise industry is looking for. So we want to give them access to beautiful sites and pristine waters and beaches. And with that, it's important for us to make sure that these sites are left untapped and also just ensure that the environment there is untouched. Number three, it's a boost to the economy. Like many other PIF companies, we will create a significant number of jobs. They're estimated to be 50,000 direct, indirect, and seasonal jobs by 2035. 2 years ago, Cruise Saudi was a dream, but today it's a reality. Not because we're launching the company, but because we already launched our first successful pilot last summer amidst the pandemic. So Cruise Saudi is a reality today.
So, Vago, what lessons has the cruise and travel industry taken away from this pandemic as to how we come out of this stronger than ever before?
Well, hello, everybody. Good day, Carl. Good day, Mr. Faruqi. And hi. Look, Carl, it's, COVID-19 is the biggest crisis that ever hit our industry. Since we halted our operation in March, we find ourselves in uncharted waters, and obviously we face unprecedented challenges. And among these, we had to adapt to no revenue environment and having to repatriate tens of thousands of seafarers and passengers. So we did an incredible lesson learned. We developed a healthy and safety protocol. We started to engage with all the health authorities in Europe, in the different countries, the local level. There was a lot of obviously ignorance, and we had to coordinate how to create what we call the new protocol, a protocol that was designed to very much offer a bubble to our passengers and to our guests. So this has obviously brought us to test immediately all our passengers, all our crew. And this was also the basic to have as a cruise industry, as clear, in the global policy, a policy that we presented to all the authorities throughout the world. Obviously, this is very good because I don't think in the tourist industry, many other industry came with the same protocol, very much like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I mean, they had the same approach, very drastic from March. They did it, I saw it, by stopping all the operation immediately, by opening up in June. They had the same approach with the pilgrims, keeping the distance, very much using our same approach, drastic approach. And obviously, with the vaccine becoming more available, I'm sure we'll be ready to ramp up and resume operation in a structured manner. so that we will also have the capability to handle a hybrid situation with vaccinated passenger, vaccinated tourists, and non-vaccinated, obviously, tourists by testing them all, at the embarkation.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Why don't I move on to Barry? Across the wider hospitality industry, what do you see as the key trends as we emerge into a new era of travel and tourism? Are you on mute?
He's on mute.
Mute.
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me, and nice to be with you, Carl, and some of my friends in the travel industry. I think it's really the obvious is that we will have a vaccine. It will be prevalent, and it'll be interesting to see countries like Spain that have mandated the vaccine. Whether there'll be this will be like the old polio vaccine, where countries say you can't come into our country unless you're vaccinated. If they do that, I think the international travel will be restored fairly quickly, or more quickly, not fairly quickly. It'll certainly be lag behind domestic travel. And so, but the interesting things are the big trends and how they impact the hotel industry, because we've all been able to take care of our guests. Sometimes we have many of them, sometimes we have very few of them in our hotels. So we've done the hard work, we've done the protocols, we've cleaning the rooms properly, we're doing our tests on our own employees. But I think the move to digitization, the comfort that the global customer has now got with the internet, and even the elderly that probably didn't use it before, now they have been forced to learn things like PayPal and search. And I think that raises the bar for travel in general. I think that when I was running Starwood Hotels, I used to say, we'd put a picture in the brochure of our best looking suite, and you'd book the room and you book the hotel, and then you'd show up and it's like, why does my room not look like that gorgeous picture online? I call it sort of truth in advertising. I think customers are going to get very good about the individual hotel, the experience at the hotel, and survey, whether it's TripAdvisor or other truth in advertising means to verify that they're staying at a good hotel, not a bad hotel in a good chain. So I think that raises the experience component of travel, and I think in general the decommoditization of travel. You're going to have to be good at what you are and be good value for what you are, and customers are going to be able to check that online. So they're not just going to believe what I advertise. They're actually, as you know, today, influencers have replaced sort of advertising. I'm on the board of Estee Lauder. They spend more than $500 million a year with influencers, and people are going where they say, using their cosmetics, using the stuff they use and they're advertising for you. You're not advertising, your customers are advertising for you. So that has accelerated, and that raises the bar on your service, on the quality of what you're doing, whether you're overcharging the customer by picking at them with little things. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things that will come out of this, is I think brands are going to have to fight harder for loyalty, because you can build a brand today with sort of one hotel, and then owners are going to have to ask themselves, am I getting a good return on investment signing up with a company that may not be delivering the same quality of the customer base it once did. So I think just being clean and safe will no longer be enough in the future. You're going to have to do something that makes the guest want to pay you more and stay with you over your rivals. So I think it's going to be a great industry in 3 or 4 years. we're gonna have to get through this.
Thank you very, very much. So we have about 5-6 minutes left. So I have a few more questions I want to ask. Let me go to you, Manfredi. Launching a new cruise line as we are still in the depth of this pandemic, what do you have to say about that?
Well, I think I agree with Vago, and with Barry, hello to everybody, by the way, that we are just waiting for the market to restart. And of course, you want to start a cruise line before the market has started, not after. You want to be there ready. And my experience is that the potential is very great. So I think that that is the case. I wish I was in cruising still now. Unfortunately, I'm not. I have another beautiful business, but every morning I wake up and I say, how sad I am I'm not in cruising.
Understood. Understood.
You know what
Let's
I mean,
move back to you,
Carl.
Go ahead.
You know what I
know
mean,
exactly what you mean.
The same was for you at the time.
I can relate, but I'm still in it. But anyways, let me move back to Fawaz. Can you tell us what you think Saudi Arabia brings to the table as really a new and emerging destination that offers rich itineraries and more?
Well, look, I mean, I've been lucky enough to visit a lot of Saudi Arabia, and I've seen a huge potential. I mean, you have everything here. You have local culture, which many destinations miss, authentic. You have beautiful nature, the best sea in the world, incredible landscape. On top of that, historical culture, good food, so much to do and so much to see. They need infrastructure, which is what is going to be done, I hope. But the potential is really great as a destination. And also, speaking to the people here, people were so happy that they had the possibility to enjoy more visiting Saudi Arabia, which many people had not done because they were always traveling. And being here for this year, that was a great opportunity. People were saying, I've never been to Al Ula, it was great. People were saying, I've never been to Amala, it was fantastic. Why go to Cannes when you have such a beautiful year? So it's really a great potential, I think. And it's, I mean, if you're here, it's a young, energetic population that's only eager to experience the world and their country.
So I think
thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel Manfredi stole my thunder, and I'll just bring the point home by mentioning three things. Number one, our unique heritage and culture. We have 5 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. 3 of them will be accessible through Cruise Saudi, 2 on the Red Sea, and 1 on the Arabian Gulf. Number 2, we have what I believe one of the most stunning marine habitat environments with some of the most resilient coral reefs in the world. And we're going to make sure that we're protecting it right. Number 3, ease of doing business and the business opportunity. We at Cruise Saudi are established as a one-stop shop to help cruise companies get into Saudi Arabia. To end that, just let me reiterate that with this launch, the cruise industry just began in Saudi Arabia. Cruise Saudi is a reality now. The Saudi waters are open. We welcome you to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Fawaz. Thank you. You know, I think of Saudi Arabia, having been there a number of times, as an undiscovered kingdom, and a kingdom that welcomes us. So there is much to see. There is much to experience. Let me move back to you quickly, Vago. What are the key changes you see in the future of the cruise industry?
Well, the next 2 years will signal, obviously, our industry re-emergence and return to sustainable growth. For this reason, we actually exploring new destinations. We are very happy to hear Mr. Farouk announcing Cruise Saudi. We've been looking, obviously, at the Red Sea as one, we heard, incredible destination, but we're also looking at the Arabian Gulf. As a matter of fact, we already having deploying a ship cruising in the Emirates, and I'm very happy to announce that from this year, from the next winter, 21-22, we will actually have our ship from Dubai to Qatar to Abu Dhabi, also stopping in Dammam, so in the Arabian Gulf, and that is obviously looking at Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in his beautiful offering. As well, I heard before Manfredi that was mentioning some of the incredible destination that we have, Al-Wash, Duba, beaches, so the possibility to develop new destination. And obviously this is very interesting, even maybe one day to actually thinking of possibly looking as an offering a new destination. You know, our clients, our customer wants to explore new destination around the world, and to possibly have maybe a home porting operation in Jeddah, something where our clients can come from all over the world, embark on a beautiful ship and explore the Red Sea and visit all these incredible destination with excursion, engaging with the local communities in a proper manner. I think that's the way to move forward. We're very interested. I think as well we will see a differentiation on the size of the vessels, you know, possibly having smaller vessel going forward, especially for this type of destination, which will be very interesting. And obviously never forgetting environmental. We heard before, Mr. Faruqi, the pristine Red Sea, and obviously environment and cruising is so paramount, and they go well together, and that's where we invest in so much going forward.
So we're running out of time, so I apologize, everyone. But Barry, any last comment about doing business in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I've been many times, and I was super excited with the initiatives in Amala and Diriyah and other. And we're working on 3 hotels now in Saudi. And I think I say it's much more important than even the small hotels. Introducing the Gulf and you have an excellent advertising campaign on in the United States, by the way. I see this commercial all the time, and I think it's great because it brings understanding to the world and demystifies an area of the world that's not very well understood. It's such a culture of hospitality. I've always been felt very welcome and warm, and I'm looking forward to hopefully being part of that and bringing that to the world, because I think the natural beauty of the Gulf. I've dove and I've swam in the Red Sea. I mean, it's spectacular on the Egyptian coast, by the way, not the Saudi coast. So it's pristine. I think the planning is exciting. I think it's environmentally focused, which I am, and preserving the beauty of it. And it's a very different experience. So it should be part of all travelers' itineraries, and given its location, it's strategic to 3/4 of the population of the globe. So I think, the delicate balance of pushing ahead in the right pace with the right products and doing it right. So far I've been very impressed with the leadership of the different groups that are working to develop these areas. So I'm thrilled. I think it's going to be it's great.
Thank you, Barry. We're short on time, so I want to thank all the panelists. Invite people to get in touch on the Cruise Saudi website, which is www.cruisesaudi.com, and thank all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in the audience and those participating virtually, it is my great pleasure to introduce you today to the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, with whom, together with the FII, we have signed a historic and unprecedented agreement. We're talking today about counterfeiting and illicit trade, and concrete actions that need to be taken to eradicate this disease that exists around the world. Let me give you some perspective of what it actually is. Counterfeiting alone is projected to cost the global economy $4.2 trillion by next year, every single year. That is the equivalent of 2.5 times all of the defense budgets of the world combined. It is somewhere in between the GDP of Japan and Germany. It is a major enabler of corruption. It is a major source of funding of criminal and terrorist activities and disruptive organization, and it costs every year the lives of millions of people. It is a problem that deserves our attention. It is probably one of the most overlooked diseases that we have today, from an economic and from a social perspective. It is a problem that can be solved with technology. It is a problem where solutions already exist, but they're not being aggregated and they don't reach you, the consumer. We are here today in a fast-paced session, as I am told. We're moving fast, And I would like to ask you, Secretary General, the first question. You have a tremendous task on your hand to increase the prosperity, the safety, and the health of your citizens. How do you see the fight against counterfeiting and illicit trade helping you in this mission?
Thank you very much, Hans. First, let me thank the government of Saudi Arabia, the FII Institute, the chairman and the CEO for inviting me and for hosting this event at this time when the world is fighting the pandemic. I think it's very important that we demonstrate resilience, and this is really a very good demonstration of humanity and resilience. The problem that we have on the African continent of counterfeit goods, illicit trade is tremendous. It impacts on public health, it impacts on the ability of governments to collect revenue, and of course it displaces local markets, genuine competitors in the local markets. And therefore, we have to take concrete steps to make sure that we mitigate the risk. I don't think, like any other criminal activity, we may never be able to completely eliminate it, but we have to put very, very concrete measures to fight and prevent the spread of counterfeit goods, illicit trade. In the area of pharmaceuticals, up to 30%, if not more, up to 30% of products in pharmaceuticals are counterfeit on the African continent. And this has a very negative effect on public health. It has a negative effect on the economies of African countries. And so I'm very happy that today, as you said, we entered into this arrangement to make sure that we deploy the best technology to fight back against counterfeit and illicit trade.
Thank you, Secretary General. Maybe to illustrate even further how dramatic the problem is, the WHO not too long ago published numbers that over 120,000 people die every year in sub-Saharan Africa just from fake malaria medicine. Yeah. There is absolutely no reason for this to happen. These medicines, they have traceability solutions. They can be traced, they can be verified, they can be authenticated, yet a consumer, a government official, a law enforcement officer, a caretaker, and of course the patient are not able to verify the authenticity of these products. I'd like to ask you, how can the industry help you, Secretary General, to achieve our common goal here?
So what we've done is we have a free trade agreement that reduces barriers to trade on the African continent, and that will result in enhanced movement and transit of goods through the borders. So we've got to take countervailing measures to prevent counterfeit goods and illicit trade. And as I said earlier, the arrangement that we have entered into today takes us, launches that fight back campaign. The private sector is absolutely critical. We cannot do this alone as governments and as the public sector. We have to partner with the private sector in deploying the latest technology, as you mentioned, tracing, authentication. All of these things are absolutely essential tools for us to fight this scourge, and we cannot do it as just public sector alone. This also affects the private sector, whether it is Pan-African private sector or global private sector. We know that the projections are that by the end of next year, there will be close to $900 billion worth of illicit trade and counterfeit goods transiting through borders. And this is an urgent problem that we've got to tackle together, the private sector and organizations such as ours, which is the AFCFTA Secretariat.
Thank you, Secretary General. I see we're approaching the red zone already, unfortunately, of this wonderful dialogue with you. I would like to join you in congratulating the organizers of this event, the FII, its leadership, also for their courage to allow us and to give us the privilege to be here today, and for the first time for many, maybe in 1 year, to actually be able to have the human interaction that we were able to have here today. My respect, my appreciation for you has grown tremendously, as high as it was already. And I believe that the initiative that we started here to follow the words of the FII need to have an impact on humanity, both social and economic. And I cannot think of a more proactive example on how to do this. So thank you very much, Secretary General, and I'd like to thank everybody for their participation.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our session on investing in tech. How will venture capital drive the next wave of innovation and entrepreneurship? I'm Nadira Tudor, and it's a pleasure for me to be your moderator for this session. I've got an amazing panel today. So, what does the future hold for venture capitalist investment? Let me dive straight in and introduce you to my panel. My first guest on my left is Jack Selby, Managing Director, Theatrical from the US. A real privilege to have you on the panel. My second guest, also to my left, is Rajiv Misra, CEO, SoftBank Investment Advisors. Great to have you on our panel. And virtually, as you can see on the screen, my third guest is Patrick Zong, Founding Managing Partner, M31 Capital, all the way from China. And my fourth panel member is Christine Tsai, CEO, 500 Startups in the US. Welcome to all of you. It's a real privilege to have you here. Jack, I'd like to start with you first, if you don't mind. Are VCs structuring their investments and portfolios differently, given the new economic realities?
So from our perspective, the short answer is no. So it's certainly been a very different environment over the last 12 months. For us, we've been playing more defense than offense, certainly. We are of the opinion that it's very difficult to conduct due diligence over Zoom. We find it's a very personal business. You need to be in person. So while we've changed the way that we do our business, we have not changed the way structurally how we're conducting.
Yeah, and Rajiv, how, in your opinion, has the VC community approached the events of 2020? It's been unprecedented. Which sectors can you see benefiting in the future, and why?
I think our whole hypothesis and the vision we had when we started 4 years ago with the Vision Fund, that AI and technology is going to disrupt every aspect of this planet, has accelerated dramatically in the past 12 months. What would have taken 4 years to achieve in the disruption happened in 12 months. So, in fact, we are even more encouraged to invest in this environment. The sectors are many because, as I said, the disruption has accelerated dramatically, whether it's e-commerce, whether it's online education, whether it's all the genetic engineering using AI and data. But online education is a great example which democratizes the world. Just one of our companies, Zoya Bang in China, which are 30 million online students now, has 140 million online students.
Which is incredible, isn't it? And we've all had experience of that. So, you know, it's obviously growing, that sector. It's essential.
It's essential, and it's not going. There's no going back. A lot of this change that happened in the last 12 months is permanent. Whether you're buying your shoe or ordering your food or getting medicine from a pharmacy, or just finding cures for new diseases, or using genetic engineering for the next 3-4 years, it's going to be all made possible by a lot of venture capitalists who put money into these early stage companies.
Patrick, I'm going to bring you in now. Technology appears to be the driving force behind innovation, entrepreneurship, global growth. what's China's role in VC compared with other leading nations?
Nadira, in China, and for the last 12 months, and we're able to actually meet a lot of entrepreneurs. We met about 600 companies. And I think my take, because I spent my first 10 years investing in the US, in US tech and growth companies, and the next 10 years investing in China's technology companies. And it's pretty interesting, and a lot of things I'm seeing right now reminds me of what happened in 1990s in the US. And a lot of technology companies, and with true innovation, really driving the changes of industries across board. And we're able to actually connecting dots globally, looking at the technology, compared it to the counterparts in the US and Europe, and to see, are they actually really representing state-of-art technologies or not? And actually the answer has been pretty positive across sectors, and from immunotherapy, gene therapy, to SaaS, software services, and from digital to consumer, and we're seeing really exciting opportunities. And by the way, and for the last year, and in China, things actually stay pretty normal. So the technologies companies, basically, they're running nonstop. They're not using virtual meetings. We're able to travel quite a lot within the country. So I think so far, my take is we're seeing something really robust going on here. And by the way, we're looking at the data, and I think that for the next 5 years, and we're talking about global GDP growth, China probably will contribute about 27.7% of the global GDP growth. So this is where it's no longer about just cheap labor, it's about innovations.
Yeah, and if we go to you, Rajiv, how do you create value for tech-enabled companies that you invest in beyond the point of investment?
Given we make we are more mid-stage growth investors, not early stage, and we write larger investment tickets. And we have 105 portfolio companies over the last 4 years, and of the 105, in 100 of them, we are the largest shareholder. So we take a lot more supportive role. We will never invest in a company that we have to get too involved with, because that's the entrepreneur and the founder's job. But with 11 offices around the world, and SoftBank being a 150 billion market cap company with presence in telecom and a lot of presence in China, in Japan, and so on, we help those companies with different forms of raising capital, with going global, how to enter Japan, how to go into China. If you're a great business in the US, how do you translate to a new geography? And in difficult times, like the first half of last year, we gave them comfort that we have the capital if they need capital over the next 2 years, which if you have a limited fund size, you cannot do that. So we help in a lot of ways.
It's really good to hear the different perspectives here. Patrick, again, I'm going to ask you, how does China base its decisions on where it's investing, where it's facilitating? And what other lessons do you think other nations can take based on your experience on the Chinese model, which by any measures has stimulated massive growth? What's your advice, effectively?
I've been to FII a few times in the past since its inception. I know the regulators are also participating in the conference. And I think strategically, from the government perspective, I think they did a lot. And with a serious plan, China is actually doing its 14th to 5th years plan. And innovations really just are considered as priorities. And for the government actually to deploy their capital. But more importantly, I think at grassroots level, and we're getting a lot of very accomplished and talents returning to China and working in different fields, again, from AI and to pharmaceutical, and doing some of the really amazing innovations. And also what I'm seeing is really, in China, every 5 years is a new generation. I had the luxury in spending time with some of the most well-known entrepreneurs in China today and 10, 20 years ago. But today, the entrepreneurs are so different. They live in China, but they really listen to the same music everybody listens to in Los Angeles, in Riyadh, and in London. And they read the same thing. And so basically, the information travels pretty fast, and they have no problem really getting ahead of the curve when they're really kind of working on the innovative projects. I think we're talking about the whole ecosystem. It's not just a person or a company's effort. So I think the takeaway is, and this is the whole ecosystem, and you have to really embrace innovations. I think this is very important for everyone to consider.
Christine, I'm going to bring you in now. Patrick says talk about embracing innovations. What types of startups are able to find success during the pandemic and beyond, and which haven't?
I think one of the things that we all probably acknowledge with the pandemic is that we've seen great shifts in different industries. Some have really seen tailwinds from COVID and are doing phenomenally well, and that's reflected in portfolio companies of ours. And then there are others where those sectors were already on the decline, and COVID, if anything, just accelerated that decline. So in terms of sectors that we're seeing, I mean, if you look broadly, there's very big shifts that are happening at platform levels and consumer behavior, as have already been pointed out by some of the panelists. But when we think about areas where companies have been thriving, you think of sectors like healthcare, where there's been acceleration in technology and different forms of patient-doctor interaction, certainly a lot on the consumer side in terms of health and wellness, virtual provider, remote monitoring, all of those areas. And we've seen this in our own portfolio companies have been doing very well. The demand has just, skyrocketed in a very short period of time. Education is another sector where we're seeing a lot of shifts. In some ways, you might see that as a decline in certain parts of education, but certainly as it relates to technology for institutions or higher education in terms of just content and being able to get that professional education, we've seen a lot of success with our portfolio companies, both in terms of adoption as well as being able to raise, because there's a lot of unemployment, particularly in the US, and a lot of demand to up-level their skills. And then at the same time, areas where we've seen the headwinds, again, sectors that are already, we're already seeing some decline, and COVID really just accelerated that. Areas like retail, hospitality, travel. These are all areas where we feel like the industry that we knew is going to change very massively. Like these will come back, but in a new normal, one that we wouldn't have. There is really no going back to kind of a pre-COVID existence, because things have fundamentally changed in terms of how people travel, the need to travel, both for business and consumer, and then retail as well. There's a lot of very fundamental changes happening there, and so it'll be interesting to see. Now that we've been, a year into this and looking into 2021 and beyond, especially when we are now seeing the vaccines come in and seeing how that's going to change for 2021, definitely be exciting times for, at least from a venture perspective, in terms of knowing that some amazing companies are going to be coming out of this vintage these couple years.
Yeah, Jack. Christine's obviously mentioned the winners and losers in terms of growth. But what does that mean for the future? Where do leading VC firms and investors see the greatest opportunities for growth over the next 5 years? What happens to those sectors that aren't considered to be investable at the moment? What are we looking at?
So from our perspective, we actually look at it currently above a sector level point of view. So one of our theories that we have that's going on, and this is more of a domestic US theory, is that there is an unwind that's going on in terms of an exodus from Silicon Valley. And people have been talking about it internally in California for a long time, and it's finally starting to get some press attention. But I honestly think, to use a US baseball analogy, it's the top of the first inning. And you're starting to read stories about companies leaving Silicon Valley. You start reading stories about venture capitalists leaving. But I think it's actually going to have a profound impact on how tech is going to look over this next decade. So I think it's going to democratize tech across the entire country, and I don't think it's just going to be Austin or some of these other cities that are mentioned. I think it's going to be across the board. And I also think it has the potential to spurn a greater migration from states that have been very anti-business during the pandemic. So for example, California has been very onerous with respect to small to medium-sized business. So I think tech is going to innovate in a way of showing that capital, human capital in particular, is mobile. And I think you're going to see businesses, not just tech businesses, there's going to be a migration that is going to rival potentially kind of the settling of the great American West, where people are going to leave these very kind of anti-business states because there's so much pent-up angst from the pandemic and how poorly some of these states have managed the COVID situation. So people are going to be leaving California in droves, Illinois in droves, New York in droves. And what are going to be the ramifications for tech domestically? That's really what we're trying to figure out. And then on top of all of that, you have remote work, remote school. So I think you add up all of these ingredients and you have a confluence of factors where you're just going to have a lot of migration going on for quite some time.
Yeah, so Christine, if we're talking about migration that Jack's been talking about, we're talking about innovative and new ways of thinking, which obviously is a consideration for startups. Can we just focus specifically and very quickly on ECG? Can you explain why this should be seen as an opportunity for integration at the early stages, and how important it is for those socially conscious investors to screen potential investments?
So ESGs, it's for those in the audience, environmental social governance. It is a set of standards that a number of either corporations or investors adopt more along the lines of responsible investing, responsible operating. And I think with COVID and certainly here in the US, there's been numerous events around racial injustice. A lot of this has really just shown a light on what already exists in society in terms of disparities, lack of diversity, climate change. All of these things were all issues that are not new. But if anything, again, 2020 just really shined a very bright light on what is going on and highlighted just how how much of a disparity there is in many different areas. So, our bet is that this has really highlighted the increasing importance that ESG can play in both holding investors accountable, but also companies accountable in terms of sustainable operations and investing. And so we actually believe that despite the perception that ESG is something that is primarily for very large companies later stage, we actually believe that applying that at the early stages when a company is very formative and can make those changes, it potentially will help mitigate risks on a number of fronts as the companies grow. And so that's why we've adopted ESG in terms of our investments and eventually the broader firm to help both ourselves as a firm set that example, but also for our early stage startups to apply those policies when it's actually easier to do.
Okay, Christine, what I'm going to do, because we're so short on time, I just want a final thought from each one of you. Rajiv, just very quickly, what are your final thoughts about the future for VC investment?
The future is very simple. In 10 seconds, with the availability of data, AI and digital disruption will accelerate even faster and go after all those, and it'll be industry agnostic. It'll go after all those companies in different industries that are inefficiently run and be replaced by these new startups that will run it more efficiently.
Okay, Jack, sorry.
The tech cycle in the US will not be checked by market forces like it has been in the past. It's going to be checked by these migration forces that are taking place currently, as I mentioned earlier.
Christine, 5 seconds.
Oh, as I was saying earlier, I think the trend will get towards more responsible, sustainable investing as a mainstream and as a table stakes.
And Patrick, you have the final word on this.
I think that digital technology, data is the new field. And really, for the next 10 years, we're going to see tremendous amount of efficiency. And the large and small companies are able to unleash as they adopt in technology, and especially data-driven technologies.
Well, that concludes our session on investing in tech. How will venture capital drive the next wave of innovation and entrepreneurship? But thank you to all my panelists, absolutely brilliant. Rajiv Misra, CEO, SoftBank Investment Advisors UK. Jack Selby, Managing Director, Teal Capital. Christine Tsai, CEO, 500 Startups. And Patrick Zong, Founding Manager, Partner, M31 Capital. You can, of course, watch all our sessions online. Please take the time and have a look. I've been your moderator, Nadira Tudor, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you. 5 years ago, after a long preparation negotiation, I had the honor to strike with this small gavel the podium of the COP21 in Paris and to say these now famous words: the Paris Agreement is accepted. It was a turning point for the climate and for the world. Now, 5 years later, we all know that Paris Agreement has been very positive because it's the common and accepted reference for all our efforts against climate warming. The key objectives are there. No more than 1.5 degrees or 2 degrees increase in temperature at the end of the century. Every 5 year, nationally determined contribution by every country, $100 billion by the rich countries to the developing countries against climate warming, and obviously in the long term, at the second half of the century, carbon neutrality. Well, that is good, but we are far from reaching these objectives, and it is why I have to say to you two things. The first one is that this year, 2021, is the key year for a good implementation of the Paris Agreement. Why? Not only for general reasons, but also and mainly because the international framework is much better than it used to be. It's not true in all the sectors, but in this sector it is true because of the fact that the Chinese president has committed China to ambitious goals. The same for Japan, the same for South Korea, the same for UK, for Europe, and recently the election of President Joe Biden is a new hope because he has decided to reintegrate the Paris Agreement, and it will take, and has already taken, very important decisions in that sector. Therefore, it's the key year, 2021. And my second point is that everything depends on all of us. I mean, not only governments, but we, I mean, people, CEOs, regions, cities, NGOs, and so on and so forth, on many fields. First, obviously, on the sources of climate warming. Less coal. Very careful with oil and gas, but much more renewable and saving energy. Horizons. It's better on the long term. It's not so bad in the 2030, though we have to improve in the domain of nationally determined contribution. But the short term is very important. And it has to have a coherence with the rest. Now we are taking recovery plans against coronavirus, but they have to be green plans and not brown plans. And then we have, it's another point, to cover all the sectors, not only the sectors which are included in Paris, but also other sectors. I mean, for instance, airport transportation, maritime transportation, and so on and so forth. Technology. Technology is the key. Now it's more and more competitive in the renewable, less and less competitive in the carbon fossil fuel sectors. But there are new elements to bring. Hydrogen, for instance, carbon capture and storage. And we have to invest more and more in these new technologies. Finance is decisive. And I see evolutions which are encouraging because central banks are now evolving. public and private banks, sovereign funds, and companies who have understood that it's much better to invest in renewable than in fossil fuel sectors. Insisting not only on mitigation, but on adaptation, because we need much more money for adaptation, and also developing carbon pricing, because it is the key for a great many things. And then justice, because we understand that the question of climate warming is also a question of inequality. If we want to be understood and accepted by general public, we have to accompany our efforts with social justice, regional justice, individual justice. These are my points. Against coronavirus, there are vaccines. Against climate warming, there is no vaccine. But there is one antidote: the complete, full, global, precise implementation of the Paris Agreement. 2021 will be decisive, and it depends on all of us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What if I told you there is an investment that will make the GDP per capita go from this to this, where the GDP per capita has substantially increased, and that this investment will result in a savings of $1.62 trillion in healthcare, and a savings of over $1 trillion in agricultural production costs, and a savings of over $530 billion in land management, and that it'll double the income of 545 million small-scale farmers, all the while keeping greenhouse gas emissions for agriculture below the Paris Agreement commitment. But that passing on this investment would cost us, the global community, 5% of the global GDP, which is the equivalent of $3.5 trillion a year, or $500 per person. This investment also creates opportunities and will result in more resilient supply chains, more stable economies and currencies, and more talented human capital, and opportunities to invest in frontier markets. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm calling out to you today to make an investment today that stabilizes tomorrow and ensures that you can be the drivers of the opportunities of the future. This investment is in food security, which means it's also an investment in women, children, education, social protection, and rural infrastructure. And remember the graph we showed you. The simulation was based on an increase of dietary energy supplies, or what we would call calories. So what I'm presenting to you today is an opportunity to invest in an organization that was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2020. This organization, which recently rehabilitated over 1.5 million hectares of land and provided over $2.1 billion in cash transfers for social protections last year, and which supports over 100 million people a year with life-saving and life-changing assistance, which is including over 50% of this number are women and children. Let's take a look more closely. This year, 30 million people need just 45 cents for one meal a day. What does this mean? It means $5 billion is needed this year to prevent 30 million people from famine. And what I'm proposing to you today is if you sow the seed fund today, then you can reap the crop in nutritionally, economically, and politically stable countries in the future. And if you'd like to know more and be a part of this journey, I implore you to get in touch with the World Food Program right here today. And with that, allow me to introduce you to the Executive Director of the World Food Program, David Beasley.
Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, in 1970, Dr. Norman Borlaug, known as the father of the Green Revolution, was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. And at that time he said, man can and must prevent the tragedy of famine in the future, instead of merely trying with pious regret to salvage the human wreckage of the famine as he has so often done in the past. My question to you is, in those 50 years, how much have we learned and how much have we accomplished to fulfill his dream to prevent the tragedy of famine? Well, we are about to find out. Famine is at humanity's doorstep because of conflict, because of COVID-19, and because of climate change. Those three trends have created a perfect storm of humanitarian disaster, not in one or just two isolated places, but truly on a global scale. Today, as I speak, 270 million people are marching toward the brink of starvation. That's up from 135 million just a year ago, and I'm not talking about people just going to bed hungry. I'm talking about people marching toward starvation. And within that, over 30 million people in 36 countries will die if they don't continue to get the food support that they receive from the World Food Program that we provide right now. They literally depend on us for their survival. 30 million people. And we support over 100 million people. But here's the tragic reality. Because of COVID and the global economic crisis it has caused, right at the moment when our need for funding is the greatest, our access to traditional government funds are the least. So we must turn to the private sector instead. And we're asking you to be a part of helping us save humanity. We have this brief window of opportunity to prevent a devastating global famine before it closes its grip around the throats of millions of people around the world. The price tag for just famine relief alone is $5 billion, but the return on the investment is beyond huge. Millions of lives saved, thousands of forced migrations stopped so people can stay home, dozens of nations and regions that will not be destabilized but remain orderly. We know that hunger breeds conflict and destabilization, which in turn breeds extremism and forced migration. It's a vicious cycle of suffering which keeps on drawing more people in. Today, around 80 million people are living as refugees or internally displaced people after being forced to flee from their homes due to conflict, the highest total since World War II. Innocent children, women, and men who had to leave everything behind and run for their lives. The human and economic costs of this devastation are colossal, around $333 billion alone just in the year 2019. So, isn't it worth investing $5 billion to prevent such misery and slash the bill? Ultimately, we will all have to pay. I truly believe it's the best bargain you'll ever be offered and the smartest investment you'll ever make. A wise person once said, the most expensive peace is still cheaper than the cheapest war. It's time for us to do the right thing. If we don't, we will pay a far, far higher price, more wars, more destabilization, more forced migration, and more famines. It doesn't have to be that way. We have the solution. The best vaccine against chaos is food. The Norwegian Nobel Committee recognized that at the World Food Program that we know our work, we have the expertise to tackle this challenge, and we keep our promises. So let's act together today. Let's fulfill Borlaug's 50-year-old challenge and come together as one united humanity and invest so that we can prevent massive famine in our time.
Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to include you today on a discussion about redefining leadership for the post-COVID era. Now, like most of you, I'm very anxious to get over this COVID lockdown, but the reality is the world will not come out of it at either an equal rate or at the same speed. And in this moment of time, we have highlights and opportunities to rise above the average leadership mindset. We also have opportunities to hack the system. And today we have 4 of the most amazing leaders who can help guide us through this conversation. Ms. Lubna Al-Alayan, who's the chairman and executive committee of Alayan Financing Company and the chair of the Saudi British Bank. We have with us Senator and former Prime Minister of Italy, Matteo Renzi. We have with us Jeffrey Ubben, founder and managing partner of Inclusive Capital Partners, and Jean Lemierre, chairman of BNP Paribas, France. Each of you has shown leadership throughout the days, but what has challenged us throughout COVID, I'm sure, has shaken the systems of not only your personal lives, but your business lives. Today, we have representatives of both leadership in policymakers and business leaders. And Lubna, I'd love to start with you and ask you, what have you viewed as the changes that leadership must have through this COVID era that can carry us through to the post-COVID era?
Thank you very much, Princess Rima. COVID has highlighted the urgent need for us to collectively reassess and reevaluate our relationship with the planet and with one another across borders and generations. Despite the flack they often get, millennials serve a very important role as my generation conscious, something I can attest to as the mother of 3 millennial daughters. As we've coined it, this is the moment for the Great Reset. The problems we face, ranging from unemployment, inequality, climate crisis, and the increased spread of disease, are all connected. None of them are new problems, but what is new is how they have been amplified by this pandemic. Looking at the wealth gap, for example, in the US in the last 40 years, we've seen CEO total compensation increase more than 1,000% as compared to a 12% increase for average worker. And 2020 saw a wealth gain for many individuals in the billions of dollars, while working families were not only having to navigate the pandemic itself, but also losing their jobs, access to health care, and home. The statistics speak for themselves. On the basic human levels, we all recognize that this is an issue unjust and unacceptable. Governments cannot resolve these problems on their own. The solution rests in the collaboration and cooperation of the business community, government, as well as international institutions and academic and scientific centers of excellence. We know that cooperation works. Just look at how quickly the vaccine was done through collaboration and in record time. COVID forced us to really rethink ourselves as the global community that we are. None of us can be safe unless we all are. So we must work together in a global level and across sectoral basis. What is needed is inspired leadership, sustainable business practices, and full accountability and transparency. Strong leaders have to be agile and adaptable, possess strong communication skills, and be guided by an unwavering moral compass and a sense of purpose. Paul Polman exhibited just that sort of leadership when he introduced sustainability as an important feature of Unilever's business, and when pressured in 2017 to put short-term revenue growth to the forefront instead, resisted that pressure. He was even bold enough to assert that business must have a purpose beyond just making money. That's leadership. COVID highlighted the importance for leaders to demonstrate resiliency, innovative thinking. Our world requires it. We have a saying in Arabic, al-haja al-ikhtira. Need is the mother of innovation. That is certainly the case right now. ESG serves for us as a great example of innovative thinking. So it is incumbent upon the business community to accelerate and expand its commitment to implement ESG best policies and practices. ESG directly responds to these issues we face globally and underscores the importance of collaboration and cooperation. It's good for business, and it's obviously good for society and environment as well.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lubna.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey, I'd love to ask you, what do you see as the highest priorities, picking up on what Lubna mentioned for us, for both global CEOs and policymakers in the post-COVID world?
It's an honor to be here, Your Royal Highness. I'll give you a bit of a front row seat that I've had, and it follows on what Lubna just talked about real quickly. Over 25 years, I've served on 20 public company boards as a shareholder director, and I have been complicit in meetings that talked very little or not at all about the health of the employee, the customer, the community health, or certainly the environment. This is a failing of capitalism in America, for sure, and COVID has made it worse. Companies have lost place. And globalization has been an accelerant whereby we can do this race to the bottom to find the cheapest labor and perhaps the dirtiest technology. I'm finding, and I believe that purpose and place can be rediscovered and reestablished by these companies. I think perhaps the best way to do that is to go local. That is place. Right. I guess the technical word would be in-source, with things like food, energy, including repurposing waste to energy, infrastructure, education. I think that is what fair paying jobs are, that will create a certain level of productivity that then allows wages to be increased. I actually think, as I listened to the Crown Prince today talking about good demand pulling good supply, I actually think that is the essence of Vision 2030, which is to go local and assert place in your strategy as a country.
Amazing. So, Jean, I'd love to ask you, with this idea, which is quite tangible, this go local, we can see the immediate impact and effect of that, particularly through COVID, where we can no longer travel and we can't engage. But we're still interconnected, and international institutions still have a strong place to play and a role to play. How do you see international institutions and regulatory frameworks evolving over the next year to capitalize on the good that's happened through COVID, but also pick up on the cracks, and how do we mend this?
Well, good to be with you, even if it is from Paris. I'm sure you see the Eiffel Tower. I share what has been said. We have been living in a global world, but we need to get the best out of it. And one of the lessons of COVID is local. In the future, being able to combine in a clever way the global value and the local value is crucial. If you allow me, I can give you an example of this. BNP Paribas has a big project under the leadership of PIF in Saudi Arabia, for which we are building a joint custodian service for clients, mixing the skills of Saudi Arabia and global financial places. Putting together the skills is not easy, but can be done. And I'm sure in that case will deliver a lot of value. I have taken this example because that's what we need to do and to grow in the future. Local has been the protection of people. And people will never forget that during the crisis, they have received support, health, protection from their government. So the way to combine the two is probably the best approach. Regulation does allow this. Of course, we urge a lot of regulators to team up, to speak to each other, to allow this type of processes, but it can be done. It can be worked out quite easily when you want to do it. And it has a lot to do, probably, with another lesson of the COVID, which is that you need long-term vision, the way we speak about, but today matters. We need to deliver day after day value for the people at the local level. If they do not get value, I do not say understand value, but receive value, they don't stick to policies which are needed to prepare the future. It's a long race. The post-COVID time will be a long race for recovery and improvement, But we need to be absolutely sure that people receive value during that race day after day. Otherwise, they will not run the race. And probably that's my last point on the COVID crisis. The other big lesson for the business is that innovation and science matter a lot. What do we speak about? Today we meet together because of telecom system, e-system. And of course, we are expecting vaccine. We know that health is based on science and capacity to treat people and to save people. And of course, what is behind this is education. Education for everybody, education for all parts of societies, based on science and technology, and preparing once more value for the future. That's probably the best way to combine the few lessons of the crisis. Because at the end of the day, of course, I agree with Mrs. Olayan, you know. The leadership is about creating opportunities, creating growth in a sustainable way. And of course, corporate responsibility, social responsibility, environmental responsibility are key words for us. So yes, there are big lessons. The world will be different tomorrow, but there are lessons we can make. And we try to make them step by step with governments.
Wonderful. With that, Prime Minister Matteo Renzi, you played many roles in government, from mayor to prime minister, and now you also work and consult with the private sector. What do you view as the opportunities between collaboration for businesses, governments, and non-governmental organizations? And what is the future? You'll be our final speaker today, so should we be hopeful or should we be pragmatic?
Your Highness, thank you so much. Thank you so much to Jeffrey, Jan, and of course to my friend Lubna. It's a great honor to be again with you. I think that the leadership after COVID, it's a very complicated thing because the relation between government and business in that period are totally stressed. Please think about a political leader, a politician. He was totally in crisis, first of all, for education, because we have a problem with the young students. No one in Europe understand what could happen after the crisis of COVID in our next generation in terms of lack of school, in terms of lack of presence in the education field. Second, the leader today have to combine between rules very strict to contain the spread and the contagion, and at the same time try to guarantee a great investment in new sector to create jobs, guarantee situation of the people who lost the job, and at the same time try to give some incentives to create new ways for the future of the world, because the pandemic is a stress who really could create an unbelievable new world. So the first problem for a politician is what type of combination between the day-by-day problem with a great vision. And in that, it's very important the role of business and not-profit organization and the new world. Why? Because that it's a easy period. Easy in that moment, yes. Easy because it's a time to create from greenfield. There is an expression in Latin word is Felix. Felix now means in Italian felice. The translation is happy, but real Felix means a time in which it's possible to create a lot of things. So I believe, and I know there is no time to continue our discussion, that it's a great period to try to create totally a new world. But we need to combine together the day-by-day strategy, not easy, particularly for businessmen, particularly for the people involved in finance, in the private sector, and a vision for the next 20, 30 years. So what is the great point for everyone is that, in my humble vision, stress of pandemic should create a new ranking in the history of the humanity and in the relation between countries and government. The real challenge now is create a vision. And in that vision, it's impossible for a government, for a politician to have a vision without a good cooperation with business and with the philosophy, with the people involved in the social, in the civil society. For that, my view is exactly that. In this time, the cooperation between businessmen, politicians, and all the sectors of a human community, it's not simply an opportunity, it's a duty, because that time is the time of creating a new hope for the future of the world. We will be more focused on the hope, on the pragmatism, I don't know. I think without hope, there is not a day-by-day strategy. Without day-by-day strategy, but without vision, we cannot really create a new world. So I'm really excited because after pandemic, in the history, we created in every time of the season of the life, a lot of opportunities. Think about my city, plague created the Renaissance. After plague, we created the Renaissance in Florence and in Italy. I hope after pandemic, we will create a new world in which businessmen, politicians, and the people of the civil society could invent a new world for a new generation of human beings.
Thank you so much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, if you'd allow me to take just an extra 30 seconds, because nothing would give me more pleasure than to close out the FII with the voice of a woman. Lubna Al-Ulayan, could you give us a 15-second, 20 if you like, closing statement for the end of the FII?
Well, thank you. I just want to say it is COVID, as all the panelists have said, was a rude awakening for us all. And we shouldn't let any crisis go to waste. While mourning the loss of over 2 million lives so far, we cannot, without marking a moment for us to see how we can change the world. And we have to call for an action, as everyone has said, a real action to see how we can start a new beginning from this. And as I said, I'd like to leave a message for the millennials, and which I said they are the voice of our conscience. And I would urge them not to fall in the trap that many of us from my generation fell into, that age, or that characteristics of greed, selfishness, and arrogance. I think you should stay true to your values and try to build a society that everyone benefits from across. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your participation, and thank you for joining us today. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, we've done it again. An amazing FII, despite what has happened in the past year. An amazing year, and what we've delivered in the past 2 days was by far setting a stage for a new redefined way of delivering events, despite what happened in 2020 and the COVID-19. With all what was happening in the past year, we realized it's either we wait until this COVID situation finishes, or we redefine how this industry is done. And we felt that the world needs to come together to discuss how should the world move forward. COVID is not going to disappear tomorrow. So we needed to get everyone around one table to discuss the world and the business post-COVID-19. And this table is here. This is FII, and that's what has been happening in the past 2 days. We created a multi-hub concept with a base in Riyadh, Paris, New York, Mumbai, and Beijing as hubs. And then we connected them all together technology-wise. And we used the immersive technology of XR, which is used only in movies. First time to be introduced in forums and inventions. And that's how we created FII this time. we realized getting everyone together, policymakers, leaders, businessmen and women, on one table was much more important than waiting for next year. So this was our 4th edition. We've had amazing lineup of speakers, over 150 speakers. His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, honored us today with his vision on the future of Riyadh, and that was an amazing and inspiring session. We've had a lineup of great speakers as well. His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman was one of them, talking about energy. Her Royal Highness Princess Rima just now spoke with us about several topics, one of which was education. As Lubna Al-Alayan just said, COVID was a rude awakening, and we should never let a good crisis go to waste. And that's exactly what we've been trying to do. So, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for joining us for the past 2 days. We promise you this is not just the beginning, and we want to see you again, all of you, in October for the 5th edition of the FII, October 25th, 26th, and 27th. Thank you so much, and good night.
I extend a warm welcome to all of you, or from one of our FII satellite hubs in New York, Paris, and Beijing. Every one of us has an important role to play in contributing to building this new world and impacting humanity positively and sustainably, to reimagine and to re-energize our global economy and reshape the future of humanity.
COVID-19 has changed the world.
And new opportunities for us to make our world more green, our planet safer, our community more sustainable.
I said in my 2020 letter that climate change is investment risk, and we're starting to see more and more evidence of that.
I think there is a good chance that Europe will actually do better than maybe people think right now.
Then governments around the world, central banks, had to print a lot of money.
Today, financing and the cost of financing is something that different companies and different countries are looking very closely at. Development financing is a very important.
I think 2020 was a confluence of a number of trends.
Investment has become one of the world's most globally competitive sports to attract investment.
His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman and of course PIF and Khalid Al-Falih, the Minister of Investments, for really transforming Saudi Arabia into one of the most attractive and one of the most vibrant investment destinations.
Thank you, Turkey. It's wonderful to be back in the kingdom. Really the potential for augmented reality and what it could do. And I think with the focus on enterprise, we're off to a really good restart.
In the Paris hub, COVID has transformed Thales.
A hybrid approach between working from home and working from our sites.
The catalyst of the pandemic has really triggered a profound reactions to the way we do business.
The energy ministry is energized by the energy of the youth.
This pandemic has been the biggest disruptive development in modern times.
You need a vision and you need execution capability.
The fundamentals in business, in commodity energy, is a cost.
Now will enable a more sustainable and inclusive world for future generations.
Let's talk about the future of sport. The day they were going to do Dakar, they stopped all the flights into Saudi. That's why Formula E will start the season here in Daraya. Nothing is impossible here, trust me. Nothing is impossible. So
I tell them, just remember your dream. Remember what you want. Remember why you started doing what you're doing.
Technology is going to produce a much higher quality of life and many more opportunities than this group can even anticipate at this point.
In Saudi Arabia, we benefit in discovery, we benefit in recovery, we benefit in cost optimization.
How we do business, how our budget is managed, how our expenditure is paid.
Congratulations to His Crown Prince for having the boldness to form this forum today, for all of us to have this dialogue, and for Yasser to direct it.
Your Highness, thank you so much
and welcome.
شكرا دولة الرئيس وسعيد جدا للقاء معك. أعد الجميع بأنه مثل ما قدمنا.
I promise everyone that as we offer the optimistic projects of Neom City, and soon we will announce the details of the strategies of projects in Riyadh and the strategies of Riyadh and also the strategies of the rest cities of Saudi Arabia and some of the kingdom cities. It will be very surprising for the Saudi and the world. Thank you very much.
Riyadh taking its place and developing an economy the size that we're talking about here is an opportunity for everyone.
And now we have this very, interesting opportunity to try to build the future on our planet.
Human contact, the social networking, the direct mentoring, all of the nice things that you get from being around others is an essential part of our future.
AI, it's the start of a powerful new technology.
Basically help the Saudi corporates to understand how do they meet the ESG requirements to be reported.
We were able to work with all our partners in the G20 to overcome the impact of the COVID-19.
We need more coordination, we need to put more money on innovation, and we have to think about the future, even if we are still facing the consequences of the health crisis.
I think we all have a responsibility to contribute and make sure the vaccine distributions. Debt relief is something we've worked on very significantly at the World Bank.
I think nations in this pandemic came together to find solutions.
Please invest in bridging the digital divide and helping to ensure that the young people of the future have the opportunities of those of the past.
FII Institute is working year-round to support and deliver the ideas that will change our world. Thank you all very much.